Sandy, are you up? All right, welcome everyone. So glad to have you joining us here today for Cypress Fairbanks ISD DLC, our Digital Learning Conference. Thank you for joining us virtually. Our first session today, we have the awesome Eric Curts. He's author of Control Alt Achieve website, and he is going to share with us today Twitter for teachers and techies. So without further ado, here is Eric.
All right. Well, hey, thanks so much for having me. It's so exciting to be with you guys today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here and get going so that everybody has access to all the resources we're going to be taking a look at here today. So before we dive into our session here this morning, I did want to make sure that you can access the resources we're going to be taking a look at, and those can be found on the web address that you see on the title slide here, and that would be www.controlaltachieve.com/Twitter. So Control Alt Achieve is the website I run where I share all of my EdTech resources. Lots and lots of good stuff there. Definitely encourage you to check out the site when you get a chance. But if you go to the site and then put a /Twitter on the end of the address, it'll take you to a specific page that has the resources that we're going to be taking a look at here today. What that page looks like when you get there, just so you know what you're looking for, it looks like this one here called Taming Twitter for Time-Strapped Teachers and Techies. That's the page you should wind up on. But again, like I said, if you simply go to the Control Alt Achieve site to start with, and then just put a /Twitter on the end of it, it will then take you to that page. Once you get to that page, there's a lot of resources on there, but what I'm going to be working out of today is the agenda document that's linked near the top of that post. So if you get to the site and scroll down just below the little introduction there, you will see there is a link to the session agenda. There's also the slideshow. If you want to look at the slideshow, that's fine too. I'll be going through the slideshow, but the resources are actually in the agenda document that is linked in right below that little introduction there. And that agenda document looks like this. And that has the links that we're going to be exploring here in our time together this morning. But again, like I said, what we're wanting you to be able to do is navigate to controlaltachieve.com/Twitter. And then from there, you should be good to go. All right, fantastic. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get on into our session here so that we can get through as much as we can in the time that we have available here this morning. So first of all, let's do a very quick introduction. So hi, my name's Eric. I'm a tech integration specialist up in Northeast Ohio. In addition to my day job, I also do run the Control Alt Achieve website and would encourage you to check that out when you get a chance. Lots of great resources there, lots of posts and resources, a podcast, webinars, and even my new book, the Control Alt Achieve book, is available on the site as well. Now, that's the quick intro to me. Let's talk about what we're talking about in this session here today, and that's about Twitter, but Twitter for educators. How, if you're a teacher or a techie, the best way to, at least for me, the workflows I have found to be able to use Twitter in a way that helps me as an educator, to be a better educator, to connect with others, to learn, to share, and to grow. And so our hope today is to take a look at a few quick things, a very quick Twitter overview, how to sign up if you haven't already signed up for Twitter. But then really what we want to spend our time on is the workflow, managing Twitter, being able to use this tool. And so we're going to talk about a wonderful site called TweetDeck that can keep all of this organized for you, because Twitter is a bit of a fire hose and you need some tools to help you manage that. Talk a little bit about doing some tweets, about following others, how Twitter chats can be helpful to help you connect with others, but then other really neat tools like Nuzzle, if then this then that, the tweet archiver tool, tools that can help make this again, this fire hose of a content tool, help it to become more manageable for you. All right, so let's dive on into this. So first thing, I probably don't need to sell you on the value of how big Twitter is, but for what it's worth, there's over 330 million users and 500 million tweets are sent out a day. So there are a load of people using this tool. The thing is, sometimes, I don't know, we might think Twitter, oh, it's for sharing what you had for breakfast, or it's for following some movie star. But honestly, the education community has really embraced Twitter. And you can find so many amazing educators there that are sharing out valuable resources. So for you, this can be a tool that can help you connect and learn with other educators around the world. It could be that, just for example, maybe you're in a small school and maybe you're the only person who teaches a particular subject area in your school. Well, you're sort of a team of one. Well, no, you're not, because all around the world, there are people that teach the same thing you do. It's just a matter of connecting with them, finding them. I mean, that's really what building a PLN is all about. And Twitter is just one tool to do that. But no matter what it is you teach, whether it's a common subject or not, you can connect with like-minded educators across the city, across the state, across the country, and across the globe to be able to share resources and learn from them. It's also a great way to share successes of what's going on in your classroom so that you can get that information out to the world. All right, so real quick, as far as signing up for Twitter, if you have not done that yet, it's really easy to do. May not have time to do it at the moment, but I hope this encourages you to later on consider going over to Twitter and signing up. Basically, it's pretty straightforward. What you're going to do is fill in your name and a unique email address. You can't use the same email address for two different Twitter accounts. So if you need to have two different accounts, you need to have two different emails. So for now, though, you would go in and sign up with your name and your email address and pick a password. And it'll talk you through a couple of basic steps. So for example, you will need to pick a unique username that nobody else has used. And this is when you always see people talking about, tweeting at somebody, they got the at symbol in front of their username. For example, I am at Eric Curts. That is my Twitter handle. I was able to get my name, not a very common name. I'm only aware of one other Eric Curts in the world. And we've crossed paths a few occasions and chatted a little bit. So I was happy to be able to get that. But the point is, you'll pick a username that is unique to you, and you can change that over time if it doesn't suit you and you decide, as long as it's unique and nobody else has it. Other than that, it'll just run you through some basic setup things, as far as, adding a photo of yourself if you want to and things like that. It'll ask if you want to, import your contacts to find people to connect with and so forth and so on. So that'll be the initial sign up procedure to be able to get into Twitter and get going. Now, once you signed up for Twitter, you're like, well, where do I begin? Now, I know probably your thought is, oh, I should go to the Twitter website. So for example, let's say I head out to the Twitter website here. And sure, I can do that. I can head over to the Twitter website, and from the Twitter website, I can see, there we go. There we go. I can see things that are being tweeted here from people that I follow. I can see things that are, trending. I can see suggestions for following. And of course, I can go to, my own homepage on Twitter and see the things that I've been tweeting. The thing is, this is great, sure, but it's hard to manage. I mean, it's a fine site to go to if you just want to fire off a real quick tweet. If I just wanted to come here and create a quick tweet, that's fine. But with the amount of stuff that gets posted on Twitter and the amount of people that, like, for example, I follow 6,000 people on Twitter. I mean, that's an awful lot of awesome educators, and it's a little too difficult to manage on this site. So one of the very first things we're going to talk about is using an amazing tool called TweetDeck to be able to manage Twitter. And so TweetDeck used to be an independent tool. It got purchased by Twitter, and now I just for me anyway, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other awesome tools out there, but for me, TweetDeck seems to be the best way to keep track of all of the stuff happening on Twitter. So let's head over to TweetDeck and take a look at it and see what it looks like. So this is what the TweetDeck website looks like. Now, of course, I've already been using it, so there's lots of lots of stuff going on my screen here. But when you first get here, it'll be a little less crowded. But what I do is I just want to give you the quick overview of how TweetDeck is set up and why it is such a great tool to be able to manage everything that's going to be coming at you through Twitter. So what's really cool about TweetDeck is it takes advantage of what are called columns. And so as I scroll across here, you can see I have several columns, and each column is focusing on different content. And that's the beauty of this. Like I said, Twitter, you've heard me say it before, it's like a fire hose. It's so much information. Well, it doesn't have to be. What you can do in TweetDeck is you can add columns that are specific to certain things. You can say, I want this column just to be times when people mention a certain hashtag, or I want this column to be just a collection of certain people. Maybe I'll create a list of people that I like to follow, a subset, shall we say. And I just want this column to only be for those particular people if they tweet something. Or maybe just a certain user. Like, for example, I've got a column here that's just the Google for Education tweets. So this column is nothing but things that @Google for Edu tweets. So I can always see what Google is tweeting out. Then I've got a column that only has things that have a link to my website, Control-Alt-Achieve. And then I've got a column of anytime somebody mentions my @EricKurtz handle. And as I go across, you can see about lots and lots and lots of other columns here. Well, the way that you can add a column is pretty straightforward. All you have to do is come over here to the left-hand side, and you'll see there's a button that says Add Column. And if I click that, there's a bunch of pre-made things I can decide that I want to add. So let's say that we want to add a column for the conference today. So we want to be able to get all of the activity. And this is such a useful thing if you're at a conference, or maybe you're not able to attend and so you're attending remotely. Now we're all remote today, but what I mean is if you're physically at a conference, having a column set up for that hashtag for that conference is a fantastic way to stay in the loop all day on what's happening and to keep track of it. But like maybe you can't attend the conference and you weren't able to go, you can still get loads of professional development just by following the tweets that are coming out of that conference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I am going to add a search column. So I'm going to say I want to search for, and then I'm going to put in the search box the hashtag for the conference. And so this conference has a hashtag of CFISD DLC. So that is the hashtag that was set up for this particular conference. And if I come here and I run a search for that, there we go. And so over here, a new column has just been created. And this column is for anything that is being shared here at our conference here today, at our digital learning conference. And as I scroll down through this, I can see all of these tweets that are starting to go out. And if I scroll down through the list, you can see it's becoming very, very active as people are getting excited about the conference today, getting ready to learn, or plugging into their sessions. Now, another quick tip for you is once you do create a column like that, you want to be able to get to it easily. And so if I open up TweetDeck, again, it's going to be over far on the right-hand side and I won't be able to see it. So what you can do if you get a bunch of columns is you can come in here and you can simply take your mouse, hover it above the little handle here on the left, and I can drag the column and I can start moving it around so that it ends up being at the front for now, at least temporarily. And so I'll do that when I'm at a conference. I'll rearrange my columns so that I can very quickly see everything that is going on in that particular hashtag, for example. And then when the conference is over, maybe give it a few days, and when it settles down and gets quiet, I can come here, give a click, and I can see that I want to remove that column as well, and then add it back as we get ready to connect again for the next year, for example. All right, so hopefully, first of all, you're seeing how nice it is just to be able to have something like TweetDeck just to keep things organized so that you can, at any point, say you want to add a column for a search for a specific user, for a list of users that you want to be able to follow, for people mentioning you, followers, all of these different ways to help manage what is coming in. So that's a great starting point. Now let's go a step further than that. Now that we at least have a little bit of a feel for what TweetDeck is about, let's talk about actually doing a tweet. So let's go ahead and let's make a tweet. Let's put a tweet out there to everybody, for this session that we're doing right now. So when it comes down to creating a tweet, you can do that up to 280 characters. You can include text, links, pictures, hashtags. You can mention people. The hashtag is just a great way to categorize the tweet. You put the little hashtag sign in front of an agreed upon hashtag, like we mentioned, the one we have for today, but there's so many out there. And I've got a link in the agenda document that goes to a wonderful list of educational hashtags. If you follow that link out, you'll see there's a hashtag for everything, and you'll discover new ones all the time also while, for conferences and for other activities. So let's say we want to go ahead and create our tweet. And so we're basically going to make a tweet kind of like this, where we're going to share something out about how I'm excited about sharing about Twitter today at the conference. And then I'll go ahead and add a picture in, and I'll put a link to the resources. I'll throw in the hashtag for our conference. Maybe I'll do a mention of some of the resources we're looking at here today. And that will allow me to be able to share that out. So let's go ahead and do that. So here I am. I'm going to come here and under the new tweet section on the left, let's go ahead and start building our tweet. So what I'll do is I'll build this piece by piece. So I'll start off by saying excited to be, if I could spell, that would help. Excited to be presenting on Taming Twitter for Teachers and Techies this morning at the SciFair Digital Learning Conference. And I'll say resources here. And what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and grab the link for the blog post that has all of the resources. Go ahead and put that in there. And so now I've got that included in there. What else could make this tweet kind of exciting? Well, like we mentioned, hashtags are great to include. So I'm going to go ahead and throw a couple of hashtags in on this tweet. And so what I'm going to do is I've got my Control-Alt-Achieve hashtag, which is for my website. I've got hashtag EdTech for anything educational technology related. And then I've got the hashtag for the conference itself. Now, I could also include a mention of a user. So for example, I could say something like, thanks, and I could put in the Cypress Fairbanks ISD account to thank them for including me in the conference. So you can see we're building this tweet. We've got the content, we've got a link to resources, we've got some hashtags so people can find it easier if they're searching for that hashtag on TweetDeck, for example. And I also have included a mention of another user account. The @ symbol in front of SciFair ISD is for the SciFair user account. To make it a little bit more attention grabbing though, let's say we want to add an image. So I'm going to click on add images, and there we go. Here's my Taming Twitter image. I had downloaded that from my blog post. I simply went here and just right clicked and downloaded that. So I can add that image to the bottom. And then what I like to do also is I like to add in a little emoji usually when I do a tweet. And so one of the links I have in the agenda document is a site called Emojipedia. And if you head over to Emojipedia, you can search for emojis. And so, what might be a good emoji to include with this? Well, I mean, it is about Twitter, and the symbol for Twitter is the little bird. So maybe if I run a search for a bird, I could go in and just grab the bird. Now I know Twitter's usually is a blue bird. Some of these are not blue, but that's okay. I mean, we still associate the bird with Twitter. So I'll come in here and I will, from Emojipedia, I will search, find it, and I'll hit copy. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I will add that. I'm going to paste that in. Now that I copied it, I'll just paste that bird in at the front of my tweet. And there we go. I have built a tweet. And so now I have the content I want to share, and I've got the links and hashtags and everything in there. I'll go ahead and click on tweet to send that out, and it should pop up here in this column in TweetDeck. So let's take a look. Let's go ahead and hit tweet, give that a moment. And shouldn't take too long. We should see that popping up here in our first column there. And it hasn't shown up yet, but we'll give it a moment here and see if it gets through there. I may have to refresh to get it to show up. Oh, there it is. It came in. Yay! And now it's there. So there is my tweet that I just sent out. And at that point now, people can see that. They can, if they like it, they can click on the heart symbol. So the heart symbol is to say that you like the tweet. The little arrows below there is to retweet the tweet. So you can click on that if you want to comment on it and retweet it, or just retweet it. And then there's also the little button here to leave a comment, specifically for the person. So if I come here, I could click on the comment button and I could reply, and that would let me reply to the person who put that tweet out. So that's how I get the tweets out to the world. Now, let's say I want to do a couple more things while we're here. And that is, what if I want to start connecting with people? Because really, guys, that's what it's all about. Yes, it's wonderful. Please do what I just did. Share things, share out great resources. That's fantastic. But it's all about learning. It's about connecting with other people. So while I'm here, what a wonderful opportunity to start connecting with people. And how would I do that? By following people. So as I look through here, I can see all of these people who cared enough today to take time out of their day to be part of this conference. Well, you know what? It sounds like people I might want to be connected with. Maybe I want to learn from them too. So what I can do is, for anybody that is tweeting something or sharing something that's, I'm going, oh, that sounds awesome. I could click on that user. And if I am not following them, I can simply click on the follow link. And now I am following that person. And I could start going down through this list and be like, oh, here's another great person to connect with. And I could click on follow, and I could start following these folks. I do see Jen Giffen is here, and she is amazing. If you haven't followed Jen Giffen, you have to. Of course, I am following Jen Giffen. And Meredith Akers as well. If you're not following Meredith, you've got to follow Meredith. Jen and Meredith are just absolute rock star educators. But that's the idea, is little by little, we start clicking on people that say something that catches our eye. We go, oh, that's awesome. What a neat person to stay connected with. And that's the idea. Over time, it's going to take you a while. It's not going to be overnight, but little by little by little, as you start adding columns for different hashtags, you are going to start connecting with amazing people. And little by little by little, you will build this gigantic list of people that you are following. Now, there's other ways to do that as well. You can also connect through Twitter chats. And so the idea is usually, once a week, maybe twice a month, once a month, just depends on the Twitter chat. There will be a scheduled topic that people will be discussing through Twitter, and it will have its own hashtag for that chat as well. And that's a wonderful way to know that, oh yeah, Tuesday nights at 8:00, a certain, group does a Twitter chat. And that's another way to find loads of people to connect with and follow. I do have a link in the agenda that will take you out to some educational Twitter chats. If you follow this link, you will see a calendar that includes just so many Twitter chats. I guarantee you, no matter what you teach or what your interest is, there is a group out there for you. There is some group that is setting aside time, a certain day of the week, a certain time of the day, to do a Twitter chat. And again, what you do is you just go on that Twitter chat and you just start going follow, 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 follow. And you connect with all those like-minded people that are going to encourage and inspire you. Now, let's say you've done this for a long time, and now you've got a bunch of people that you're following. Well, now's where some of the other tools can really come in handy. One of the tools I love is a tool called Nuzzle. So Nuzzle is a website that what it does is it looks at everybody you follow and it bubbles up to the top what they are most excited about. What are, let's say I follow 6,000 people. So what are those 6,000 people liking and retweeting and getting excited about? So if I head out to the Nuzzle website, this is what it looks like. And I can see from all the people I follow, here are the top things that they are currently sharing or retweeting or liking. And then that is fantastic, because what it means is I am letting these 6,000 brilliant people curate some of the best content for me. So now I can come here once a day and I can scroll down through this list and I can see what all of these brilliant people have been saying. Oh, this is important. I like this. And suddenly I am now discovering these things by letting my PLN curate these amazing resources. And so Nuzzle works very well the bigger and bigger group you follow. So that's really important. A couple other tools to be aware of that can just help save you some time. One is a tool called If This Then That. And what it does is it allows you to set up little routines, and they can be for anything. It doesn't have to be for Twitter, but there's two of them that I've got linked in here. One is a If Then That routine that says to archive every tweet you ever post. And so anytime I tweet anything, I've got this this applet they call set up on the website and on the If This Then That website. And what it does is it feeds into this spreadsheet. And so this spreadsheet here has every single tweet that I have put out. And so it'll update. I don't know if it's got the one from now. It doesn't have the one from that I just did right now. It'll take a little. I think it updates every hour or something like that. But it will update, and the one that I tweeted out just a little bit ago will be here. That helps me keep track of my tweets. And then there's another one that it will let you. It'll archive any tweet you like. So if you end up saying, oh, I like a tweet, so you can get back to it later, anytime you do that, it'll throw it into a spreadsheet as well. And by the way, Jen Giffen has a really good blog post here, who I mentioned Jen a while ago. She's got a great blog post on how to set this up. And then another wonderful tool is a Google spreadsheet add-on. This is for Google Sheets. It's called Tweet Archiver. And what it can do is you can feed it a hashtag or a search term or a user, and it will record anytime somebody, tweets with that hashtag or that user. So for example, I set that up in Google Sheets. And here it is. And I used our hashtag for the conference today. And now you can see every time anybody has tweeted related to the conference, it is now collecting all of that in here. And again, like I said, it may take it just a little while to catch up with everything that's coming in. Like it probably does it like every hour or so, and then we'll see more tweets fill in. But what a wonderful way to set that up and be like, okay, not only am I going to follow this in TweetDeck, but when this conference is over, I'm going to have a Google spreadsheet that is absolutely just full of all of this amazing stuff that was shared. So anyway, to be sensitive to our time today, I am going to go ahead and start wrapping things up. I know we got just a little bit of a later start, so I want to make sure that we are sensitive to that, because I know other people are going to want to jump over to some other sessions, and I have a session that follows this one as well. So what I'm going to do is just finish up by saying everything you saw here today, all of these resources, links to these awesome tools can all be found on my Control-Alt-Achieve site. Again, just head to controlaltachieve.com. After you get to the site, put /Twitter on the end of the address, and that will take you to this particular page that has these resources. Especially, I would encourage you to scroll down to the spot where the session agenda is, and at that point, you will be able to access the different links and tools and resources that I mentioned throughout the session here. I absolutely hope that is helpful for you to demystify some of the craziness of Twitter, make better use of it, and connect with others. I look forward to connecting with you, and hopefully we can learn together using this wonderful tool. Aside from that, I would just say thank you for taking some time out of your day to be here, and please, when you do get some time, do investigate the rest of the Control-Alt-Achieve site. There are loads and loads and loads of blog posts. There's a resource page. I do a podcast as well. There are video webinars that are recorded, and of course the Control-Alt-Achieve book, which just came out a few months ago, filled with dozens and dozens of awesome student activities activities using Google Tools. Thank you guys again so much for being with us this morning. Oh, you might be muted there, I think.
Thank you. I'm just so excited. I started talking right away without unmuting. Oh, so Eric is not only a great presenter of fantastic information and shares on his website, but he's also a great MC. He's really doing a little bit of back-end work on the techie side for us too, with the muting and unmuting. But Eric does he's actually up next for our session 2. And so please stay with us. And he is going to be sharing making and taking lit trips and more with a new Google Earth. Wow, that sounds awesome. I can't wait to learn more. So Eric, I'm just going to turn it right back over to you if you're ready. And you are muted.
And I feel bad because I know we were just a little bit short on time there. And so I did want to, if people have not left, if anybody has not left, I apologize. I did not get the, and I'll share it out again. I did not get the attendance screen up there. So I'm going to share that out again. And I apologize if anybody has already left. I know we were just a little bit short on time there. And so if somebody is still viewing that, it was bit.ly/2TYPZF, and I had that queued up, but I absolutely my fault there. Did not get that pulled up, and that is to take attendance for that session. So bit.ly/2TYPZF. That was for the session that just completed. We'll have a similar one that I will make sure I do better to include and make sure I show that at the end of the session we're heading into right now. But just wanted to make sure.
So Eric, you did great, and thank you so much. And we did also post that a couple times in the chat. So you are perfectly fine.
Okay,
and
that's
if
good
you
then.
are ready and you don't need a break, I'm going to let you keep going.
That sounds like a plan. I'm going to go ahead then, and I'll just start into this session as well. I'm just going to queue up a couple of quick things here, but I think we will be in good shape. Let me just go ahead and get a few things moved around here on my screen. All right. I think we are good. Thanks for allowing me to do a quick little moment there of adjustment in between our session there. All right. All right. Looks good. All right. So, hey, guys, thank you so very much for being with us again here. So the session that we're heading into now is on making and taking lit trips and other Google Earth tours. Just like in our first session, I do have a page on my blog that has all of the resources that we're going to be taking a look at during this session. So before we get into anything, I want to make sure everybody can get to the resources. So what I would encourage you to do is to head over to controlaltachieve.com like we did earlier, but this time we're going to go to /maps. That is the page that has the resources that we're going to be looking at here. And what that page looks like is this. It says Google Maps Resources. Now you can either type in controlaltachieve.com, go to the site, then put the /maps on the end, or if you just go to the regular Control Alt Achieve site, with 2 clicks, you can get to where we need to go from the regular site. If you go to the Resources tab across the top, and then if you scroll down, you'll find there is a link in here for Google Map Tools. It's near the bottom of the resources, it says Google Map Tools, and that takes you to the exact same page. So with those 2 clicks, clicking on resources and then clicking on maps, that'll get you there, or just typing in the address control-alt-achieve.com and then putting a /maps on the end. Now, once you get to that maps page, there's a bunch of stuff on the page. We are going to be using the very first link that you see on the page. So you don't have to hunt or search or whatever. Very first link says session agenda, making and taking tours with Google Tour Builder. That is the agenda document that we're going to be getting into. It has all of the stuff about lit trips and Tour Builder and Google Earth. Everything's in there that we're going to be exploring. So that is the agenda document that you will want to access. So I'll give you guys just a moment to do that, and I'll do a quick intro for myself and about what we're talking about today. But hopefully that gives you enough direction to be able to get to the site and to get to the agenda document at the top of the site on making and taking tours with Google Tour Builder. All right, so go ahead and start pulling that up. And in the meantime, quick intro. So howdy, my name is Eric. I'm a tech integration specialist in Northeast Ohio, work with about 35 school districts up here. That's my day job. And then on the side, I run the control-alt-achieve.com website, where I share all of my googly resources and other tech resources. And then that gives me the opportunity to do things like this today, to connect with folks. I absolutely am so happy we're able to do this conference virtually, although I absolutely miss being there in person. For the last several years, I've had the absolute pleasure and honor to be at the conference in person, and I look forward to that day when we can all get back together and see each other. But for now, so glad that technology is allowing us to continue to learn together. So that's me, and I would definitely encourage you to check out the Control-Alt-Achieve site beyond what we're doing in this session. There's lots and lots of awesome things there. There's hundreds and hundreds of blog posts on the first page. There's a resources tab with resources for all the different Google tools. I do a periodic podcast if you prefer to listen. I do video trainings if you prefer to watch. And I even have a Control-Alt-Achieve book if you prefer to hold it in your hand and read it. So the book just came out a couple months ago and is filled with dozens and dozens of creative ideas on how your students can use Google tools in your classroom. For today, though, we're going to be focusing on the mapping tools, and specifically, we're going to be talking about something called lit trips. Now, I don't want to make it sound like this only applies to books, because the word lit trip certainly does indicate that. If you're here today and you're not an English teacher, that's awesome, because these are basically tours that can really apply to anything. Yeah, we're going to be using books as our example here today, but you could make a tour on anything. It could be something where you're visiting different biomes of the world. It could be a tour where you are, looking at a historical event and mapping out the Lewis and Clark expedition, for example, or whatever it might be. I've seen people in math use this to visit different buildings that are, in different 3D shapes. So we can say, oh, here's a cylinder, and here's a pyramid, and here's a rectangular prism. Really, it's just using the earth and using everything on the earth to be able to tell a story, to make a tour. Now, for this particular examples today, we're going to be looking at what we call lit trips, meaning you take a book, you take a novel, you take some book. It doesn't have to be a true book, but it has to be a book where, it took place in our world. So it could be fiction, but it was set in our world. And then basically what we do is we drop pins on the map to visit all of the locations that the book talks about. And what that does is it just brings this whole other amazing level of engagement and immersion for the students. So when a student is reading the book, they can also go to the place that it took place in and see and go, oh, that's what that looks like. Oh, I was kind of picturing it this way in my mind, but it's really neat to see that's actually where that would have occurred, whether it was a true story or fiction. This is the setting. And to learn more and to dive deeper. And it could be a situation where you're just using this as another way for the student to learn about the book they're reading, or the students could make these themselves. They can create their own. Maybe this is book a book report version 2.0. Instead of doing just a regular book report, they're making a book report where they're visiting the different locations from the book and they're explaining what happened, and they're making it much more engaging and exciting. So that's the plan for our time together today, is to look at a sample tour and go, aha, this is what a tour looks like. And then we want to talk about how you can find a bunch of these lit trip tours so that you can access ones that other people have made. But then we want to spend the rest of the time showing how you can build your own. And there's two ways to do that. We are going to talk about Tour Builder, which is the classic way. But as we said in the title, we're going to also look at the new Google Earth and how there's now a new way to build tours right inside of Google Earth. So that's the plan for all that we hope to accomplish here during this session. And again, if anybody has still not been able to get to the resources, just as a last reminder to you, just please head over to www.controlaltachieve.com, then put a /maps on the end. That'll get you to the maps page, and the very first link there, the session agenda, is what we're going to be working through. And it looks like we've got a whole bunch of people in there. So happy to have you guys in there with us. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get into this. So first thing first, we need to take a look. You've been hearing me talk about these lit trips, these tours, and we've just been kind of picturing what they're like in our mind. Well, let's try one out. So what I've done is I put a link in the agenda, bit.ly/lit trip sample. And then I also have one that I created called Small as an Elephant. And I'll talk a little bit about that one as well. That was the book I went through when I was learning how to make a lit trip. So this was what I created. The first one, though, is a much more professional one. So this one, the sample lit trip I have here, I believe it's for Esperanza Rising. And it's a little bit fancier than mine, and that's okay. So we can take a look at both of them and kind of see what a sample tour would look like. So I'm going to go ahead and use the link here, bit.ly/lit trip sample, and let that open up. Now, when you follow that link, what it should do is it should launch Google Earth. And it may take a moment. Google Earth is definitely a rather memory and processor intensive program or website. So it may take a moment for that to open up. But what you should get after clicking that link is you should get Google Earth opening. And down the left-hand side, you should see it is loading the tour for Esperanza Rising. Great book. I remember when my daughter read that when she was coming up through school. And this is a rather, like I said, a rather large tour. I think there's, 50 some locations that they put together. And you can see on the right how that tour is going to go. These are all the different spots that have been added in. Each of these are a little place mark that's been dropped from the book onto the map with information about it. Now, once it opens up, all you really have to do after you have opened up the tour is you just want to click on the present button. So kind of think of it like a slideshow. It's kind of like Google Slides. So when it first opens up, you know how when you open up a Google slideshow, you get like the film strip down the left-hand side, then you get the slides on the right, and then you hit the present button and it goes full screen. Yeah, pretty much the same idea here. When you open up a lit trip that's been created down the left, it's kind of like that Google Slides film strip. Well, if you click the present button up here at the top on the left, it'll now actually start running the lit trip. And that's the best way to experience it. That's going to be much more immersive. It's better than just clicking on each of the ones down the left side. This is the way it's meant to be seen. And so at this point, we will not go through the whole lit trip. It would take our whole time to do that. There's 57 locations here. But what you can see is we got a little welcome slide here, and then I can use the arrows at the bottom. And as I click through those, it's now going to start flying me into the different locations. And the way it typically works is this: for each location, it's going to have a view. In this case, we're just pulled way back, so we're seeing the whole thing. Eventually, we're going to start flying into the locations. And then what you're going to get on the right is a panel. Now, this panel can have a couple of things in it. It's got a media box at the top where you can have pictures and videos, actually quite a bunch. I know the limit used to be 25. I don't know if it still is that, but you can have a whole bunch of pictures and videos that you can scroll through. And then below there is the content area where you can have text and links below that. And so this is a great way to, again, when you visit a spot from the book, to watch a video about it, see a picture that, makes, that shows you that from that time, for example. And then below there, you can find links to other websites, and it can give you additional information as well. So we'll just start clicking through. And as you can see, at first, we're starting to zoom in now on where the story begins. We can start reading about that location. And the first few are probably just going to kind of get us started, setting up some characters, setting up the scene. And then before too long, we'll actually now get into the story. And so in this case, we're jumping into the story, and we start off talking about a quinceañera. And if you don't know, what that is, well, here's a video showing a quinceañero, which from my understanding, I believe that is 15th birthday. And so, that kind of kicks off the book. And so you can watch that video and you can read about that. And again, as we just keep on clicking, it's going to fly us from spot to spot to spot to spot. And there's loads and loads and loads of them here. We won't go through all of these, but as you can see, each time I click, it goes ahead and moves me into a spot where the story is taking place, maybe asks me some questions, gives me some links out to additional websites where I can learn more about what is going on in the story. Besides using the arrows, I can also click on table of contents, and that will let me just scroll down through the entire thing. And so I can just jump to something also. If I decided, I'm going to jump to chapter 7, sunset camp, no problem. Click on that. Boom, it's going to fly me out and fly me in. So I've jumped way up into the story. And so now I'm up to the spot where this is a spot in the story where this is a field that they're working. And again, you can see up here, we've got all of our pictures, and I can scroll through these pictures. And if I click on them, it'll make them large as well. And so again, giving me that historical perspective on what's going on in the story there. All right. And again, you get the idea. We could spend an awful lot of time going, and I should say this also, you're not forced to stick to just the view that you get here. Since this is Google Earth, I can use my mouse to move around. I can switch from 3D to 2D. I can zoom in, I can zoom out. So yes, they are giving you an initial starting point, and as you fly through, it'll move you into each one of those. But you certainly don't have to just view what they are presenting to you. You can explore around. So like at the very end of the book, we have this gorgeous mountain scene here. And so if I wanted to really, look around there, I could drag my mouse around. I could switch, like I said, from 2D to 3D and just really be able to soak in what is going on in this particular scene there. Awesome. Very good. Excellent. Well, when we're done with that, at any point, of course, we can use the little back arrow up here to exit out of the presentation, and it should pop me back out to the initial scene where we saw the entire trip there. Very good. All right. So I hope that gives you an idea of what a very well-made lit trip would look like. I do have a link here below that to the one I created called Small as an Elephant. And if you follow that link, it will open that one up for you. And again, you can come in here and click on the present button. And when you click on the present button, it'll go ahead and start running you through my lit trip that I created as well. And this one is for the book Small as an Elephant, which is about a boy who gets lost and abandoned when he is camping up in Maine, and he's from Chicago, and then he tries to get home from there. It's not a true story, but all the locations are real locations. And so each location along the way is something that happens in the book. And this is the one that I used when I was teaching myself how to do this. So definitely feel free to take a look at that one if you want. Later on in the session, I'll be using that as an example to show you some of the nuts and bolts of how one is built. If you'd like to look at some other examples, though, there are lots and lots and lots of other tours out there. So that's what we're going to talk about next. So the first thing was just the idea of what is a lit trip, what's it look like? So hopefully that gave you a good overview of it. Let's talk about being able to get others. We've just seen two examples, but there are loads and loads and loads of really awesome lit trips out there that people have created. So one place to go for this is a spot called Google Lit Trips. So the website is googlelittrips.org. That would be linked in here as well. You'll see right here below our sample tours, we have the Lit Trip website linked in, googlelittrips.org. And if you head over to that website, this is where people who have created these lit trips have been sharing them. And if you take a look, I'll zoom in just a bit to make this a little bit larger for you here. Down the left-hand side, you will see the Lit Trip library. And you can look at all the titles alphabetically, or you can look at them by grade level if that helps you to narrow down a little bit. So if you come in here alphabetically, you'll see, I think they've got about 80 some, 83, and more getting added, all the time. But these are a nice wide range of lit trips that have been created. And this is the full list, but again, you can also narrow it down by grade level. If you find one that you like and you would like to try out that lit trip, you do need to be a member. There's no cost or anything like that. But if you go to the left-hand side, you'll see at the very top, there's a member registration that allows you to sign up to say, hey, I would like to be able to access these lit trips. And after you sign up, it's real simple to do. Just fill out that form. Then you can go down to the bottom of the left-hand side where it says request a lit trip. And if you click on that, you just simply put in your email address. So, I could put in my, my Eric Curts email address, and then I could pick which lit trip I want to have. And then that's it. You hit request lit trip, and basically they send you an email, and that email has in it the link to the lit trip. So when I gave you guys this link here for Esperanza Rising, that's exactly how I got it. I simply went to the lit trip website, I registered, and then they sent me the link for that particular lit trip. So I would definitely encourage you to check out the Google Lit Trips website as a great way to be able to find a nice large collection of lit trips that people have made. In addition to that, though, I've also just collected a few, not many, but a few that I've seen here and there that people have shared. So if you scroll down just a little bit further in our agenda document, you will see I've got a collection of some of these here as well. The small as an elephant one is still there as well, but you can see there's a few other ones that aren't all lit trips. They don't necessarily connect to a book. They could cover a lot of different subject areas. Here's a kindergarten one on 3D shapes in the real world, grade 2 animal habitats, grade 4 US landmarks, grade 5 American Revolution. Here's a tour of Egypt. Here's a Major League Baseball stadiums, tour. So there's a nice wide range of those that are available there as well. Now, these are going to open up a little bit differently. They're going to open up in something called Tour Builder, but then from Tour Builder, we can launch them into Google Earth. And that's what we're going to be heading into next, is we're going to talk about how these two different tools, Tour Builder and Google Earth, can both be used to build your own. Having said that, though, let me just show you real quick how it would look if you want to try one of these out. These tours were built with Tour Builder before Google Earth had the building feature included in it. So for example, I know we've talked about my small as an elephant lit trip that I did. I've got two links here. The first is the Tour Builder version that I built in Tour Builder, and then the other one is the Google Earth version that I built in Google Earth. So I built it both ways. I've tried both of the tools. Tour Builder used to be the only option we had. Now we can do it directly in Google Earth as well. But if I click on the Tour Builder link, you'll see that it'll open that up. And Tour Builder is the tool we used to, and we still can. It's a wonderful tool. It's the tool that we used to use to build these tours. And you can see that when that opens up, I have down the left-hand side all of my different locations. And oops, There we go. Download. I have all my different locations. And then I've got my next and back buttons here that will, oh, whoops, I may have to refresh this. I don't think it loaded in all the way. There it goes. Sorry about that. Just had to refresh that and get that to load in. There we go. That looks a little bit better. And so now as I use my next button, it will fly me in to each location. And then just like we saw in Google Earth, here are the pictures and the videos at the top. Here's the text below there. Things are just positioned a little differently. Instead of being on the right-hand side, the content is on the left. But again, I can click the next buttons to fly in and fly out. And of course, when I get to these locations, I can zoom in and zoom out there as well. I can also grab Pegman here if I want to go into Street View mode and look at something from Street View mode, and then I can pop out of Street View as well. Now, Tour Builder can be used, like we see here, to take a tour. So just like we did in Google Earth, I can simply keep clicking next and it can jump me through location to location, and I can go on the tour and I can see the pictures and I can read everything. However, if you want, what you can do in Tour Builder is you can go up to the menu in the top right-hand corner, and there's a little drop down up there in the top right, and one of the options says Open in Earth. So even if you build something in Tour Builder and play it in Tour Builder, you have the option of also playing it in Google Earth. So if I come up here to the menu and I say Open in Earth, it'll take that same tour and go ahead and pop it out into Google Earth, and there we go. And that's what we saw a moment ago. I can hit the present button now, and away we go. So the exact same tour, but I'm seeing it in Google Earth, and now the content is on the right-hand side instead of the left. Of course, the benefit of this is it's a little bit more immersive because it's Google Earth, so it really feels a lot more, 3D, rather than what we were seeing a little bit more flat in the Tour Builder version of it. All right, very good. So that gives you a couple of ideas on places to find tours. Like I said, you can either go to the Google Lit Trip website to find a bunch of them that have been shared there, or feel free to explore some of these. The only one I created was Small as an Elephant. All the rest of these are courtesy of other amazing educators who were kind enough to share those. All right. Now, with that said, let's now talk about, so what if you want to make your own? Up till now, this has been awesome. I mean, you can just, grab all these amazing tours on the Google Lit Trips website, or you can find other tours that other educators have shared. But what if you want to make a tour? What if you want your students to make a tour? That would be fantastic as well. So what I'd like to do is show you very briefly both of the tools. I want to show you the old way we've done it, which is Tour Builder, how to use Tour Builder to create a tour. But then I want to show you we can now also do it right in Google Earth. And there's, pros and cons to both of them. I think they're both great tools. You just got to decide which one you're more comfortable with and which one meets your needs better. So let's start with the old way of doing it. First, we'll take that route first, and that is using a site called Tour Builder. So again, if you're in our document and you're scrolling on down below the samples that we've seen, you'll see highlighted in yellow a link to tourbuilder.withgoogle.com. And so if you go ahead and click on that link, that'll take you out to the Google Tour Builder website. And when you get to the Tour Builder website, if you have not signed in yet, you can go ahead and sign in. And then once you get signed in, you will see there is a button that says Create a Tour, and that will allow you to be able to, oh, I haven't signed in yet. Let me get signed in real quick. There we go. Now I'm signed in. Once you're signed into your account, it's just your regular Google account. Once you're signed into your account, you'll see, and I'll zoom in just a bit so we can see this a little bit better. You'll see a big button that says Create a Tour, and that will allow you to launch Tour Builder. In the future, any tours you create will show up in the My Tours button up here as well. And if somebody has shared a tour with you, it'll show up in the Shared Tours button. All right, but let's go ahead and just create just a couple of locations, just really basic. We'll keep it as simple as can be, but just show you the general idea of how Tour Builder could be used. Then we'll jump over to how Google Earth could be used instead. So from the Tour Builder website, I'll click Create a Tour. It'll ask me to give it a name, and I'm just going to do my same small as an elephant example. I mean, I won't do the whole tour. I'll just do a couple of locations from it, but I'll go ahead and name it small as an elephant, put in my name, and this is private. Nobody will see your tour until you decide to share it. So I'm going to go ahead and click Create Tour. Give that a moment. Let me zoom back out now that we've got it up here. And that's it. As simple as that. We are now in the edit mode of Tour Builder. And so at this point, I can now start building my tour. And the first thing you're going to notice is you have like an introduction or a welcome screen here. The welcome screen does not have a specific location. So we're not adding a pin on the map. This is more like just like the cover photo. And so what you can do here is you can go to the description box here, and you can fill in some text to explain what this tour is going to be about. In this case, I just give a little blurb about what the book is about. You can add bold, italics, underline, links. So I added a link out to the website for the book. I added some links like to my blog, things like that. You can bullet, number, you know, and so forth. And so that allows me to go ahead and fill that in. And then if I wanted to add a photo, I could probably go out to Google Images and probably find a photo for small as an elephant. Should be probably a book cover. Yeah, there we go. That would work fine. So I could come here and I could save this image, and we'll go ahead and save that. Looks good. And so now if I go back here, I could add that photo. We'll just go ahead and upload that. So we'll grab that, and there we go. Give that a moment to add it in. And now I've got that photo. So not much happening on the introduction. This is just like the little title slide. So the name of your tour, a description, and maybe a photo to get it started. Where things really get cooking is when you start adding locations to your tour. And that's what the big add location button is over here on the far left. If you click that, this is where now you start looking for a spot to drop on the map. Well, this story starts off in a place called Seawall Campground. That's the that's where they're doing their camping. And so if I run a search for Seawall Campground, it's up in Maine. There it is. Yep, that's exactly it. That is Seawall Campground. That's where the story takes place, up in Acadia National Park. And so I could run a search for that. And if it finds the location, great. I can simply click Add to Tour, and then it will actually add it in. If it can't find it just perfect, I can also click Drop Place Mark instead, and I can drop my own pin. If I didn't like exactly where that was, I could hit Drop Place Mark and find a spot that I like better around there. But this is totally fine. That's a good location. So I'll click Add to Tour, and there we go. Down the left-hand side, you can see I now have that location. And from here on out, we're just going to fill in a bunch of things about that location. So there's, again, the little description down here. So I can, you know, explain what's happening in the story. I can add links. I can ask questions of the student or the reader. Of course, I can come here and I can add pictures, up to 25 photos and videos. So in this case, I might search and say, okay, let's find, you know, Seawall Campground, Seawall Campground, and see if there's some pictures there. Looks like there certainly are. I could go ahead and grab some of those, make sure it knows it's the one up in Maine. Yeah, so, you know, maybe a picture here of somebody camping might be a good image to add. And then if I wanted to go back and add more pictures, maybe I'll search for Acadia National Park. And I could, you know, grab a cool picture from there. Maybe there's a picture with a sign of the park. Yeah, there we go. So we could grab, like, you know, the Acadia National Park image. So now I've got, you know, a picture of a camp in the campground. I've got the park. And of course, I could also come over here and I could search YouTube, and maybe there's cool video for Acadia National Park. and I could add that into. So yeah, let's add this video in. And so you get the idea. You can keep adding as up to 25 items there in the media. If there is a date associated with this point on the map, you can do a start and end date. That would work for something historical. Maybe you're doing, Lewis and Clark expedition, like we said. But in this case, no, we're just saying that, this doesn't have an actual date and time because it's a fictional book. And then lastly, if I come down here to the bottom of this panel on the left, I can change the icon, and I could pick a different icon. For example, since they're camping, maybe this one with a tent would work well. I could also put in a link to a custom icon if I want. Besides that, I can also adjust over on the map. I can zoom into the map and get the exact location that I'm happy with. And if I am, I can click lock this view, and then that locks that in. And that's what students are going to see when they first start. In addition to that, you can grab Pegman and you can drop him in here as well if you want to have him start with if you want the view to start zoomed in on Street View. So I could drop him in and I could say, this is actually where I want it to fly into, is I want to actually fly into the campground itself. And so when we run the tour, it doesn't just fly to the location. I can actually lock it in so that it flies into the Street View. And then of course they can always exit from Street View as well. So that's up to you how you want to set the initial look. Just hit lock this view when you're happy with it. And that's the idea. We would just keep repeating this, over and over again. I'd say add location, and I would add the next one. I won't really do any more other than just to show you the idea. So like Bar Harbor is the next location. And I'd say, yep, I want to add Bar Harbor to the tour. It adds it in. And of course, I'd probably zoom in so it's a little bit of a more exciting picture, lock that view in, and you get the idea. I'd add pictures, I'd add text, I'd add the icon, and basically just keep on doing this. It's kind of like a slideshow. It's like Google Slides and Google Maps got married and had a baby, and this is what comes out of it. And so here you go. So down the left-hand side, we just keep on adding all of our locations. We keep adding content to the locations. If you accidentally make a mistake, you can drag them around, reorder them. You can go in and delete a location. You can edit the content for the location. And that's it. That's the gist of building it in Tour Builder. Now, when you're all done building it in Tour Builder, you come up and click Done Editing, and that will basically, say that's it, I'm finished. And again, obviously I haven't really filled in all of this. If you want to see, I'll drag over an example of the completed one. Here's what it looks like when it's completed. So you can see, there's the introduction with everything, and then here's Seawall Campground, and then here's Bar Harbor, and you can see that each location has all the content and the title, and some of them have pictures and videos with them. It just depends on each one. I kind of handled a little bit differently, but there's the entire tour that you can see what it looks like. But I'll move that back out of the way, and we'll just look at our little sample here. So when you're all done building it, now at any point you can always go back to Tour Builder, and then you can just go to My Tours, and then you can just open it right back up again. And then you can jump right back in, and you can go to edit, just go up to the menu in the top and click edit and start back in to keep working on it. So you don't have to finish it all at one time. But when you are done, you can now share this with others so that they can see it. And so what you could do is, after finishing editing, you come up here to the share button, and you can share it with individual people, put in their email addresses, or you can change it from being private by hitting the change button and say, this is visible to anybody with the link. And if you hit save, now I can copy this link up here, and anybody who gets that link can now take my tour. And that's what I did in our agenda document when I gave you guys this link to my Small as an Elephant tour. This Tour Builder link, that's exactly what it is. I simply went in there and I made it, change it from private to anybody with the link, and then copied that link. All right, so I'll hit save and share, and there we go. Oh, it got mad at me. I'm not sure what I made it mad somehow there. Okay, we'll hit done. There we go. Hopefully it's happy now. Yes, it does look like it is happy now. All right. Now so that's how we used to have to do it. If you wanted to make a tour, this is where you created your tour. This is how you added content and how you shared it. The drawbacks to this, the biggest drawback, I mean, I love Tour Builder. It's so easy. It's just very intuitive. It's simple to use. Great tool. The only drawback is it is not collaborative. So you can't edit it with somebody else. So when I hit the share button, I'm not sharing edit rights. I'm sharing view rights. So basically these people are able to view the tour, not work on it with me. So Tour Builder is for a single person to edit. Now you could have a group of students working and everybody's writing the content, but one person's putting it into Tour Builder, for example. So that's probably the biggest, drawback of Tour Builder is that it's not live collaborative between multiple people. But if you're just looking for a really simple way to make a tour that pretty much anybody can catch on to right away, this is a great tool for it. Well, there's now another option. And of course, you'll see it at the top. Tour Builder's letting you know, hey, guess what? You can do this in Google Earth now. And so, yes, we can now also build a tour inside of Google Earth instead. And so if we go back up to our link for Google Earth, so that was back on page 1, right below the sample tour, it says the new web-based Google Earth. It's just earth.google.com. If we head over to Google Earth now has the ability to build a tour right inside of Google Earth. Now, keep in mind, yes, if I build it in Tour Builder, I can always hit the menu button in the top and I can say open in Earth and it will play it in Google Earth. But the point is we don't even have to build it in Tour Builder and then open it in Earth. We can now do the whole thing in Earth. So let's show you how that works. So if we head over to earth.google.com, and we'll go ahead and launch Earth. Give that a moment to open up here. I'll show you where this happens at. Okay, so here we are. Here's Google Earth. Awesome, fantastic. And we could spend a whole session just on Google Earth. There's so many great features on here. You've got your search button, you've got your Voyager button where they've got all sorts of awesome tours that have already been created for you. There's the I'm feeling lucky button to take you anywhere. There's the measurement tool. There's just so many neat things. But what I want to show you is down the left-hand side of Google Earth, there's a new button that got added, 6 months ago, 9 months ago. It's been in the last year, and it's the button called Projects, and it looks like a little map pin. And so if you go over to the left-hand side and click on the Projects button, what you'll see is it opens up this panel where you can either access projects that you have already created and or saved, or you can create a new project. So I created Small as an Elephant inside of Google Earth. I will go ahead and create a new one just to show you the basics, and then we can open up the finished project so you can see what it looks like when it's all done. But this is the point, is now from Google Earth, you can click the Projects button, then you can click New Project, and you can create a brand new project, a Google tour right here in Google Earth. Now, it does get saved to your drive. So if you've created one in the past, you can open it from Google Drive. And then you don't have to know about KML files, but those are the files that are kind of behind the scenes with a lot of this stuff. So like if I'm in Tour Builder, I can come up here and I can export a tour as a KML file. And if you just want to really impress people because you have special Google knowledge, you can impress them by letting them know what KML stands for. KML stands for Keyhole Markup Language, because Google Earth used to be a product called Keyhole. That was the name of Google Earth. It was a separate company. They made Keyhole. Google liked it and bought Keyhole and turned it into Google Earth. So, but we still have KML, Keyhole Markup Language, as the file format type for those files. But what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to go to New Project and just say I want to create a brand new project in Google Drive. It's going to it'll save it in my drive. So let's create a new project and we'll give it a name. And for today, I'll just come in and I'll just call it, demo tour, but it's going to be my small as an elephant tour that we've used before here. But I'll just call it demo tour. And I can go ahead and save that. Excellent. All right. So there's my demo tour that I've created. Now that I've got the tour named, what I want to do is I want to start adding all of the different locations that we had done in Google Tour Builder instead. And what you're going to do is you're going to use this button underneath the title of the tour that says new feature. And what you can do is you can add a couple of different things. One is you can search to add a place. Well, that's exactly like what we did when we were in Google Tour Builder is, so I'll go ahead and just drag Tour Builder over. So like in Tour Builder, when I was editing, and I said I wanted to add a location and I searched for it. That's what this is, search to add a place. Or I can add a place mark if I want to drop a pin on the map. That's just like in Tour Builder when I click drop a place mark, same thing. Or I can draw a line or a shape. Now that's something that's cool. We did not have that in Tour Builder. It drew the lines for us to connect things, but we're allowed to draw our own lines or shapes. So if we want to show a region or a path, we can do that. And something else that it has that Tour Builder didn't have is what we call a full screen slide. Remember when we did Esperanza Rising, the welcome splash screen, that was a full screen slide. So I might do that. I might say, hey, you know what? Let's do a full screen slide. And this will be our introduction. So this will be my introduction. And then I'll take the same content that I had shared before on my Tour Builder introduction, and I'll put it in here instead. And so here is that same information, a blurb about the book. I can add links in and bullets and everything very much the same as that. And then I can add a picture for this full screen slide, and I can just do the same. We'll just go ahead and use this small as an elephant title, the same book. There we go. We've got that added in. Awesome. And so that looks good. Once I'm happy with that little start there, I'll go ahead and use my back arrow. And now the introduction has been added in as my first thing. So there'll be a full screen slide. Now, if you want to see what that looks like, you can hit present at any point and you'll see there it is. There's my title and there's my introduction. And then I'll just exit back out of that. Well, let's add a couple of locations to just show you what that looks like. We'll just kind of replicate what we did. So let's say we want to search for a place and we're going to search for Seawall Campground. So we'll search for Seawall Campground and there it is. As long as we're happy with the location, yep, that is the spot. That's Seawall Campground. I come over here and I click the Add to Project button on the right, and that's it. It's going to add it in, and I can decide if I just want to add it just as it is, or do I want to edit it? Well, I do want to edit it because I want to add my own information about it. So I'll click Edit Place, and now it has added Seawall Campground into my tour, and I can kind of do some little edits to this. So for example, let's say the information, it pulled this information in from Google. So I can click replace and I can put my own information in there. And so now I've put in the little blurb about what's happening, and I'm asking a question of the reader. And then of course, here's where you add in pictures. So very much like we saw before, we won't go through that whole process again, but you get the idea that if I looked for example, Acadia National Park, I could now find, we'll just grab the sign again that we did last time. There we go. Here's a nice Acadia National Park sign. And again, I can add as many pictures and videos up here as I did with Google Tour Builder. So I can come up here and keep adding pictures and adding videos. Here's my description. And then I can pick again the icon, and there's a couple of quick easy to access ones here. But if I click the little dots here, I can say see more icons, and I can even search. So I could type in the word camp, and I could find, for example, a camp tent icon there. very nice. And I can change the color too if I want to, make it whatever color I prefer that icon to be. There is one other thing you can tweak that's a little different, and that is how big is the information box that holds this information. So the picture and the text, and you can jump between small info box, large info box, or no info box. I usually leave it on small. That takes up the least amount of room so you can really see what's happening. And that's pretty much that. Oh, also, yes, you can zoom in just like before, zoom in and click capture this view when you want to lock in the starting view, just like we did before as well. All right. And that's it. We just keep repeating this process. I would keep adding, as many of these as I want. So let me go back to one that I finished. So here's the one I did. Here's small as an elephant. That I had finished. Now I didn't draw in the lines. I still need to do that. So I don't have the lines drawn in to show the tour, but here's all of the different locations. So there's Seawall Campground and, and there's a little box there. And of course, Bar Harbor flies up to there. But the point is, I am now still in edit mode, though I'm not really presenting this. So any one of these, I can click the little pencil icon and I can go in and I can change the information about each of these locations as I go. And so here's my entire tour that I've built. And of course, when I'm ready to run it, I just hit the present button and there we go. Now I can start moving through the tour inside of Google Earth with the one that I built inside of Google Earth. Now, what's really cool about this, besides the cool title slides you can add and some of those other fun things, is this is collaborative. So when I built this tour, I can go to the very top of the left-hand side of my tour and you'll see an icon of a person with a plus next to it. That's to share the project. I can click that and I can share it with specific people and I can give them edit rights so that they are able to actually collaborate and work with me on this. So if I went in here and I added my normal account, I can make them an editor and I could send that away. And now I could work with somebody else on this and your students can collaborate together. And of course, you can also get the link to give to others. So right now, anybody on the internet can view this. If I hit copy link, I could now give that link out to somebody, which is exactly what I did in our agenda to give you guys this link here next to small as an elephant. All right, well, I know we're out of time already. We're at the very, very end here. So I do want to say a few things as we start to wrap up. One is, because I had missed this in the first session, so this is the attendance link to get attendance for attending this session. It's bit.ly/3GWWP. So that's the link for this particular session. And that may have been shared out a couple other ways as well, but I wanted to make sure you guys got it here. I do want you to also, as we wrap up, certainly say thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to be a part of this session. And I want to let you know that everything, of course, that you saw here can always be found on my blog. For this particular session, again, it was controlaltachieve.com/maps. That will take you to the mapping page, and then from the mapping page, this was the agenda document we went through today, but there's lots of other map resources here as well. And of course, Control-Alt-Achieve covers loads of more things besides just that. But again, want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Again, the attendance link is bit.ly/3GWWP. And I will turn this back over to you guys now and say thanks again. It has been an absolute pleasure working and learning with you guys today.
All right, thanks, Eric. That was fantastic. I know a little bit about Google Earth and Tour Builder, and now I just learned a whole lot more. And I think it's going to be great for myself. I go to your Control-Alt-Achieve page frequently, and I'm on your email notification. Yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
So all of y'all follow Eric, and thank you again. And in just a few minutes, in 10 minutes, we are going to have Trisha Roffey coming up with Design with Drawings. So I will be putting up a commercial, and everyone take a break. And Eric, thanks again.
Thank you.
Particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
Good morning, everyone. Our Trisha Roffey has been unexpectedly delayed. However, we have a couple of our Cypher ISD gurus in the house, and they are going to be on in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. So we have Manny Turiel, and we are also going to have
Christine Morgan.
Christine Morgan. Can you believe
Let me take these off because I look like, there you go. because we're just going to make this happen, okay?
We sure are.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm waiting for Morgan, but I'm gonna share my screen and open drawings. We're doing drawings, right? Okay, I'm going to be doing drawings. Let me open my browser and let's start. Oh my goodness. All right, let me just think of what am I gonna do.
Manny,
What?
you're doing great.
So drawings, you are going to start a new drawing. I use it to make like buttons. If you have Schoology, this is gonna be your best friend because you can make super awesome designs and customize them. And it's super easy. So if you go to your drive, this is what I always do. So you go to a drive and then you go to more. Here's your Google Drawings. There's other things that you can build, but Google Drawings is your BFF. It's so cool. So whenever Morgan comes in, because she has a presentation, I don't. I just like, I'll do it. I'll take over. All righty. So this is your panel that you'll be working in. Whatever I didn't know is that, look at this. You can resize it to whatever measurement you want. And if you are super particular about your sizing, notice that you have a ruler here. Or if you go to File, you can change the setup page. So you can have specific sizes. And this is really important. Are you going to do it in pixels or are you going to do it in inches? It does make a big, huge difference. So let's do some kind of button. So I'm going to insert a shape. And I like the ones that are like rounded corners. So let's say that you're going to do like a, I don't know, something that says school, welcome to class that you're going to put in your Schoology thing. So that's my shape. You double click and it's going to let me insert text. Just put the welcome, double click. I am going to center my text. And I love fonts. I love the permanent marker. And Avi, I need to make it way bigger. There you go. Oh, way bigger. There you go. Let me move it around. I can welcome to second grade, because that's what I thought. Hoover, hello. Where is my two? There you go. Welcome to second grade. I'm not a fan of this color, so when I click on it, I have all these options. So I don't like white. So let's do that. And then my background, when I click on the little checkerboard, which means it's going to be transparent, I'm going to click on background and I want a black because white is not my color. Then from here, you can insert all kinds of things. Is Christine going to come? Because just, all right. Insert, and you can add an image. I like to do it from my computer because if you notice down here, I have my OneDrive file stream and my Google Drive file stream and the OneDrive, and you get those in your Avanti. Avanti is your best friend. They have lots of things in there. So I click on upload from my computer, and I'm gonna go into my Google Drive. Yeah, go to the Avanti and download those because you can import from all kinds of places. Where is Drive? I need my pictures, postcards, lore, pictures right here. And then I have, where is that picture that I'm looking for? It's a GIF. And it's pronounced GIF, people. It stands for graphic. I can't find it. It's probably in downloads. You see, that's why you don't want to just do it from Google because you don't know where it really is. There you go. Here it is. Look at that. Yes. Who does not like something that's moving, right? Then you can add your text. You see, like you're creating something cool for them. Oh, but now once you download it, it's going to be static. So, oh well, let's not put a GIF. Let's insert a Bitmoji. And now that I'm bald, I redid mine. And there you go. And I like it hanging from here. There you go. How about that? Fabulous. I can add some text, a text box. I want to put it right here. And I need to obviously make my text white. So I'm going to change it to white. And you can say, welcome to Hoover. That was me, Hoover LM. Enter. I will be, well, you get the point. You just put your little blurb. I will change Arial because nobody likes Arial. And I will make this bigger. You put your whole text in there, and that will be a picture that you can have in your Schoology page. You have to download it as a picture, obviously. So let's see if we can, you'll click on File, and you will do, where's Download, and then you have PNG. The difference between, you want to do PNG instead of JPEG, because PNG, JPEG is from the 90s, okay? We don't do JPEGs no more. You want some transparent, better quality that it will be a PNG or rather than a JPEG. That's just something I do. And then when you download it as a PNG, obviously you have to name it. I can say Schoology welcome, like that. And then I can download as a PNG. And it will download right there on my downloads. So if I open my downloads and I search for it because I have so much stuff. There you go. And it's right there. So you can upload it. Now you can, if you're going to start it anywhere else, you can add links to this as well. So let's say that I'm gonna, I don't know, this is the previous session. So I'm just gonna add it in there. So you highlight the text and then you get the link. Oh, I didn't highlight the text. So you highlight the text. All right. And then you paste it and boom, you have a little button there that looks better. Oh, okay. Oh, Trisha's here to save the day. Yes, teamwork. Well, thank you.
Thank you for stepping in. You are so awesome. Manny Curiel, our own instructional technology specialist here in Parkersburg ISD. And we have Trisha Roffey on the line. And I believe she is getting connected.
Hi, everybody.
Hey. Let's see. Can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Wonderful.
absolutely. All right. We are so glad you made it across the miles, across the internet superhighway.
Yeah, it was definitely easier getting here this time from Canada when I can do it online, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so whenever you're ready, you should be able to share your screen. And Trish, we have you as Design with Drawings. Put your students inside their learning.
Absolutely. And so I'm so excited about this part today because really it's an opportunity for us to really do some very creative design today. And that's what this is all going to be about, regardless of what we're doing, whether that's in our face-to-face classrooms or whether that's in our online or remote distant learning, whatever that looks like, we can really look at some unique demonstration of learning. So I'm going to be taking you through Design with Drawings so that you can see some different things. Now, what's different about this is normally this workshop is very hands-on. So for anybody who is participating along with us, I really want to go quite slow for you. And I'm going to talk through some things as if we were doing this together, so that you have the opportunity to really participate along at home or wherever you are right now and trying those different techniques. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share my screen with you. And we're going to jump in and get started. And we're going to play in some playgrounds. This is going to be our goal today. So I'm going to jump in right here, and hopefully everybody is able to see my screen, and we're going to go. So this is Design with Drawings, and we really want to look at making learning visible and how we can put students inside their learning. Now, I've made this presentation today available to everybody, but we're also going to be giving you lots of extra goodies. So even today, if you're like, well, I'm not ready to quite design yet, like this, maybe I want to spend a little bit more time learning, you absolutely can do that. And you can just take the templates and things that I've created and be able to use those with your students right away. So one of the things I'll just talk to you about just briefly is who I am. So I am Trisha Roffey, and I'm a technology consultant here in Alberta, Canada. And my job is to work with teachers to really use technology to enhance our traditional teaching and learning, not to take away from teaching, not to just digitize our learning, but to really allow for a deeper exploration of understanding without just filling in the blank. And so that's where I got very, very inspired by drawings. And so one of the things that I really looked at is how creativity is as important as literacy. We really want our students to be creative. You know, how many times in our classrooms do we show something and it's like you get back 37 of the exact same assignment and they're like, is this okay? Is this okay? We really want students to be able to do this themselves, to be able to know that their work is good, to be able to take this to another level without us. So I'm going to be taking you through some of those different things so that we can get away from dumpster projects, those paper projects that we make in a school environment only, and they don't exist anywhere else. And so we want to make sure that we have that opportunity to be able to do these projects in a way that are real life. So instead of just maybe making a threefold brochure, perhaps we can build a mock website landing page or some fake Instagram posts or some of those different things that can showcase that same learning but exist in the real world. So what we're going to look at today is a bit of how do we fill our Google Drawings checklist, our skills checklist. What can that look like for our students? And so not only do we want to just be able to look at, say, what we might think of as a graphic organizer is probably what we're used to using Google Drawings for. We want to be able to look at images and the side space for teaching, and we want to look at some of the toolbar features, and then of course some little extras. And that's what I'm going to take you through today. So what we're going to start with is a really small, slow project where we can put our students inside the learning, and then we're going to level up with whatever time we have left this morning, just to be able to showcase some of the other things that our students can do. Now, if you're new to Google Drawings, this is kind of your first experience with it, or maybe you haven't really dabbled that much, it allows us to design for the real world. It's very interactive, and it's a free and easy publication tool. We don't have to worry about install programs. It will automatically save to Google Drive. And of course, we can encourage that creativity as well with our students. And we can have assistive technology if that is something that your students need. So the other thing I'm going to mention is that everything I'm going to show you today in Google Drawings will absolutely work in Google Slides. And so people will ask me, Trish, why do you use either? Like, which one is the better tool? Really, the toolbar functionality for graphic design is the same, with the exception of Google Drawings offers us one page and a transparent background if we need. That's great for stickers and buttons and things, where Google Slides allows for multiple pages, more video options, and we can go into presentation mode. So if you are more comfortable today working inside of Google Slides than Google Drawings, that's not a problem at all. And we're going to make that work. So what I want to do is I just want to make sure that we jump in and have a little bit of fun here this morning. So the first thing that I'm going to be showing you today is how we can jump into your work. We're going to work on this together so that we can have our students work on this. And this is a really great way to have kids be inside of their work. This is going to be great for some back to school projects. How was your summer? It's also a fun way to have students maybe showcase some mathematical concepts, pointing to things, you know, showcasing emotions or characters of a story. So what I'm going to invite everybody to do at home, if you want to be able to participate along, is simply open up a new Google Drawing. How you can do that is you can go to drawings.google.com. You can go to your app launcher and launch Google Drawings. Or of course, you could go to your Google Drive and you could launch Google Drawings that way. And as soon as you go to drawings.google.com, it's just going to give you a blank canvas for us to be able to work on today. So that's step one, and I'm going to give a little pause for a moment just for anybody who's participating with us to be able to do that. Now, one of the things that we want to make sure that we are doing today is we're just going to be able to, first of all, grab a picture. Now, this can be a picture that you've just found on the internet. It could be a picture of your own self that you just taken with your webcam today. If you have one in your drive, that's no problem. And I'm going to be showing you how, in one simple step, we're going to be able to remove the background for our students and put them inside of the work. And so I'll start often sometimes with a blank template like this. This doesn't look very fancy, but it's just a way to give students an idea of how to accomplish this themselves. And of course, you will get all of these templates at the end of the presentation today. So here you can see I have, my son's picture. He's got a picture here that we did. We're going to be using a website called Remove BG. And I also have a picture of my son's work. And so what we can do is we can look at filling our canvas with that work. So that's what I'm going to do first. I'm just going to be able to take this work. I'm just going to copy it. Now, if you're ever trying to resize something in Google Drawings, my first pro tip for you, has anybody ever kind of like grabbed it and you pull it from the sides and it gets kind of all like skewed? If you hold down the shift button when you are dragging inside of Google Drawings, it'll actually maintain constraints for you so that it doesn't get all bushy from being pulled in different directions. It holds that constraint, so it keeps that perspective. So now that I have a Google Drawing and I simply have some work in it, it doesn't matter what that is. And you can see here, we have some traditional work that you would see. He was writing a poem for Mother's Day. And so you can see I've kept that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a site called remove.bg. Remove.bg. This has been life-changing for me, not only in working with students so that they can put different pieces of historical characters in their work or anything like that, and also themselves. This was something that I used to have to spend a lot of time using an install program for, such as Photoshop, to be able to remove backgrounds. It was very time consuming, and often I was doing it for my students, where now I have 6-year-olds on Chromebooks who are able to remove the background of their images and be able to insert them. What's great about this site is you do not need to log in or sign up at all. We're simply going to use the service. And 60 minutes after we're off this webpage, all data is deleted. So you don't need to worry about images existing online, being used by third-party sources. Nothing exists anywhere. So this was a nice tool for me to be able to use with my students because I knew that their privacy was protected, but as well as this is very Chromebook friendly, which is the primary device here in my school division, but this also works on any device. So if you have PCs, Macs, even an iPad, this service will work on there. So when we are on Remove BG, one of the things that's super great here is we can now upload our own image. We can also do a URL, and I will show you that one afterwards. But for now, I can upload an image, and it's going to allow me to choose which image do I want to be able to upload. So in this particular thing, I have some images that are just saved inside of my Google Drive. So wherever you have some images saved, you can go ahead and you can grab one of those images. I'm just going to go see who I'm going to put in my work here. I could also grab the image of my puppy, my son, like whatever I have a picture of here, I can go ahead and remove the image. So here's my daughter, Mary. I'm going to use this one. She's very excited today. So there, that's how fast that was. I uploaded an image, and just like that, the background has been removed. I didn't have to do anything. If for some reason it did miss something and I needed to remove a little something else, I want to be able to take that away. There is an edit button that you can click that will allow you to erase or restore other parts of the picture that it didn't do it properly to. You can also use this as a bit of a cheat of a green screen. They do have some backgrounds that you can automatically just select or choose that have been pre-done for you. And this is a really fun way, again, for kids to sort of maybe create some book covers or some, different magazine covers or, you're working on some inspiration for poetry or writing. So you can also, though, upload your own background photo if you wanted to. In this particular case, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be looking at just keeping our transparent image. Hope I can make this back to transparent again. I'm just going to close out of that. We're going to do it ourselves inside of Google Drawings. So that's kind of those two ways we can look at it. Now, I do like to put the background myself inside of Google Drawings because, again, now we have that file that I can make into a PDF, or kids can continue to add more elements to it. So that's our goal here. So hopefully everyone was able to get to remove BG, upload a photo, see how easy it is to be able to remove that background. And I am simply going to be able to download this now. And I'm just going to be able to put this where I want. I'll throw this here in my drive and we'll say save. So super, super simple to do this. Now, not only could I have done a picture of, say, one of my students, I can also go ahead and I could perhaps find, maybe we're looking at some historical figures. So maybe I want to go look at Ada Lovelace, the first woman of computer programming. I can also find an image that already exists online, and I can use that. This is great if you maybe even want to make trading cards of different important Indigenous groups and their leaders. If you know, anything you want to be able to do. Once I've done an image search, I can simply right-click on the image and say copy image address. When I've done that, what I can do now is when I'm on remove BG, instead of uploading an image, what I can actually do is I can say, it says paste image or URL. I can now paste this here. I'll say, okay. And so it's borrowing that picture from the internet. It's removed the background from it right there just as easily. In the exact same step, I can download this, save it where I want to be able to put this. And now I have that image too. So I'm loving this service because of its simplicity, but also how accurate it is, because it really does just allow for that quick. I'm not spending so much time photo editing. I can really focus more of my time on the other elements of the graphic design that I want to be able to do. So I'm going to go back to my jump in the work slide, my drawing, and I'm going to show you a little bit of what we can do here. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and insert an image from my drive. Now I can see that these are in my recent files. So if I want to put Mary inside of here, I say insert, and there she is. Now, what I can do, a couple of Google Drawing tips for you. Again, to move images around your page, I can use my arrow keys, which is great. For up and down, any of those pieces. If you want to move more slowly, that was too much, just know if you hold down the shift button and an arrow key, that moves things 1 pixel at a time. And as well, if I want to resize, of course I can pull from those blue boxes in the corners. But one of my favorite shortcuts to use in Google Drawings or Google Slides is Control, Alt, J or K. So again, that's Control, Alt, J, makes it smaller, K makes it bigger. And so it's really handy because, again, I'm not stretching or warping my image. I'm simply resizing it, and now I can go ahead and I can have Mary jumping into this poetry to be able to showcase her work. So it's one of those really, really simple processes just to be able to have our students become part of the action, become part of what it is we want them to be able to design and to be able to have fun with that. Now, we can do other things with this. It doesn't just have to be something like this where it's a photograph of student work. We can actually have them completely design their work all the way inside of drawings or slides. And so we're going to be looking at a couple of more things this morning. And so what I want to show you is we're going to be looking at a magazine, and we're going to be looking at some math manipulatives to be able to make with our students as well. These are a couple of those projects that are great regardless of the grade levels. And even if you don't teach math, don't worry. Those movable, draggable pieces can become important whether we are teaching kindergarten or grade 12 biology. I need to be able to drag and move and label things. So I'm taking a little pause here just for those people who might have been trying to insert something in here. And we're going to go ahead and I'm going to be getting open our Be Seen in a Magazine template, which I've given all of you. And we'll get that open. All right. So I'm going to drag this one on over here. And what you're going to see is I've given everybody a template today. And if you're missing some of the templates, don't worry. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to be taking you through where to find absolutely all of this so you have everything. But what I have on here is this is a magazine template with my daughter Mary on it. And it's just a basic template where we teach students how to be able to put themselves on a magazine. Maybe that's getting to know you activity. But again, this is really great for maybe putting a character of a story on here, a historical figure. Maybe we're looking at scientific research and discovery. What is that important person? Who should be on a magazine and why? And on this particular template, I have a whole bunch of different draggable, movable pieces to be able to create a magazine. So what I am going to be doing is I'm going to be showing you how I created this just from the start on a blank Google drawing, so you know how I got the size. Because if you want to be able to design this from scratch with your students, it's no problem at all. And I have a full tutorial video of how to be able to do that with your students. But what you want to be able to look at first is whenever you're on a new Google drawing or a new Google Slides presentation, what you're going to want to do is make sure that you have your page setup done first. That's sort of that trick. And this is one of the things that some people don't know about when it comes to Google Drawings or Google Slides, is that it doesn't have to stay that standard slide size. It can actually be changed so that you have it as any size that you want. So whether you want this to be a big 4-foot by 5-foot poster, or a banner, or if you want this to be name tag size, you can change any of the slides to your size you want. So how we're doing that is File, Page Setup, and you're gonna see that standard. So again, that was File, Page Setup, and we're changing it from standard to custom. When I do that, it gives me dimensions of like inches that I want to be able to change this to. And so if I want to be able to make this to be paper size or magazine size, I'm going to change that to 8.5 by 11, or I can change it to 11 by 17. And it doesn't so much matter if you're printing it or not. It does make it super possible to be printed now. What it actually does is it's now going to allow you to be able to simply even have it look like that real life object, as opposed to having to have it stay the standard size. So I'm going to say apply. And that is how I got my magazine size. So hopefully everybody is trying that and you're able to make that size be the proper size that you want. And we're going to keep on going and we're going to go back to that magazine template. Now, one thing that I'm going to do for everybody here is I'm just going to put in a new slide here, just in case, for anybody who is having a little bit of trouble finding some of these templates today. Pull this back over here for you. This is the bit.ly you're looking for today to be able to find this. If you're a little bit lost, I just made a quick one for you right now. But this is where you're going, and we're going to keep designing. All right. So when it comes to this template, one of the things that I really love about it is that kids can really now, again, focus on replacing some of the elements, and that's what I'm going to be doing here, and making it their own. And again, on this page, just so everybody watching knows, there's a full tutorial video of how to create this from the beginning with your students, as well as all of these different little thumbnails you see are actually linked to that magazine folder of all of these templates. So even if you're not designing these yourselves and you want to be able to continue to use these, you absolutely can. All of these little titles that you see on the left-hand side as well, these are protected by copyright in the sense that because we're using this for educational purposes, for satire or for education, we're not publishing it and we're not making money off of it. We can use these little icons to be able to create these educational things with students. Maybe I want to turn this into a National Geographic Kids magazine or anything like that, I can. Now, right here, you can see that I did have a picture again of Mary. And so I'm going to go ahead and just get that out of there. Or one thing you can also do with your students is teach them how to replace image. Replace image simply maintains where that image was in that document, the sizing, as well as any formatting options that you've put towards that. Perhaps I want to put Ada Lovelace on the cover of a magazine. And now I can move her around and be able to use those same shortcuts to be able to have her on this magazine because I used the remove BG. So it's a really fast and easy way just to be able to have students be able to create these without it having to be really, really difficult skills for them. They can really focus on that creativity of making it look real. They get very excited about making it look real, some of those real life objects. And so in this particular sense, we'd be able to have that here. So that's the magazine cover. And like I said, everybody is going to be able to have a copy of all of these different things. And we're going to keep on going, just looking at the time here. So Remove BG got me that picture that I could use inside of student work. It's allowed me to now put students or a historical figure on a magazine or a trading card. Now we're going to look at how we can design inside of drawings or slides to be able to create some manipulatives for our students to be able to drag around and move. And then of course they can put themselves inside of this work as well. So if you're trying this along with us again, you can go to a new Google Drawing. Or of course, you could maybe be in the copy of the presentation that I've given you. And you'll be able to see that we've got all of these different templates and things ready for you, including the magazine posters and everything and the manipulatives we're about to do. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up another new Google Drawing. So that we can design right here. Now, often as a teacher, I was creating Ziploc bags of manipulatives. So things that I wanted students to be able to do, whether that was creating arrays, maybe we had different parts of scientific things we were labeling, like parts of the ear or parts of the flower, whatever that is, we want our kids to be able to put those pieces together. You know, physical touch pieces right now are not necessarily something that we can do. And as well as it can be a bit time consuming to create these different manipulatives, where in a digital format, they can be customized for our students. And as well, we can now use them over and over and over again without them being lost. So what I'm going to show you first is the very basics of getting a shape inside of here and duplicating it. But then I'm going to show you how we can make this look quite neat as we make some of these manipulatives be more real life. So what I'm going to be using today is a shape. And I'm just going to go ahead and put in a circle. You can pick any shape you want. And if you ever, again, want your circle to not get all weird, hold the shift button while you drag and drop. And that, again, is going to maintain those constraints, which is really nice. Now, if you remember smartboards and the infinite cloner, that's essentially what we're creating here. And so on here, I can say Control D. That's going to be my shortcut. Control D, 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 D. I make a whole bunch of duplicated pieces, as many as I want. And now what I'm going to do is 2 steps. I want to be able to align these, and I'm going to align them horizontally and vertically. What I do is I take my mouse to the outer edge of all of these shapes, and I'm going to select them all. Once I've done that, I'm going to right click. I'm going to align horizontally in the center. I'm going to right click, align vertically in the middle. And before I click off the stack, I'm going to go put them where I want them to be. And now I have these pieces that I can drag and reuse and reuse and reuse. This works for text boxes, shapes, even other images. So if you have students who are like, I'm not going to do math unless it is a Wookiee, well, you could go ahead and you could find a Wookiee or minions or whatever that is. So again, now I could insert an image and I could do a little search right from here. And I can go search for a minion PNG. And what the PNG simply meant is that that image has a transparent background. So I don't end up with that rectangular outer edge. So I can make this smaller, Control-Alt-J. We're learning so many shortcuts today. Control-D, as many as you want. I select them all. I right-click, align horizontally in the center, align vertically in the middle, and I've got my stack. And don't forget, you can use those remove BG images as well. So I could not only have that image that I have of Mary that I removed and I put her in here. So you could have your students inside of their math being able to do those different pieces. I could also just turn her into the math. The exact same thing if I want to be able to duplicate this. And I can do that same aligning and setting up all those different pieces. So it's just such a neat way just to have our students put themselves in their work, have those different pieces, and now I could design maybe a place value mat on this slide or whatever it is that I want that to be able to be. So inside the presentation, I just want to walk you through a couple of the things that I have for you, just to be able to showcase a little bit more how we can do this. So on here, one of the first things that I have when you come here is I do have a bit of a playground. This was a bit of a tongue-in-cheek, a little bit of a joke here in my division because we had to do some online learning. And so this is called a COVID playground. There's a link to this so that you can actually get to this and make a copy. And what it is now you can try duplicating some things, Control-Alt-J and K, being able to use remove BG. So everything we just did here today, you'll notice we have a Dr. Henshaw. I think that's like your Dr. Fauci. This is our amazing medical officer who's been helping us here in our province keep everyone safe. So this is a fun place for you to be able to play with your students. So when you click on this particular drawing, what you're going to be able to see is you are going to get this lovely little playground where you will be able to go through and try all of these different skills that I just showed you here today, so that now you can be like, okay, I do know how to Control-D. I do know how to resize. I can put something and remove BG, and I can use my arrow keys. So that was your basic skills that you wanted to be able to learn this morning. On the left-hand side, these again are all templates. So you would be able to take and make copies of any of those different ones that you want to be able to take and use with your students right away. And as well, there's that magazine template I just talked to you about. And I'm going to take you through a couple of more resources that are like that birthday party loot bag of what can I take if this is the best value of a summer conference today? How can I make sure I get everything I need? And one of the things you're going to see is some of these different support resources will get you to. On the presentation, what I also have for you is another playground. So I have a superhero playground for your students if they want to be able to do those exact same skills, a few more little extras. I have this shortcut cheat sheet for all of you, those things that I talked about today, and a few extras. These are just my favorite ones. And then I broke it down to some basic projects you could do with your students. So you could start by creating a motivational poster. I give you the template for it, and then I show you what are those different skills you would be doing. And so each one of these you can go through and see all of the different ones. And then of course, what I want to show you is slide number 25, which is going to give us more resources for you. I have two sets of resources. One is from myself here with Edmonton Catholic Schools, and one is from my techie bestie who works for another school division, Blackgold School Division here in the same province, and we share our resources. So the first one I'll take you to is mine. And when you get to this, what it's going to take you through is anything and everything Google. Templates, videos, resources, extras. So a couple of places you can find that. I do a silly thing called May Google Be With You, where there's a video a day in the month of May. And when you click on this, you're going to be able to see all of the different episodes. So if you want to find out about Flippity, if you want to know how to create Bitmoji playgrounds or classrooms, or CS First and Book Creator, all of these different ones are in here for you to be able to go through and learn more about. And all of last year's is even on here. So if you want to know a little bit more about Google Drawings, for example, you can click on an episode. There'll be a video, a short video of me teaching you how to do something. And then as well, I give you all of the templates to be able to take and use with your students right away so that you can get going on this. And all of these are completely friendly to Schoology. You'd be able to post those in your classrooms, make copies for your students, and be able to have them interact with you and demonstrate their learning. As well, I have a whole bunch of classroom resources, featured student activities and templates. All of that is on here for you. The other one to be able to give you is, this is the Black Gold site from my good friend Darren Malte. And on here, this is now broken down to our Alberta curriculum. However, we know that there's a lot of overlap with your curriculum, especially when it comes to literacy and numeracy. But basically, you could pick on any grade level of resources, or there's the larger shared Google Resources folder. And when you're in here, there are just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of templates. As soon as my internet catches up, there are so many templates. If you want a whole folder of magazine templates, math templates, anything you want, all of these have been completely created inside of Google Drawings or Google Slides. These are yours to take, file, make a copy, and now you can use any one of these with your students, and you can even have those skills now to replace out some of those basic elements so that you can now customize it to yours. So take a peek in here and just find all of those different possibilities, from art to science to social studies to math. There's so many ways that we can have our kids use digital technology, whether they're face-to-face or whether they're still in a remote environment. And it will take that demonstration of learning to a whole new level. And these are things that we have done for all different grade levels, you name it, and we're ready to go. So that's really one of those pieces. As well, one of the things that I do have for you here too is the design with drawing slide for everybody who's participating today. I'm so sorry that I was a bit late today. When I Googled Cyprus, Texas time zone, apparently I can't Google, right? I can use Google Drawings, but not the Google. I'm so sorry I was a bit late. But I'm happy to stick around and stay longer, but I also don't want to mess up any time frames from your wonderful conference today. I'm just so excited to be back, even if it was just remote today. And one of the things to point out is I'm always available for help. If you ever have a question, if you need a template, my full YouTube channel is linked there, as well as all of my resources. But I am so truly thrilled to be here today. And I think I'm looking at the time frame. I know that it is 10:50 where you are right now. And so I just want to say a huge thank you to the organizers today and for all of you being here. And hopefully, at the very least, you got a few new Google Drawing skills today, as well as the goodie bag of templates you can take and use.
Trisha, that was awesome. Thank you so much. So many tips and tricks that you gave today.
Oh, you're so welcome. I apologize again for the time zone craziness, but hopefully everybody got something today that they're excited to be able to take and use with their students right away.
Absolutely. I saw a ton of resources. So remember, everyone, if you can just take away one great thing to use in your classroom this year from every session you come to, you are going to have so much. And Trish, I had a few people asking where they found where to get your resources again. Is there any way that you could?
There's two places.
Put that up.
So at the beginning, I do have my website. So it's Trisha Roffey Resources. But what I have for you today, and there you'll find everything that I make and do, including today's conference. But this bit.ly right here is a direct link to this particular presentation. And again, it'll link you through to those websites and resources as well. But because just even beyond Google Drawings, if you need anything, because I do lots with makerspace and coding and robotics and all kinds of fun and goodies for when we get to go back to school.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that. And we're so glad you came back this year, even though we had to do it a little differently, virtually. And we look forward to seeing what everyone how they're going to apply the things that they learned from you today. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope everybody has a great rest of their conference.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so thanks for joining in, Sci-Fair ISD teachers and staff, and we're going to have Kris Szajner up at 11, and he is going to be sharing Choiceburger and fries, and then he is going to also be sharing dynamic Google Docs after that. So there'll be a short commercial break, and then we will be jumping on the next session with Kris Szajner. So we'll see you shortly.
Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 11 and it is time for Kris Szajner. So welcome, Kris. Thanks for joining us today on the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. And welcome back, actually, because I know you were here last year for our in-person digital learning conference. And now we have the opportunity to do this virtually. So thanks for being here. Hey, yes, and please unmute so we can hear you.
Does that sound better?
Yes, perfect. Okay. Loud and clear.
Awesome, awesome. I was just saying that I've heard all the presenters say, I wish we were face-to-face, and I so miss that now that you say that we're back at this. But it's great to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Absolutely. So take it away. It's all yours.
Okay, so we are here today learning about Choiceburger and fries. Now, this kind of is a silly play on words for actually what our presentation is going to be, but really the core of what we're learning today is how to create choice boards and or boards that you're going to give your students. And so all of the learning that's going to happen today is going to be focused on kind of that model of student-directed learning. How do we provide choice for our kids and or a process to our kids while providing them the best and the most robust instruction that we possibly can. So that's the Choiceburger. The fries part is some of these little extra tips and tricks and fun things that are going to kind of come with this as we go. So there is, I promise you, there's going to be some little nuggets in here that are going to take your level from, I know how to make boards and menus, to an up level of well, now I'm a pro at this. And so make sure as you're watching this and as you're doing this, just take away 1, 2, 3 nuggets as you're going through this entire presentation, because there's a lot of nuggets in here. And then we'll be able to kind of close things up as we go here. But before I start actually really introducing what we're going to do and myself also, I'm going to point you to where these resources are and where everything is going to be located here. So this is my website. It's this crazy spelled last name, kszajner.com. You can go here, and this is going to be the place where we actually are going to live through our whole presentation. You can get to the links and you can come back to this as we go. So that is the first one. You're also going to notice in my presentation, I have that URL down here in the bottom right corner. So if you don't know where that is, we'll be able to get back to it. And if you go to presentations right here, you'll be able to see all the presentations that are kind of working this summer. And what I try to do is keep these up here for as long as possible. So as I update them, you guys can come back to it and see what updates are there. And you can have this archive for as long as you want to. But we're here in Choiceburger and Fries, just like the graphic kind of says. And if you want to follow along, you can go right here to this presentation link so that you can see exactly where we are. So again, kszajner.com, presentations, Choiceburger and Fries, that is where we are today. And that URL is right down here in the bottom right corner if you need exact spelling on my last name, which is okay. So what I'm going to do is quickly introduce myself while you're navigating there. My name is Kris Szajner, like has already been said. I'm from Prior Lake, Minnesota. We're in the heat in the heart of summer. And so going down to Texas at this time would have been almost exactly the same. But it's awesome to be here virtually with you too. You know, it's great that this event was able to still be catered this way. And we're able to see some awesome flexibility also with some time-space schedules. I'm an elementary technology integration specialist for our district. We're a district of about 4,000 elementary students. And so we have 9 buildings now coming in this year that I kind of help with and help with instructional planning too. You can connect with me through Facebook, through Twitter, through Instagram, and also on my website also. All those links are all clickable for you there, so you can get into all of those pieces as well. So before I actually had this elementary tech integration role, I was a kindergarten teacher, which was unbelievable. Just like this role, like I love impacting kids and being around them a lot. And so this role just allows me to see more children and get to experience more classrooms, which is also a wonderful blessing as well. So that's a little bit of history about myself. I'm going to jump right to kind of our agenda here, and then we're going to get in because we have a lot of stuff to cover and we only have 45 minutes from right now to get through all of that. So like I told you kind of at the very beginning, our goal is to learn how to build these boards, and I'm going to do a start to finish creation with you. So if you're somebody who feels more comfortable watching a process, then by all means, please watch. But if you're somebody who wants to get hands-on, we're going to do a lot of kind of starting and stopping and moving through kind of stages of development. So if you want to join along, you're more than welcome to do that. And I'll kind of coach you through all these things as we go. So we're going to do a start to finish creation of some boards. We're going to talk about accessibility tricks because last spring, you know, when we went to distance learning across the whole nation, there was some holes kind of opened up that maybe we didn't know were here. And so I'm going to show you some best practices to make sure that all of your students can access your content and be very successful with that. And these are things that we talk about for best practices. When you push out digital content, how do you make sure that all your students can get to that and they can learn from that, no matter how old they are or what they have at home or, you know, what kind of things that they have at their fingertips. So those are things that we're going to weave right into this as we build. And like I said, best practices, we're going to have some of those fries coming in here and have some fun little things like that along with our Choiceburgers. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started in the actual building. And we're gonna just jump right into this. This is a quote by John Spencer. Student choice is at the heart of self-directed learning. This beginning session, or this beginning of this session, is going to be focused a lot on how do you create choice boards specifically? How do you create a menu for kids that they can choose exactly what they're doing? At the very end, I'll close up with other models of boards, but we're going to focus this time on choices. How do you provide options for your kids in a really successful and a really streamlined way? So this quote is one that, you know, we all strive for as teachers. We want our students to start to move to that self-directed learning. And if providing a choice like this or a choice board or something is going to help with that, great, huge win for us. So that's going to be the core of what we're kind of working on here when we jump into this work as we go. So designing and basics, we're going to lay the foundation right now, the foundation of a choice board, where it lives, how to design it, and how to build up from there. So right now, think of this as the foundation of your house, and we're going to move our way up as we start to learn more about how to build choice board. So what I'm going to do is go to a brand new slideshow slides.new, just like this. And the secret has been revealed. I like to use Google Slides. Like, this is my medium. This is what I choose to actually build almost 100% of my content in. And so it's one that I find really familiar, and it's one that I've literally not run into like a ceiling with so far. So Google Slides is unbelievable. The first trick that I want to kind of show you, and the first little fry that we're going to sprinkle in here, is actually how to change your page. I know that your goal when you think of these is you want to maximize the screen for your kids. But what if they were on like a phone and you needed to have a vertical choice board for your kids or something like that? So what you do to actually change the alignment or change the direction or size of your board is you go over here to File and go to Page Setup. And then you can switch this to be a custom size. And let's say it's 10 by 5.63 like we have here. I can just switch these numbers, 5.63 by 10. And now I'm going to instead have a vertical board instead of an actual horizontal board, which is really super awesome. It's really convenient. If I wanted this to be like the exact size of paper, I could do 11 by 8.5, and it's going to print itself, or it's going to be exported exactly the same size as a piece of paper. So that's your first little fry there. That's how you set up the foundation for your board, is you can tweak those little page setups and you can make that best for your screen size and for what you're actually trying to build. Okay, so once we have that set, what I like to start with is changing the background color to be something that's super visual and that pops way out. What I like to choose is actually gradients, just because they are so fun and they're awesome for kids to just kind of get a little visual on it. And look at that. We've just created like the first little background to what we actually have here. The next thing I like to do is use a shape to create our title. Now, titling things is important for any age students, whether we're talking high school, middle school, or kindergarten students. You want to make sure that they know what they're doing and what's going on here for this board. So what I choose to do is go to the shapes, and I like to use this rounded corner rectangle, actually is what it is, to build these shapes here. There we go. And I like to click and drag it kind of all the way across the whole top of this. So it just kind of pops a little bit, and it's very visual on the top. Now I'm going to do some design things that I like to do. I like to work on black with white letters. Probably, I don't know, maybe 25 size font. And we're going to make this like a really fun, this little bangers font. So we could call this one equal groups, or some other math concept that we have here. Let me make this a little larger. There we go. And we're going to center it. So there we have our title. It's already done. Now, if you can see this, these red lines here, as I start to move this around, these red lines really help me to design this and to have something that's going to snap to specific locations. Saves me a huge amount of time, like huge amount of time. Okay, so we have our first title done. The next thing I'm going to do is actually create like some parking lots for the actual choices. They're basically just a background for an icon or a background for a video or something, but it gives students a little bit of a pop on like, hey, there's something here I want you to check out. What I choose to do again is go to like the rounded corner rectangle and make something kind of like this big. If you can see this, I'm going to do this off to the side here. I'm going to make a new rectangle. In slides, if I'm having trouble making a perfect rectangle, if I hold down the shift key, it's going to snap to be a perfect square. And this works for circles, this works for triangles, this works for any shape. If I hold down shift, it's going to lock, and if I release it, it kind of unsets itself from those restrictions. So using shift is great for designing things and great for getting things quickly on the table. What I'm going to do with these is just get rid of the border, maybe make it white so it kind of pops up against the background. If I want to, this is kind of another little fry for you here. I can add a drop shadow by going to Format Options and add a drop shadow in here. Now, this is total visual. This is kind of cool thing. You absolutely don't have to do this, but I like the way that this looks because it gives you some depth on your board itself. So we have one parking lot done. I'm going to add 2 more parking lots. And here's the big time saver is I can take this one and I can duplicate it by doing either Command D on a Mac or Control D just like that. And we've made a second one. Let's do it one more time for a third one. Now you can also right click, copy and paste if you wanted to. There's nothing wrong with that, but we've essentially built our entire board here. This choice board is started, and I chose to kind of stagger these in this design so that students have that actual visual look when they first look at it, like I can choose anything that I want to in here, and it's kind of fun just the way that it's kind of designed. And we'll look at other boards here later, but that is essentially the foundation. You know, we have built this, we started the slideshow, we have titled everything, we've made sure that we have our parking lots ready so that we can start to put content actually onto this board itself. So that's like phase number one is kind of complete. If you're joining on this one, we're going to do this in a lot of different phases. So that's phase one, and we're going to pause this and jump back to the actual presentation before we move into the next one here. And I'm gonna kind of pump the brakes here. If looking at me making that was like, yo, Kris, I can't do that. That is way too much. I can't handle this stuff. Mega tip here is that Slides Mania by Paula is done for you. Like, she has already built choice boards for you to just copy and take out. So if I go over here and click on Slides Mania, or if I go to slidesmania.com, she has an entire page, an entire section already built for choice boards. Like, it's done. You just have to take one of these and you have to copy it out, and you have these in your classroom. So if you were looking at me build that, be like, I can't do that. Here is something that you can grab and just take and put right into your classroom right away. She is a phenomenal designer for instructional resources, but also she has a great visual look and feel for how things can look and how they can be super visually appealing for kids. So that is your first mega tip there. And that is one of those fries that we're dumping in here. If that's overwhelming, grab one from Slides Mania, because you got it and it's ready to roll for you. Okay. Love Slides Mania. And Paula is such a wonderful sharer. She shares things all the time. Okay, we're moving on to kind of accessibility tricks. And this is going to roll into some other phases that are here as we do this. But accessibility, if we kind of anchor back in where we were, we want to make sure that all of our students have access to the stuff we're giving out and have access to the learning that we're trying to provide. So these three choices here, recording a walkthrough, leveraging audio, and recording or including visual cues, those are going to be the things I'm going to walk you through how to put those actually into a choice board itself, starting with recording a walkthrough. Now, walkthroughs, essentially what I think of those as is it's kind of a preview and a demonstration of how to actually complete the activity. And it's one that is for young learners and or our families. If we're talking about distance learning, if you have a walkthrough that you can give to your families or include with the actual task, you don't have to rely on your families to try to interpret what's happening on the actual content, because you are essentially giving the directions and walking kids literally through how do you actually complete this. And so the actual tools that we have here, there's a lot of tools for recording all of these things. This first one is Loom. It's one that it's a free available tool, and it actually, you can see it up here as an actual extension. The next one is Screencastify, another free one that is also an extension, and QuickTime is also a third one that is only available on Macs, but it's something that you can choose to use if you're a Mac user or you really just needed a little bit of a change up. So what I'm going to do is demonstrate just one of these tools and how to actually record something really, really quick. And then we're going to jump into how to actually do this. I'm seeing some questions show up on the feed, and I just want to address them quickly. Is that, you know, when you're using slides, you don't have to use Google Classroom. When we finish this presentation, I'm going to show you how to publish just school and your students can access it, click and go. We use Schoology for a lot of years in our district, and this system that we're talking about here of boards and how to create these choice boards, they work great in Schoology. So I just wanted to address that one quick because I see that kind of coming up in the feed a little bit. But okay, back on track. We're going to go over here to Screencastify up here in the top right corner. You might not be able to see it because my picture might be covering it. But what Screencastify is, it's a free tool that allows you to do either screen recordings, which would be this browser tab, desktop, which is again, or excuse me, I need to back up. Browser tab, which means it's going to record your Chrome screen, The desktop is going to record everything on your computer. So if you wanted to open like Smart Notebook, or if you had a different program you wanted to open, it'll record that. And webcam allows you to record through the webcam that you have access to. So if I wanted to create a quick little demonstration for students, I could click Browser tab, and I could start. We'll go over here, and let's actually do it with this one. We want to do Browser tab for our actual board that we started. So I'm going to click on this, give it all the permissions that they want, and it's going to count me down here. Let me get started one more time. Record. There we go. So it'll start counting me down in the bottom left corner. 3, 2, 1. And you can basically talk to students through it. So you'd say, hey, students, welcome to the choice board today. What we have is 3 available choices. Please make sure that you complete at least 2 of them when you're doing your work, and then turn it into me through Schoology when you're all finished. And we can just stop our recording. We're like recording within recordings here. So we're getting a little bit of like this inception work that's going on. So what's nice about Screencastify is it automatically uploads straight to Google Drive. So I can pull that in from Google Drive itself into our actual choice board that we have going on here. Or I can download this as like a GIF, which is probably my favorite way to do it. GIFs don't come with voice though. You can export this in a bunch of different ways that kind of come through this, but I'm just gonna hit cancel on this stuff because I'm gonna pull in an example just because I don't want to bog down the internet. Once I have all of this stuff uploaded through Screencastify into my Google Drive or YouTube or whichever you choose to do, you can just insert video right into slides, and they give you some choices. Like I could go to YouTube and I could search for something, or in my Google Drive, if I had a walkthrough, let's search for a walkthrough. Here we go. Here's one. I can literally just drop this right in here. So here is my walkthrough that I created for a little demonstration. Let's take this and let's put it right up here in the corner. So my students know, hey, there's a walkthrough here that I'm going to give you so that you know what's going on in this particular assignment. Walkthroughs, again, phenomenal for all age students, and they're really powerful as you start to think about maybe we want to try some blended learning or some distance learning models. That's the one, okay? That's how you record yourself. That was really quick, and there's a lot more with these other tools here, but I wanted to just quickly show you one. The next trick is embedding audio. Now, this is not singular to Google Slides, but it makes itself and it lends itself really well to Google Slides. Now, audio files are fantastic ways for your voice to travel with a board and to travel with your students so that they can actually listen, they can learn, they can apply what you're doing with just an audio recording of you reading. It could be a listening center. It could be you reading out math problems. It could even be you just saying the directions. It doesn't really matter, but audio lends itself to Google Slides really, really well and really easily. The catch is that you have to record your audio using MP3. So for us in our school district, excuse me, we don't have like an MP3 recorder, because like if you had a MacBook, it doesn't necessarily record that, it records an MP4. And there's also like if you had a new iPhone, it won't record in that certain format. So what I choose to do is I go to MP3 recorder, just like this, and right at the very top, this online voice recorder, it's one that I've used in the past. There are a lot of these out here, just to kind of give you guys a little disclaimer. So if you click on one and you're like, nope, that's not going to work for me, that's fine. That's fine. But just make sure that when you're recording this, you make sure that it's an MP3 format as you do it. So just that's kind of the little trick there. And I wanted to make sure I said that because I've said this before and we kind of missed that and people were kind of running into that trouble, and that can be super frustrating. So make sure it's an MP3. After you have it in MP3, and you get it into your Google Drive, just as easily as we inserted our video, you can actually insert audio, and you can see that over here in the top left corner. Insert audio is something that is a feature that came out last year towards the end of the year, but it's one that is extremely powerful for all students. It's going to automatically search your Google Drive and say, hey, here's some MP3 files. Do you want to pick one of these? And so we just have to simply select one and then choose actually select down at the bottom, and it's going to drop itself in here actually as this little icon. You can see this. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So again, another extremely powerful accessibility tool for your students and for your families to just provide a little audio recording. You can kind of customize things on the left, like I want you to start when I click things. I want you to start as soon as you open the choice board, which is also a fantastic way. As soon as they open it, they start hearing your voice like, hey, students, welcome. I'm so excited you're here. I mean, powerful, powerful stuff. Hide icon when it's presenting, loop the audio. I mean, there's enough here to just use audio and be extremely happy with how this actually works. So we have two of those accessibility pieces on here. We have our walkthrough video. We have some audio that we've embedded in here for some purposes. And the third one, the third accessibility tool here was actually using visually cued links. Now, visually cued simply means that you're showing students where they're going before they actually go there. Because, you know, if I had a choice board like this that just said something like click here, that's fine. It's kind of boring, and it's kind of like, well, where does here go, and what does this actually look like for me? You know, I don't know exactly what this thing is. If that's a choice that I want to make, you know, I don't know what that choice is, so I'm not going to click on that because I don't know where it's going. So there is a way to include visuals all within slides too, so that your students know where they're actually going and helping them to make the right choices so that they can learn best from where they're going. How you do this, let's go actually to, let's not use the example, let's go to mathgames.com. Something like this, because Math Games is really fun. Kids love going here. You could go to like quizzes or Kahoot or, you know, really any of those fun games too. We're loading a little bit slow. We'll go to Khan Academy. But these kind of tools like this, any of these tools are going to work. Like the example showed PBS Kids, like that would also be a fantastic choice for you also. So if I was here and I just wanted students to know one of your choices is Khan Academy, I can do one of two things to get this graphic. We're getting a lot of pop-ups here. So first one is like, if this is the icon that I want, this one, I can right click on it and see if I can save it. And right now off the bat, I can't save it because I don't have those choices, but I can now take a screenshot of this and then drop it into my board also. Now, there's a lot of screenshot tools out there. A lot of people use different ones. I have one built into my computer for a Mac. So if you know how to make screenshots, that's awesome and that's perfect. If you don't, then just talk to one of your ed tech friends and they're going to help you and assist you to get a screenshot tool that works for you as you go. So I took a quick screenshot. You can actually see it. Well, you might not be able to. It's up in the top right. And I'm going to drop this into the board here so that we can, there we go, this one, so that we can see this and have a visual cue for kids. So here is my screenshot. Let me shrink it about that big. There we go, Khan Academy. So here is the example of a really visual cue that's here. My students know that this is a Khan Academy video or a task or something, or a course. And if you're gonna make this choice, that's where you're going. What I have to do first, or lastly, excuse me, is I have to copy the link where this is going, whether this is from mathgames.com, whether this is, you know, to PBS Kids or really anywhere on the internet. You copy the link, and I'm going to paste it back on there. I gotta wait for my tools to kind of whoosh away here. There we go. I'm going to paste it on the screenshot I took. So what I can do is right click and go to link. And I actually don't see it right now. I might be missing it, but this little infinity link right here, that is another place where you can just drop a link right on there and paste your link on it. Now I included two shortcuts for it. I could also do Command K or Control K, and that's also going to open up my linking options as well. So when students see that and they click on this, it's going to take them out to Khan Academy, and we're perfect. Let's do one more quick example. Let's go to pbskids.com just because this is one that is very visual and it's going to fit a little bit better because this Khan Academy one looks, you know, it's kind of too horizontal for me. So if we wanted this logo, again, we can right click, copy the image. This one's going to allow me to actually do that one. and we'll drop it over here. There we go. We'll drop it by just pasting it. Look at that. This one worked perfect. Right onto our third choice like that. And we go back, copy the link. We'll go and paste it here on our board by going here, Control K or Command K, paste, boom, fantastic. So we have our three choices, and you can kind of see the progression of like not so great on the left to like, yeah, this is what we want for kids on the right-hand side. So click here is like, the kids are super confused. They don't know what they're doing. Khan Academy is okay, we're getting there. And then the PBS Kids is like, that's super visual. I know exactly where I'm going. There's no questions about how this works. Okay, we are cruising through all of our accessibility pieces, and that is kind of the end of the accessibility phase. So we have done our foundation, we have done some accessibility tricks and tips, and we're going to talk about linking here for just a little minute. We're going to pause on this one because there are some best practices that kind of get looped into linking and how you provide links for students. And the first one is actually to use kid-safe search engines to find your stuff, because there is a lot of stuff on the internet, like way too much stuff for anybody in the whole world to actually know. And so if you use a kid-safe search engine to find your content, you can already kind of rest assured that some of that stuff has already been screened, and some of this stuff is stuff that I don't have to really worry about. So if I go here to KidRecs, this is kind of, you know, an elementary example. There is 100% credit to that one. But if I typed in, let's say frogs, oops, I can type FROGS, there we go. If you type in frogs, this is going to give you a screened list of content and materials that you can provide your students in these choice boards. Let's see if we can find a good one. Here's a good one through the Pollution Control Agency, what they talk about for actual frogs. And it's actually the Minnesota Pollution Agency. Look at that. So if I click on this and give it a quick screen, I can decide if this is something I want to provide my kids. Now, like if you look at this, there's a frog picture, sweet, but you can also listen to the actual call of the frog. Like, yes, I want to provide this for my kids. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to take a screenshot of this little logo just so my students know where they're going. Just like that, screenshot taken. Let's go copy the link so we can do this all in one sweep. Go back to the board, and we're going to cover up this click here with our choice. Drop the screenshot on here, or I can go, I did that really quick, or I could go up here to insert image. I kind of skipped over that part, but you can upload things right through here. Okay, upload an image just like the screenshot, and then you just link it. Command K, Control K, or the little link option. And now my students have this visual choice that's already built in here that I can rest assured has been screened by somebody and some teacher that has taken the time to actually create an awesome resource for my kiddos. And it's going to be really powerful for them. So using kid-friendly search engines is a phenomenal way to do it. I've listed 3. As I kind of said with KidRecs, it's a little bit like elementary school. Some of these are, however, there's still powerful resources built into all of these that you can take with your students. Fact Monster is one of my favorites that is out here. They even have like some news article strands that run through here that are really great for kiddos to grab. This one also has a ton on like history and science and math and things like that. So Fact Monster is phenomenal for you to go and grab some content for your kiddos with. And Kiddle, I think when this originally started was like the kid version of Google. And I think it's still owned by Google, if I remember right. But this is, again, a fantastic place for your kids to go. They have like Kidpedia, kid images for you to grab and purposefully give to your students. The last thing I'll say about these boards, or excuse me, these search engines, is you can also provide these students these choices. If you wanted them to do a research project, guess what, kids? We're going to use Kiddle today. So you can take a screenshot of Kiddle and you can drop it into your board wherever you want it to go, and you can link it to that search engine for them to actually go to. So you don't have to say, go to Google and search for dinosaurs and good luck, because that can sometimes be a little bit scary for any age students. So providing them a fun little or a very safe search engine is, in my opinion, fairly critical when we think about today's world. So that is search engines there. The next one is how to make your videos safe. Now, if you go to your slideshow or your board that you're designing, you can go to insert videos and you can search, let me go back here, you can search YouTube itself. So if we were searching for lions or something, you can do that. You can search for this. If I chose to embed one, let's say that I screened this and I really like it, I just click it and choose select, and it's going to drop itself into our platform just like this. And you can rest assured that this video is a safe place for students to be. Students click, they can watch it, they can see what's going on. However, there is a little catch here in that if they choose to click this YouTube button, it's going to actually take them to YouTube. So something that I try to show teachers sometimes is how do you use one of these safe tools so that you can give students a YouTube video and rest assured that they can't go back to YouTube and start playing around on stuff. The first one that I choose to share a lot, I guess, is Safe YouTube. It's really, really easy for anybody to use. What you have to do is actually get a YouTube link and you have to paste it here on Safe YouTube. So I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to paste a Storybots. Let's go to Storybots right here. And oops, clicked on the wrong tab. Okay. Let's say that we wanted this one, this dinosaur one. Okay. What I'm going to do is actually copy the URL, go back to Safe YouTube and paste it here. Now it's going to say, now that you built it, do you want to generate a safe link? Sounds good. Let's generate it. And it's going to give you a safe YouTube link that's never going to be able to map back to YouTube itself. Let's just add one more choice here, shrink it, and let's say that this is the YouTube video. We'll link it here. Okay. I'm going to click on this just to show you exactly what this looks like for kids. Here's the link. Let me click on it. It's not, like I said, it's not even going to YouTube. There isn't that like click on it in YouTube option over here. This is a perfectly safe platform for your students to go to that they literally can't map to. Now, like I started this little YouTube video with, is that you embedding them into slides is like 95% safe. So you can kind of be rest assured that that's okay. But if a student clicks that YouTube word, they can go to YouTube and kind of work around on that. So that's all. I'm getting off the YouTube soapbox. I showed you kind of ways to make that a little bit safe. There are 3 tools listed here that you can go through. Safe YouTube is probably my favorite. Safe Share does have a limit for how many videos you can make safe, just to kind of give you an FYI on that. And TubeChop not only allows you to make a safe link, but it allows you to trim content from either the beginning or the end. So if the first 2 minutes of a video were not appropriate, you can cut it off and then start it right there at a certain point. And then you can provide them a nice safe link as well. So it's a win-win, TubeChop is. And they've been around for a really long time. So they're phenomenal. I love it. Okay, we're on to our next mega tip, our next fry basket, all kinds of fun stuff. A lot of teachers have been using, Bitmoji classrooms and fun stuff like this. But just recently, somebody on, I think it was on Twitter, released like, hey, we used Unscreen to actually make a video of me and drop it into my board itself. So if you think back to when we made that video recording, if you ran it through a tool like Unscreen, which is just like remove BG, which it's just going to get rid of all the background, you can have a video of yourself doing a mini lesson or talking through the walkthrough or whatever for your students right on your board itself. So this is just a fun way that you can create a recording, drop it in here, and like this demonstration shows, it's going to get rid of all the background automatically. It's not, you don't even have to do anything. You drop it in here, it does it for you, and then it's going to let you take it out and put it where you want to. So Unscreen is the video version of Remove BG, and it's actually made by the same company. Phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal. Here's an example of one that I just threw together this morning of me like, yeah, sweet, awesome. And it got rid of the background for me without doing anything. And you could see like, It's not perfectly perfect, but it's a really great and visual way for you to be present in your videos with your kiddos without actually having to, to have all this wasted space around you as far as like your background showing up on the edges and the corners and stuff. So Unscreen is the one that is right here. You can see that little logo, unscreen.com. Really quick and easy to get to, and it is phenomenal. Okay, we're starting to get close to the end, and I'm peeking over here at some of the little comments that are on here just to make sure that I can answer some questions. But publishing is getting towards the last few steps here, and publishing is the way that you can give this and hand this off to your students in Schoology for you guys especially, or really any tool that you so have at your fingertips. Let me go back to my presentation and close out of some things. I'm just going to clean this up by getting rid of some of these things that I don't necessarily love. Once I have my content kind of in here, I can still kind of tweak this and play around with some things. I can resize things a little bit just to kind of maximize the space that I have, move things around so they're a little bit layered, fun stuff like this. There we go. All right, we're looking pretty good. So that, my students are really going to be like, whoa, this equal groups choice board, it looks really sweet. Okay, perfect. We're going to leave that right where it is. What you want to make sure you do before you publish is just to title your slideshow. That's something they're going to actually require you to do. So I'm going to title this one Equal Groups. And a little pro tip here, especially if you're somebody who wants to start to plan this out, I like to include like the time frame. So this could say something like July 2020, or it could say, the unit number or whatever you want. This helps you to stay organized in your Google Drive because everyone in the world knows our Google Drives are crazy. And so the more that you can add into the title, for me personally, I think the more that it actually helps me stay organized because I can just then search for the time frame or for the name of this if I remembered later on. Okay, so that part is all closed up. Now, when you publish a document, you technically don't have to share this with your students. You don't have to use Google Classroom. You don't have to go into this little share button and change anything because publishing kind of overrides all of those settings that are already there. In order to publish, I'm going to go up to File and go down to Publish to the Web, just down here. And it gives me some kind of prompts on what I want this to look like. I can choose to publish this by a link, which is my favorite way. Do I want to auto advance my slides? For this one, I like to always choose every minute, just like this, and then start the slideshow as soon as it loads, and then click publish, just like that, okay? It's always gonna ask you like, are you sure you wanna publish this? Just click on okay, and it's going to go. So now I have this new link that kind of generated itself. I can just copy that link and paste it wherever. Let's pretend that I just clicked on it in Schoology. I get this nice, clean presentation look that comes out of this. And all of the pieces here, you can tell the audio was already playing. The audio can automatically be played. So that could be me reading directions. The video can be click and played, and that can also be automatically started. And all of my links are live. I can click right here on this Frog website. Bam, it takes me straight there. No playing around. Khan Academy, I'm there. It's so clean and so easy for students so that you have all of everything that you're going to be doing all in a one-stop shop for kiddos. The last thing that I will say, and I saw the question somewhere on here, is that somebody asked, can I have multiple pages with multiple boards? Tiny word of caution here is if I chose, let me copy this. If I chose to have multiple boards like this, and even if they're for the same concept, students can accidentally click on something and it's going to take them to that next actual piece. So let me see if this actually went through. I'm going to publish it. And I'm trying to give you the little example of what I'm talking about, because what can be frustrating for kiddos is if they're looking at this and if they don't click on an actual choice, like they click over here, oh, everything went away because it went to the next page or the next board. So as you start to think about designing these, I try to hang my hat on building one page. because that way, if they accidentally click, it's not going to take them to the next pages or get them all lost in how this is organized. One page is one page is one page, and they just stay here and they do their work. So that's, I just wanted to answer that question because that was a really, really good question that kind of floated in there. Okay, let's jump back here. We talked about publishing. We have, wow, we only have like 7 minutes. This next section, I'm going to talk about extending what we just learned about. So we talked about choice boards, which are phenomenal, and how to give students the choices that they can make and provide them options for learning. But these are 4 other models that kind of fall into the same category, but are for different purposes. And so I'm going to talk just kind of big picture about them. And then you can kind of make your decisions on, you know, is this something that's going to work best for me as a teacher, or for the content that I teach, or for the students I have? Those decisions I'm going to leave kind of up to you as you go. But I wanted to kind of plant this seed for you because these other models can be super powerful if they apply for what you're doing. So the first one, the top left, is again the choice board model. We did that. We know how to build it. We know how to have all these things working, and we know how to kind of design it. Keep in mind that if you're providing true choice, you don't have things like arrows or numbers or anything like that. You want students to have the freedom to pick whatever they want and be okay with them picking whatever that they want. The next one over to the right is the process model. Now, this one is where you actually want to walk students through something step by step by step. Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's like an introduction, an activity, and then a reflection or something. Or maybe it's simply just 3 steps in what you're actually learning in math or something. So this example talks about, you know, you have a video where you learn, and then the arrow walks you through. Now you can apply that through mathgames.com. You apply this through a different website. I don't remember what that one is. And then you finish by extending yourself in another Khan Academy video. So every single student is going to walk through this linear process that's going to be designed by you and a best fit by you. So that's the difference between choice board and process, is that you want to make sure that you're guiding kids along a path for that one. The next one, we're going to go straight down, menu model. Actually, just kidding. We're going to go to workshop model because those build on each other. Workshop model, a lot of teachers, especially in elementary, run workshops, whether it's through reading or through math or anything. And you can still build these boards all within, all within slides, just like we did here. So you can have your group number at the top. You can have all of your names at the very bottom, and then you can have a link choice down there. So you're saying group 1 or purple or whatever group they are, you're going to this thing. And then group 2, you're going to this one. Group 3, you're going to this one. So that you make sure that you're guiding students all in this. And it's also a one-stop shop for kiddos so that they know exactly where they're going. The last one is the menu model. And this one is a hybrid of kind of all of them because you still have your group. You have a workshop group. But at the bottom, you can provide them 1, 2, 3 choices, or even like a process for them to do. So you can include some of these steps and some of these arrows that are all in here so that all of these students can be prompted as to, this is what I need to do. This is where I go next. This is how it looks for me to finish things up. So those are kind of the differences in all of the menu models as we go through this. I am going to end things right here. I'm going to go to actually this page so you can all see the verification code at the very bottom. And then I'll finish up with just kind of some thank yous there. But we went through a lot of information. Like truthfully, that was kind of start to finish, and then also another 400-yard sprint around the track as we went. And I hope that you were able to glean off a few things as you went through this, because choice boards and or any of those boards for kiddos are extremely powerful to help them to have the promise, to have the permission, and to have the integrity to kind of guide their own learning, which is extremely powerful for kiddos. So I hope that you were able to glean some of these off. I hope that you were also able to see a connection with Schoology and how these are able to be shared with really any age student. And you know, we'll back on the other page there, if you want to, any questions that you may have, my contact information is always wide open for anybody who's here. Whether that's through Twitter or Facebook or anything. And I just wanted to give a massive thank you for all those who kind of joined in and to check out all of these awesome, unbelievable things for choice boards and all the fries too.
Thanks, Kris. That was awesome. Lots of resources and tools, and we had lots of great questions in the chat about maybe what tool to use for the audio recordings. And Manny Curiel is here along with myself, Amy Kiner, the EdTech team here in Cypher ISD. And we were putting in the chat that our school district does have the premium subscription to WeVideo. So we have lots of audio and video tools available, and that's perfect for creating those little audio clips that you'll want to include in your choice board. And I love that tip, by the way, Kris, of using that audio piece just to engage the students right away. So lots of great tips and tricks. I want to remind our viewers out there that when you're filling out the attendance verification form, to be sure that you click through all the screens. There's 2 or 3 screens there. You need to fill them all out, and you need to be sure that you click submit. Get all the way to that submit button and be sure you click on that so that you get your attendance. And so you do need to do that now before this next session starts. So I'm going to be playing a commercial here shortly and give Kris a chance to take a break. And he will be back at noon with another session. And Kris, what's that? Is going to be on dynamic Google Docs?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so we look forward to that, and we'll see Kris in just a few minutes. And all of you out in YouTube land, we look forward to seeing you here at noon.
Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so
All right, welcome back. Welcome to the next session for our digital learning conference at noon, 12 o'clock sharp. We have Kris Szajner back with us. He was at our 11 o'clock session, and now for the 12 o'clock, he is going to share dynamic Google Docs. So Kris Szajner, thank you for joining us. Welcome back for your second session today. And I'm just going to hand it over to you, and off you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so exciting to be here. The last session we had was all around kind of Google Slides, but this entire session is all around dynamic Google Docs. So in this session, we're going to be talking a lot about Google Docs and how to kind of level them up and how to make them amazing for all of your students. I put something out on Twitter about in like May that talked about 8 ways to improve your Google Docs. And we're actually going to do a couple more than that here today. We're going to do about 10 different ways that you can make your Google Docs amazing and make them dynamic for your kiddos. So we'll get into that in just a second. Before I introduce myself and introduce the session, I want to point you to where you can find all these resources. This is my website here. It's just my name, kszajner.com. And if you have trouble spelling my last name, which you would definitely be in the majority, this is also in the bottom right of all of my slides. My URL there is for you. So that will get you to this page itself. And just as simply as it is to get here, it's just going to go to, or you're just going to go clicking on presentations. And then you're going to follow these beautiful little buttons and click on Dynamic Google Docs to get to where we actually are. If you want to follow along, the presentation link here is going to give you that. And then there are some resources over here on the bottom corner that you can click on also. So before we actually jump into too much, and while you're navigating over there, I'm going to quickly just take a minute to introduce myself. My name is Kris Szajner. I am a technology integration specialist for the elementary schools in Prior Lake, Minnesota. I've been doing this job for 6 years now, and before this, I was a kindergarten teacher, still in Minnesota, but I enjoyed and loved every second of kindergarten kiddos because they are amazing. And I also love and enjoy every minute of this job because I get to see so many more students and impact so many more classrooms. And it's just amazing to see what we can do on the bigger picture from the entire district. You can connect with me through Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I'm also kind of on TikTok, kind of, not really, but that's also something that you can connect with me on. And that's where those channels are kind of wide open for questions and for comments and for sharing. I do share a lot through those channels. So just be sure to kind of check those out if you want to. Send me a message if you need any, if you have any questions or if you're stuck or whatever. But in the bottom right corner, you can see specifically my Twitter handle and the my website address that'll be on every single slide as we go. So that's a little bit about myself. What we're going to actually cover here is shifting from Google Slides all the way into Google Docs, and how do you actually make them awesome? Like, what kind of things can you do with them? Because there are a lot of people who kind of think that docs are just a word processor. You know, you can type a paper, you can share it some way with your kiddos or with yourself. And that's about it. Like that's where the buck stops. But that's completely not true. There are so many amazing things that you can do. And these are just 8 of the things we're going to cover. Like I said, there are more than 8 that we go through in here. There are some tips that come into this, and there are some other ways that we can actually use Google Docs in a specific way. I do want to also say before we start is that these docs don't have to be used in a Google Classroom environment. They actually are designed not to be used in that environment. So just so you know that these things are going to be applicable within Schoology, whether it's sharing a link or whether it's making a template link and things like that. And I'll teach you all of those tips and tricks as we jump into this. We used Schoology for many years in our district, and all of these things were amazing and applied to all of that. So without further ado, we are going to get started because we got at least 10 things to kind of jump through in here, and a lot of great, awesome tips and tricks to actually cover. The first one, excuse me, I'm jumping ahead of myself already. I'm just so excited about these docs. This is a quote that, you know, we have all seen as educators. It might not be singular to Mind Research Institute, but all students deserve equal access to high quality education. I believe that even more so after we went to distance learning in the spring is that all of our kids deserve amazing experiences. And if you can glean 1, 2, 3 things from this presentation on how to make amazing Google Documents or dynamic Google Documents, awesome. Like that's a humongous win. So as you look through all these, you know, maybe 10 plus little tricks, try to just grab 1, 2, or 3, or all of them if you want to, and build them into your classroom so that you can create a super high quality classroom and experience for all of your students as we go into this next year. So we're jumping in to the very first stop here on dynamic docs. This one here is about embedding GIFs. Now, there are some people who are like, what is a GIF? Isn't it peanut butter? Well, it absolutely is. But I'm going to show you how you can use this and actually how to make them so that you can drop them into your docs for amazingly powerful lessons for your actual students. The first thing I'm going to do is just start a new Google document. And this is going to be one of the documents that we try to build off. I didn't necessarily say this before, but a lot of this presentation is going to be me building in front of you. So if you want to follow along, by all means, please follow along. But if following along is too much for you, then just watch, because you can always play this back and you can see the tips and tricks later if you so choose to. But I'm going to be doing all of this right in front of you, nice and live and so pretty and beautiful. So we are on the first one, which was embedding GIFs into our actual documents, just like this. What I use GIFs for, even for our teachers, is including directions right on an actual document. The tool I choose to use that for or with is Screencastify. So what I'm going to do is actually use Screencastify to create a screen capture of my page. And then I'm going to save that as a GIF and put it into this document. So those are kind of the 3 steps that we'll do with that. So the first thing I have to do is make sure I have Screencastify. It's a free tool that's out there, and it also is an extension, as you can see up here in the corner. And I'm going to just click it and start it. Now, when you first do this, it gives you 3 choices. The browser tab means that it's just Chrome. Desktop means it's your whole computer. And then webcam obviously is turning around and looking at me. But we're just going to click browser tab, and I'm going to click on record. The free tools do only allow you 5 minutes, just as a quick little disclaimer there. So let's say we wanted to show students. I want you to go to File and make a copy and click OK. And that's it. Like that's our entire little demonstration there. Now it's still recording me as we make this, but what I can do after I click this and stop the recording is I have some options that open up in Screencastify that allow me to actually change this template a little bit here, okay? So I can go in here and you can see that this is my entire recording. I can trim this from the beginning until I kind of have it where I want it. And I can trim from the end so that it stops where I want it to be. And it's going to give me some previews also, okay? Perfect, stop right there. So I have like this 4-second clip that I have. It's showing students from the very beginning. You click on this, you click on File, you click on Make a Copy, you click OK. Let's save the trim. It's going to do some little magic behind the doors. There's a bunch of scissors and some digital people that are out there actually cutting this video up. And then it's going to allow me to download this over here in the bottom right-hand corner. So you can see download. If I open this up, I can export this as an actual GIF or as a video or as just the audio or whatever. Let's choose export animated GIF and click export because the size kind of matters, but not really. We could make it a little bit bigger so it's a little more higher resolution, but that is not a huge difference that's there. Almost finished. Like I said, we use this for all kinds of things. We use it to just showcase directions for kids or to simply just push something out that everybody can get to. I'm going to click, drag, and drop this right into the canvas. And what you're going to see is this GIF is actually playing right now, right in my document. I have to do literally nothing. So you could say at the beginning of this, please follow these directions. Think like that. And you have now led off your document with a tutorial for kids that says, guess what? Make a copy, friends. Don't ask me for permissions. Make your own copy. So that is the first tip, and the first big one that's already here is using Screencastify, which is a phenomenal free tool that's out there, and exporting that video as a GIF so that you can just drop it right into your documents just like this and make amazingly powerful tools for your students so that they can all access your content as you learn. That's number one. Number two, headers and footers. Now, if you think back to the resources on my website, there are some examples here that you can copy and that you can take for yourself. But I'm going to show you how to actually design a couple of these here. If I go and actually start a new document, I'm going to show you how to do my favorite actual header and footer and how to actually design this so it's like this beautiful document that's going to be super visually appealing. I'm going to go up here to Insert, and I'm going to go to a header right up here on top. And once I have this started, I can actually go to Insert and put a picture or a drawing in this place. Now, I'm going to make a drawing. I'm going to start from scratch for you just to give you a really powerful one. Once this loads here, we're going to put in a couple shapes. I'm going to put in this little thin rectangle like this. And we're going to make it like really dark gray. And let's put in a couple other little graphics. I want to show you how quick this is to actually build something really awesome. There's another one. We'll size it. Let's change this one to be a little lighter. We'll duplicate it. I'm just going quickly through some designing here. Awesome. And we'll go really bright on that one. Last thing I'll do is actually put in a circle up here in the corner. I love it. This is turning out awesome. And we'll make it white just like this. Okay, so we're going to say that this is finished. I can continue to tweak with this, but we're going to just say save and close. Again, since this is in the header, this now can be something that is living somewhere that I probably won't actually get to or run into. It won't be kind of a problem. You'll see what I'm talking about here. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on my canvas so you see the whole page. I'll click on that drawing I just made, and I'm going to choose to actually break the text, or I could wrap the text, and we'll say that this is like 1/16 of an inch. You can see the options down here, and then I will go to fix position on page. So this stays in the same spot, and it's something that's going to lock on the edge. Now what I can do is pull it over to my corner and to my edge and have this run along the whole sidebar just like this. So now we have this super clean looking document that's here that I can then type into. I can add all my content onto. I can do all kinds of fun stuff with this. Let me change that one. There we go. Just like this. And now we have made a document that doesn't necessarily look like a document because it has this awesome header sidebar here that I can continue to type down the side of, and it's not going to interfere with my text at all because we put it in as a header. Now that's doing like a vertical, a sidebar one. You can also do these horizontal across the top. And there are some examples of how you can actually do that in here, but I wanted to show you how you can put things into the headers that they can be super visual on your document. So you're not just typing on like a white canvas anymore. You can make these things be like packets and books and other things for your kids so that they have a robust and a beautiful looking document that they can work from. The last one that I'll show is just how to add in a footer. I went the wrong way. Insert and a footer. And what you can do in here is you can also include some things that are going to give your students like some shortcuts. So if you wanted to have one that said, email me, and what this would do is actually link out to your Melito email, you can do this for your students so that they can send you an email directly from the actual document itself. You can include a link in here, or you could say homepage, and this is going to go to your district website. I'm just going to google.com, just like this. So you have a clickable piece in here that is a separate part of your actual text box. So it's going to live down there and be something that's really streamlined for you. Once we get to like bookmarks, you'll see how powerful this is when we get there, because I'll come back to this document here in just a second. Let's call this one headers. Okay. So that's number 2. I could literally spend the entire session talking about how to design headers and footers and how to make your documents like completely gorgeous and beautiful, but I can't. I have to keep on moving. The next one is button drawings. And again, favorite kind of thing to do. I'm going to just show 2 buttons, these 2 on the right-hand side. How about that? Buttons are, again, a really sweet way to make a visual prompt for kiddos or for teachers within your document. All I have to do is click on a text space, go to insert, and I'm going to go to drawing. And again, just like I built the header, I can also build some things here that are going to be beautiful and fun for kiddos. We're going to build this arrow one, like I showed you. I jumped past it, but I chose from arrows. I chose this pentagon. Yep, sure. I chose that one, pentagon. And what I'm going to do then is have some other arrows in front of it. So I can go to shapes. And if I go back to arrows, I have these awesome little things that I can use and snap these exactly to the right and correct size, just like this. Okay, I'm just tweaking with some of these angles so they are perfectly perfect. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Let's change our colors just like this. All right, so there we go. Perfect. I love this. I'm just going to put a text in here and just say button or whatever. Let's make this white and go, oopsies, right clicked and go up to like 24. Sure. Not a super fun font, but let's change to that one. Okay. Awesome. So I'm going to click save once I have this where I like it, and you'll see it drop right into the canvas. Now, this is technically a drawing right now. So if I double clicked on it, it would go back into editing. However, I can take this drawing and I can actually link to this now that I have it in my canvas or on my actual document. So if I wanted this link here to go to, Kid Rex or a Kid Safe search engine, I can actually make that button be a link that kids can click on and go somewhere else. And when I show you at the very end here, when I show you what the actual published look is like, kids don't have that choice to actually double click and go into the edit view. So it's really going to save you a whole bunch of time and be super, super beautiful as you go into this. I'm going to do one more quick one, just this bottom one here, because this is probably my favorite design, and it's one that I can't not build for you. I'm going to go back to drawing, and I built this one through going to the actual line tool, not to the shapes, and choosing this polyline option, because this allows me to click and create my own custom shape that can be really whatever I want it to be. Let's make it the same colors, just like this. Okay, whoops. And since I have one, what I can do is duplicate it by doing like either right click, control copy, command D or control D. That's how you duplicate things. And this second one, I'm going to make be this really modern looking outline that we're just going to overlay on top. Okay, so it's perfectly on top, and I'm going to go just tilt it just a little bit like that. So it looks really sweet, like honestly, really sweet. Button number 2. Change that. There we go. Button. Okay, we're just going to leave this one like that. It won't let me type words right now, which is okay. You could have a word sit on here, whatever you wanted, but that's how you design that button that's there. Again, visual appeal is basically all that these buttons are designed to do. If you can attract a student's eyes to a space, go ahead and do that. It's going to save you time. It's going to save you a bunch of headaches. And it's going to allow your students to have a really awesome time building or experiencing all of these awesome tools. So that's it. We're done with buttons. Again, I could spend so much time on headers and buttons and like graphic design and stuff like that, but we're going to jump past that one because we're on to our mega tip, at least one of them. What this is going to do and what I'm going to show you through this is show you 3 add-ons that are for Google Docs that are literally going to like blow your mind. So I'm going to go back to one of my documents. Let's go to this one here. And I'm just going to type in just some words, whatever. I'm just typing in some characters. And I'm going to scroll down right here. So we have just this that we're focusing in on. The first add-on, or the add-ons that I want to show you, I can scroll, there we go. If I can get back to my view, excuse me, sorry, all the zooming in and out stuff is throwing me off. If I go up here to add-ons in documents, I can go to get add-ons. And I can choose some of these amazing ones that we have. And I'm going to showcase all 3 of them. You can choose whether you want them or not, or you hate them. It's totally up to you. The first one is Extensis fonts. If I start this, what this allows to happen is there's a sidebar now for the fonts that I can choose from. I don't have to go up here to this little drop down and I don't have to choose from that anymore. I can just say, you know what? This one here looks way more fun than the one that I chose. Or I can scroll down and say, well, it's this one here. Or I could change up by just saying, I only want to see handwriting fonts or anything like this. These fonts are the exact same ones that are in this category over here, except they're organized in an extremely user-friendly way. So that is Extensis fonts. That's literally how simple it is. It's just a way, again, to stay organized and to stay clean within your work. The second one is called Fun Text. Now, Fun Text is one that is going to go above and beyond what we just saw there, where I can choose like a text color. I could choose to go rainbow words, and it's going to automatically change my font to be rainbow words, literally like this. Okay, you see how it did that automatically? I don't have to do that. And before, like, you'd have to go 1 letter at a time and change all your letters. Nightmare, but you don't have to actually do that anymore. You could go like highlight some colors, the font size, I could do like wobbling size and it's going to play with what it looks like. I could go to the case, let's say it's alternating case, uppercase, lowercase. And what's nice is it does this stuff all for me and it keeps it still in the actual text format. So if I'm playing with this and I'm like, you know what, I don't like how this looks, I can just reset this and start all over by going over here. No thanks, okay? So it's a really great way to visually up the game of how your text actually looks, and it does so much work for you. The last one is technically called Flat Icon, but it's now titled Icons for Slides and Docs. So this is one that I showcased actually last year at the DLC, but again, the name changed and it's one that now has been accessed into this document now itself, or into Google Docs, excuse me. It used to only be for Google Slides, now it's also for Google Docs. What this is it allows me to search Flat Icon for these super cute, already done graphics that I can just click and insert right into my work. I can change the size, I can look for icons that are the same type and just click insert and it's going to just whoosh right into my actual work. Oh, it's going to say we've reached our guest, sign up for free. I'm not going to click on that. It's a free tool that allows you to be in here. I wasn't signed in, so I apologize for that, but it's going to allow you to just pull these graphics right into here and it's going to be super cute and super adorable and also like super streamlined for you. You could instead like link the picture of the frog versus say like click on the frog. You know, you could have all these beautiful things that are here. So mega tip time is finished and I have to kind of pick up my pace here because we're already at 12:23. But that was the end of our add-ons, which I hope that you enjoyed. I hope that you found were fun and really awesome for you. The next section we're going to talk about is tables. These 1, 2, 3 examples here are some examples of tables and how you can actually use them in documents, because you might be thinking to yourself like, tables are just tables. Like there's nothing really you can do with them, but I'm going to show you how you can actually use this power to your advantage. What I can do here is actually go up to insert and insert a table. Let's just make this a 2-bar table. Okay, so we have it in our space. What I can do is, instead of like taking this button and copying it like this and like being like, I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces, you know, in here, I can actually take this, drop this into the table, drop this one into the table, and now they have perfectly spaced themselves between each other. I can right click on all this stuff. I can just make this magic kind of happen without actually really doing anything. Now that I have these in the table, I just have to click on the actual table itself, and I can change the border to be white. And this is where like the magic happens. Ready? Boom. And look at that. You can't even tell that those are in a table anymore. So I have taken the work out of actually building these things and how to like format them and align them in the right way by just using a table and turning it to be white. It's just a huge little hack here that's going to save you a massive amount of time as you start to design and build things for your kiddos. The last one I'll show you, because I don't want to do all 3 of those. If I go to Insert Table, let me do one that's kind of a little bit bigger. This is just a total visual pitch that I have going on here. So let's say this is Word or link or whatever. I'm going to copy this and paste it on all of them. What I'm going to do is highlight the whole table. Let's align them in the middle, and let's change our border color, or our width actually, to be like 3. So it's really kind of big. And what I want to do is actually show you that you can take this and cut all the outside around it. So you actually just have a different visual look to it. And trust me, it's going to blow away some people, because when I first saw this, I was like, how in the world did you do that? And I'm going to show you that one right here. I'm going to highlight this table one more time and click on this little drop down that's up here in the corner, if you can see that. Click the drop down and then choose just the outside border. So the one that's all the way around the perimeter. If I click that, I'm only selecting those lines, and I can change this to be white. And just like before, we have now changed our table from something that was like boring, you're an old table, to, whoa, like, look at this. This is really clean. This is really awesome. So that's something that can be done really quickly and really easily for you to just up your game on tables and just make them super, super visual and beautiful. This example here, the third one I didn't actually do. This is just kind of using different fonts within a table, different font sizes. You can play around with that to make this work best for you. But these are just kind of ways that you can kind of change things up and just to give a nice little up on your table game, as we would say. Okay, let's keep on moving. Default font. Now, you might have seen this trick before, and if you haven't, this is one that you have to kind of do. You have to do this, because what you can do in Google Documents is you can actually change your default font so you're not using Arial. Now, I'm not knocking Arial. I'm not saying that it's not a wonderful font. However, it's not as fun as some of the other ones that are out there. So what you're going to do is go to a document. Let's actually start a brand new one. And I'm going to walk you through how you change your default font, because like I said, Arial is okay, but we can change it so it does something else. So what you're going to first do is choose a font. Let's say that we want to change us now to Reenie Beanie, which is one of my favorites. And I'm even going to change it to like size 24. Okay, so we've changed not only the font, but also we've changed the size here. The first thing I need to do is go over here to Styles, like this, the normal text, hover over normal text and say, oops, there it goes, update normal text to match. So it's going to match what I just changed this to, okay? Once I do that, you can see that it automatically changed it, but I got to do one more thing first. I'm going to go back here, and instead of going to normal text, go down to the bottom of options and choose save as my default style, just like this. It says, whoa, your default style has changed. Okay, so that's like half the magic. Here's the real magic. If I go and start a new document now, remember how it was like Engelbert before? If I go in here, it's defaulting now, like new document. I changed nothing. It's defaulting now to this new font. and it's even defaulting it to size 24. So this is, I mean, like I said, this is probably my favorite trick and tip that come with this whole thing, because you don't have to settle for Arial anymore. You don't have to be okay with that anymore. You can have a font that fits your style and that fits you. So that's one that's really going to save you a ton of time, and it's really going to be just a great addition to your Google Docs, saving you some clicking time and some changing the font time as you go through it. Okay, let's go on to the next one of bookmarks. And like I promised with this one, I'm going to show you how this plays into some of these other documents we have started. So I'm going to go here to headers, and I'm going to start to create some pieces in here that are going to show you how bookmarks can be really powerful. So what I'm going to do is actually take this page, and let's call this one document details or something. We're going to make this part be the actual header for this like section. I'm going to copy this whole thing, and let's kind of paste it down here and say that this next section here would be all about me, or really whatever, all about me, something fun like this. Okay, so I have like these two sections in my document. What I've done this before, I guess I'll give a little more context to it, is that if you had like an ongoing note page, like for PLCs or for like conference notes, like this one that we're doing right now, you could have these dates start to stagger themselves. Like this date could be for today, July 28th. Oops. 2020, and the other one could be July 29th or whatever you want it to be. But this is a way to kind of streamline and to have one long document as you go. So I have my headers built, or however I want to organize this document. What I'm going to do is just highlight the text or the header text and go to Insert, Bookmark, because once we do this, we've created that bookmark. And you can see, if I center this, you can see that little blue literal bookmark that's right next to this, so that I know that this is bookmarked and my students know that this is bookmarked as well. Let's do the same thing for this one. Highlight the text, insert, and bookmark, and we'll also center it. There we go. So we're 2 for 2. Okay. How this can be helpful is that you as a teacher, or you even as like a learning organizer, like a learning team leader or something like that, you can use those bookmarks to save you time and scrolling and clicks. And I'll show you 2 ways that are really powerful. So the first way is simply to just type out the word and have that bookmark be it. So this one could say today's date, just like this, today's date. I'm going to make this just a tiny bit bigger. Let's say it's like 24. And now since I have those things bookmarked, I can go over to link, and I can choose now from the bookmarks on this specific document. So I can choose July 28th, 2020, and apply that. So now when I come to this document, I have to just click on it, boom, and it's going to just whip me right down to that spot where I actually was, okay? So that's the one way. That's one fantastic way. Let's do the all about me the same way. All about me. We're going to link bookmarks and go all about me, and then apply. And just like today's date, if I click and click, it's going to take me to that section of the document, saving me a whole bunch of time. Now, that's a good way to organize a long document. But the other way that I like to do it is to actually use the footer section to embed some of these bookmarks into it. So this could say all about me in the actual footer, and I can still link this to an actual bookmark so that it's all within one space and frame. So what we sometimes do in long documents is you have one of these buttons that says back to the top. Like, how many of you have gone down this 20-page document and been like, now I have to scroll all the way to the top? What if there was a button that actually did that? You can build one of those buttons in your documents right at the bottom. Just say back to the top, and then you actually link a bookmark up here that's at the top of the page, and it goes right to that one. So bookmarks are great, powerful ways to clean up your documents so that you're not scrolling a whole bunch of times. You're just doing some clicks, and it's something that's really going to save you a whole bunch of time. I see a question right now that says, can we bookmark things in slides? Yes, you can. It's just not the same. So instead of actually choosing bookmark, you're just going to link to a specific slide in the actual slideshow. So it's kind of similar, but you wouldn't be using the actual bookmark because those are not a feature in Google Slides itself. Okay, awesome. Template link. This is for all of you Schoology users. Here is another, this is the one that's really going to change everything for you. I'm going to show you how to take one of these documents and how to give it to your students so that they can make their own copy automatically. Like there's no questions, there's no whining, there's no asking for permission. It's just done. And I'm going to show you how to actually do this. This is a visual cue for what you do. And I'm going to walk you through both of these two methods, and I'll talk a little bit about why they can work certain ways. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to title this one Document 1, just for fun. Let's pretend that this is the document you want to give to your kids. You have finished it. It's beautiful. You have GIFs all over the place. You have all these buttons, and it's just like, I mean, it's just heaven in a document. We want to give this to our kids now, okay? So we have it titled, and we're going to go over here to share in the top corner, and we're going to share this in a little bit different way. Now, you can type in your students' names one at a time. Like that is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Or you can change this option down here for when it says get link. You can change it to be anyone within our network. Now, I don't have this because I'm working outside of our school network, but if you're working within your school network, you should have one that says like anyone within, you know, your school district with the link can view. Okay, so again, I don't have that choice because this is a personal Google account right now, but if you did have that choice, that would be the choice you want to make. Anyone within my network can view. You don't even need them to edit, okay? So that is the first step. Step 1, done. The second one is actually how you change the URL at the top. So if you can see way up here in the top corner, this big, giant, long, super kind of ugly URL, you only have to change one word. So where it says edit, I'm going to delete those 4 letters. Edit is gone, just like this. All right, so we're all the way to that slash. The first method is to replace the word edit, so delete edit, and write the word copy, okay? Now, if I grab this link, and if I try it out, just like this, this is what the students will see. So if you took that link, you pasted it onto Schoology for your students, this is what they're gonna see. Do you wanna make a copy of document 1? Why, yes, I absolutely do. And they just have to click make a copy, and now they have one that's theirs. It's unique to them. Any changes are not done by any of the other students. So that's method number 1. The second one, let me go back here, is to replace the word edit with the word template / preview. Whoops, preview. I can spell it right. Ooh, there we go. Now you could be sitting here being like, that's a lot more words. I don't know what slash you're using. It's not super friendly, but this is why I really like this one. If I hit enter on this, my students now can visually see what they're making a copy of. Whereas if I just chose copy, they don't see what the template actually is. But if I change it to template preview, just like this, they see what they're making a copy of. They can visually see that, and they can click use this template, and now they've made their own copy. So I choose to fall back on template preview a little bit more often simply because of this feature right here. Everybody can see what they're making a copy of versus kind of blindly doing things and copying as they go, which both of them are going to work perfectly. But this way is my personal favorite, is to do template / preview. The final thing with this is once you have this preview, even if it's the copy document, you can copy this link, pardon me, copy the whole thing, like including template preview. And this is when you're going to actually paste this somewhere. So if this was Schoology, if we were in here, you could paste it right here for your kiddos to have. And then this is what they actually want, is that link with that URL changed at the end. because if you don't change the URL, they're going to start to access the same one, and they might run into some troubles. But if you give them this link with the change URL, you're golden. It's over. All right. Okay, that we got a little stuck on that one, but we're almost done. Oh, good. We got 12 minutes. Perfect. Here is the next mega tip, and probably again one of my favorite tools that are out here, and it's one that I saw. I believe it was Tony Vincent was the one who actually introduced me to this. Now, Canva, for anybody who's not really familiar with this, is actually a tool. Let me get rid of just this. It's actually a tool that you can use to kind of create like infographics and just kind of fun stuff like this, that like there's templates and there's awesome stuff like that. However, Canva has come up with a new section called Colors that is a phenomenal place to get your like digital graphic designer on. So the URL for this is canva.com/colors. That's it, canva.com/colors. And it's going to take you to this here section. Now, there are some big four topics that are kind of here. The first one on the right-hand side is color meanings. So you can actually look up, like, what do colors mean? So when you're designing buttons, if you have a blue button, that means like help. Whereas if you had a red button, that means like click here. It's a little bit more aggressive. So if you wanted to look up specific colors, that's a fantastic place to do it. The color wheel is, again, another place where they talk about colors, kind of what they mean, and it also gives you complementary colors. So if I click on it, I'll kind of show you. If you had a color that you so chose, it's going to give you a complement to that. So if you wanted to graphically design things, this does all the work for you. It's fantastic. The next one here is color palette ideas. And this one is where I spend a lot of time actually doing my work, because you can look through all of these palettes and be like, you know what? I want this one here. And what it's going to do is it's going to give you the image of inspiration, I believe is what it's called. This is where they took the colors from. And then it gives you all of the colors here that you can actually choose from. Now, if you can see, as I hover over these, it allows me to copy the color code. So if I copy this code, click, and I went back to a document over here, let's go to this one, and I wanted to change this button or something to be that color, I can double click on the button. So I'm editing. Let me click on the background, and I can go up to the fill, and I can go to custom and actually paste that code right up here. Now I can click OK. Now that code was this exact color, like exact color. And I just took that color and I put it right here in my actual button. Now that I did it once, I can just go back here to custom and I have it. I've just now used that color from canva.com, plopped it right into my document really quickly and easily. I can also do this for fonts. Like if I wanted that font to be that dark blue, I choose the font color, go to custom, paste that little hex code and just click OK. And now I have it. This is that nice, awesome dark blue color, saving me a huge amount of time and just kind of guessing. Now, these colors here that Google provides, they're really great. They truly are, but the color combinations in Canva are truly a place of real inspiration that you can really get some powerful stuff from. The last section on here, I'll just kind of talk about it quickly. The color palette generator, it allows you to take a photo and drop it in here, and it's going to pull the most popular images that are, or the most popular colors that are in here. So if you had a logo of your school district, drop it in there and it's going to tell you, here's the 3 colors. And just like before with the color copier that we had, you can still copy that code and then use it in other ways. So Canva is a phenomenal place for you to spend a little bit of time getting familiar with colors and how do you really design things so that students can be not only attracted to it, but also be super purposeful with all of your design behind some of these pieces. Okay, the final step, and I believe this is the last thing that I kind of have on here before we kind of stop for a couple questions, is publishing your document. Now, there are some drawbacks with publishing, but I want to really show you the power in how and why you actually publish things. So before I show you the process, publishing documents means that you can push something out but nobody can edit or nobody can touch it. They can just like click on links. They can click on whatever you have in there. They can watch your GIFs, but they can't make a copy and they can't take that for something else. So publishing is something that I would recommend if for your newsletters, or if you had like a set of directions that you were pushing out that you don't want people to make a copy of, or if it was something that, you know, had all of your like your information on it, like for all your grade level, publishing is a great choice for that. But like I said, there are some things that you can't do if you publish. So just kind of think of your purpose behind when you actually use publishing, when you don't. To publish a document, let's actually do it from this one that's going to be up here. I got to wait for my toolbar to go away. There we go, headers. So if we publish a document, we're going to go up here to File, Publish to the web right here. And it's going to give you two choices. So it says publish by a link or publish by an embed code. I'm going to choose link and click on publish. It always asks you like, are you sure you want to publish? Yes, we are. We're sure we want to publish this document. And now it's given you a published link. Now, one thing I didn't actually say is that in order to publish something, you don't have to share it. It can be still private like this, private to me. And I can still share this published link with people and they're going to be able to interact with this. They won't have any trouble actually going through it. So here's what kind of the published look looks like. There are tiny little formatting differences that are here, but you can see this bookmark. It's going to take me right to that section. All About Me takes me there. Publishing can sometimes, you know, give you that different look and feel. Like I said, that header kind of got in the way for this specific example, but if you had a header across the top, it might be a little bit more helpful for you. But publishing is, like I said, it's a fantastic way to just kind of put content out there without having people who need to force copies or need to do something that might be a little bit frustrating for them. It's your way of circumventing that so that you can still push content and not really worry about that. And here is the last one. This is, I promise this is the last page that's on here. These .new tricks. I'm going to leave this right here for just a quick second, but these .new tricks literally save me hours and hours and hours, because you can even see in this training, I made 5 documents. And if I had to go to Google Drive and click on new and click on document, like that is way too long. So Google was like, you know what, we're going to buy all these .new URLs so that you as a teacher or you as an educator can use that to your advantage. So in order for me to use this, I just have to type in what it says here, and it's going to make me a new document or a new slideshow or a new Google Sheet or a new site, whatever I want. So I'm going to go to a new tab and just type in docs.new. I don't have to do anything. Like literally, I'm just here on the internet. And if I hit enter, it's going to make me a brand new document. I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to go to Google Drive. I don't have to go to file, make a copy or whatever. It just starts a new document for me. And this automatically saves right into my Google Drive, saving me time, saving me headache, and streamlining the way that I work as an actual educator. So that's the last big tip that's here. These .new things, like I said, save me so much time, so much time. And it's just so awesome to actually have these now that Google has bought everything out. What I'm going to do is post up the code for all of you guys so that you can actually get signed into this and get your credit for actually coming and enjoying it. And while you're kind of doing this, I just want to give you a huge, giant thank you. We went through so many things and we went through them so fast. I really wish that we could spend like 2 or 3 hours really diving into like, how do you design buttons? Where should they look and feel for kids? How do the visual components all play into this for learning? I could literally spend hours talking about that, but I appreciate you coming with and getting kind of a little bit of taste into how these things can actually be designed. As we close up, I'm going to flip back to the other page here so that you can kind of get my contact information. I do, like I said, my website is on all this stuff. You can always go and check out the presentations. My Twitter handle is there. My email is here. I'm always open for things. And I really hope that you guys connect with me through Twitter because I share so many things, whether it's Google Documents, whether it's through different tools. I share a lot with everybody and I encourage you to come check it out. and use it in your classroom too. Use those things that we kind of build, because that's what I really want out of all this. I want you to take this, do it with your kids, have fun with them, enjoy the time, enjoy the experience, and create awesome moments for all of your students using dynamic docs. So I'm going to go back to this one more time, and I'm going to pass it back to you with just 2 minutes to spare.
All right, awesome, Kris. Thank you so much. That I kind of, I have to say, I was reading in the chat, and people are just soaking up everything that you're sharing, and you're giving so many awesome tips and tricks. I love the Canva color and headers and footers. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen using the header and footer trick before, all of your little design tips. So I have learned something from you in both of your sessions, and I can see that our staff, our teachers are loving it and already thinking about how they can apply it. So thank you so much for being here today.
Well, yes, thank you so much for having me. I truly, truly enjoyed it.
And teachers, be sure that you fill out that verification link, and be sure that you click to the very end and that you are sure that you click submit, so that you get credit for attending Kris's session today. And be sure and follow him on Twitter, because like you said, he's always posting new stuff out there.
Sure am.
So we are going to sign off to a commercial break. And thank you again, Kris. And
thank you so much.
And we will have our next session at 1 o'clock. With Tony Vincent, who Kris was mentioning earlier, but he learns from Tony as well. So we're looking forward to that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kris. And thanks everyone. And we'll see everyone back here for 1 o'clock.
Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions. So there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the CFISD Digital Learning Conference for the 1 o'clock session. For 1 o'clock today, we have Tony Vincent as our presenter, and Tony is presenting Electrify all your lessons today. So I can't wait to see what he's going to show us to electrify those lessons. I certainly want to know. So hello, Tony, welcome.
Hello, thanks. It's great to be here.
I saw you already jumped in the chat and got everyone riled up and excited about what you were going to share.
We've got some awesome chatters in there. So that's half the fun of these live webinars is interacting with other people. And we've got several hundred people chatting it up in there.
Oh yeah, we've had actually about 1,200 people in our just one room today. So it's excellent. And participants out there, remember that you can ask Tony questions in the chat and he'll kind of check from time to time, and he may not get to every one of them, but be sure and put them out there and we'll try to get all your questions answered. So be sure and utilize that. And
with that, I'll just mention sometimes the chat room goes by fast. I have all these screens to look at. So don't be afraid to repeat your question because the things scroll by. So you might want to copy your question after you type it so you can paste it in periodically until I get a chance to see it.
Okay, fantastic. So with that, Tony, I'm going to let you just take it away.
All right, I'm going to get my screen sharing set up here. And here we go. So we're here for electrifying any lesson. And we'll talk about different ways that you can really focus on lesson hooks and keeping kids engaged in your lesson, whether you're in the same physical space or not, because the electrify part is that these things are kind of digital. So a little bit about me. I started teaching in the late 90s. I taught 5th grade in Omaha, Nebraska, and I've always been techie. I've used a lot of technology. I was the only teacher who used the one projector that we had in the building in 1999. Then I was my school's tech coach for a couple of years, and then I left and became self-employed as a consultant, getting to travel to nearly every state in different countries and going to conferences and just learning tons. So when my twins started kindergarten in 2018, I thought it was a good time to go back. So I went back to the classroom in Council Bluffs, Iowa, right across the river from Omaha. And Council Bluffs is where I live. And in case you want some geography here, thanks to Google Maps, I can show you Nebraska's on the left side of the Missouri River and Council Bluffs is on the right. And I taught at a school called College View. It's an international baccalaureate school. My twins went to school downstairs and I taught 5th grade upstairs again. And it was a chance for me to really try out all these tools and techniques that I had learned at all these conferences that I had been to and things that I had been showing teachers and that I had done in others' teachers' classrooms, but I got to do it myself. So it was a lot of fun. And I'll be talking a lot about my classroom. Here, I'll show you a picture of, there's my son Connor and his friend coming up to my class from kindergarten to read to my class. And when Connor would come up and read to my class, or when my daughter Ellie would, they would pay complete attention. Like they were focused on them the whole time. But when I was teaching, it was a little different. It's somehow that the teacher begins talking and I lost them. So I found that with particularly this group of 5th graders that I had, I really had to structure activities and structure my lessons to reel them in and try to keep them. And of course, my toolbox is full of technology. So technology is what I used for that. So here's my objectives for us, and I've changed the objectives a little bit. So I've emojified them, and that's one way to build a little bit of mystery for your lessons is replace keywords with emojis. So we'll talk about turning a potentially boring lesson into a brilliant one. That's kind of a boring one emoji there, but then we will build, not build, it's make. Make learning irresistible by hooking and that's a student, your student senses, connecting to their background knowledge, testing predictions, building mysteries, and we'll experience a variety of different activities like pixelated pictures and locked content, mystery maps. So if you don't know your emojis as well as I do, like I feel like I can't send a text message or tweet without an emoji. It feels like it's incomplete. I like including little mini pictures with what I tweet or what I text. I don't usually use them to replace words, but this is really effective for kids coming into your lesson and seeing, oh, what exactly does that stand for? It captures their attention in a way that just text doesn't. If you'd like to create your own and you're not as familiar with emojis as I am, you can try emojitranslate.com. At emojitranslate.com, you just type what you want it to say, and then in the bottom, it replaces keywords with emojis. Now, it doesn't always do the best of jobs, so you can always go in and tweak that translation. And then the nice thing about emojis is that you can copy and paste them anywhere that you can put text. So these could be your directions in Schoology. They can go out in an email. They can be in a document. They can be on your slide. Just as you would copy and paste text, you can copy and paste emojis. They're pictures you can type. And If you want to type your own emojis, there's a little trick here. If you are running Windows and the latest version, if that's your computer, you can use the Windows key plus the period when you have a blinking cursor to get an emoji. If you're on a Mac, and that's what I'm on, I have a muscle memory of Control, Command, and space to bring up an emoji picker. On a Chromebook, you just 2-finger click and insert emoji is one of the options. So no matter what kind of computer you're on, we are just, a few steps away from being able to include an emoji. I see Kevin says emoji text is the perfect idea for breakout room clues. I agree. They do make some really good clues. Picture clues. Yeah. So emoji translate is one way. Just be careful. And this is why they make good clues, is because they can be interpreted in different ways. You could be communicating one thing and the student receives another. Just for fun, I'll show you a text message conversation I had with K9. I just heard that your cat is having surgery. Did you just high five the fact that my cat has bladder stones? No, I really like your cat. So this symbol could be a high five. Other people say it's praying. And so you got to kind of rely on the context, right? Emojis can be interpreted differently. So then this conversation goes on. No, I really like your cat. I'm not in the mood for your sarcasm right now. Well, I wasn't being sarcastic. I really hope that Fleece Witherspoon's spoon gets well soon. And then you can see the ghost emoji. Anyway, that's just some fun with emojis. And I will just tell you, if you're using emojis as a teacher, just avoid in using either of these emojis. And if you don't know why, ask somebody later, but just avoid those. Now, for probably the next 20 minutes, I'm going to ask you to do something that is probably hard for you to do. And that is to not Google. Don't Google answers. We're going to be doing some guessing. So don't Google to find out the answer, because we're going to use it for brainstorming. All right. I'm going to assume that you all agree that you won't Google, and I'll remind you a couple times because you're going to really want to do it. Right. So first off, I have a question for you. What online tools do you use for polling? And there's going to be a couple of ways that you can answer this. I will put into the chat a link that you can copy and then paste. Let's try there we go. So there's a link, or on my screen, you could scan that QR code, but that's coming down here in just a moment. Or you can follow the directions that you're about to see right here. All right, so the first person has said none. You don't use any polling tools. You don't have to answer the question, or you can write none in there. What this does is I'm using a website called Mentimeter, and it makes an instant word cloud from your contributions. And words that have been submitted more are ones that are larger. So you can see Kahoot is the largest right now. And on the screen, it says menti.com, and you can use that code that's there. I'll paste that link in again too. And then keep that link open because I have 2 more questions for you after you get there. Google Forms. Google Forms is a great way. There's SurveyMonkey. Several people have Mentimeter in here. ClassFlow. And I believe Schoology has polling in it as well. So we have really a variety of tools to do instant polling. And it doesn't matter really which one you use. What's nice is when students can see the results of those polls and that they've been able to contribute and see how their answer stacks up against everybody else's. And if you're doing online learning, you can't see all the hands that are raised necessarily. So this is one way to see the answers. See lots of Google Forms, quizzes, awesome. All right, so then I have another question for you. As soon as I get it up here. All right, I think I'm in a full screen mode that I have to get out of. Here we go. All right, so don't look this up. Remember, no Googling. Madeline Hunter is famous for her instructional theory into practice model. And her instructional model has 7 components. And sometimes school districts, principals ask that your lesson plans are even in this format based on her instructional model. So she is somebody that you've heard of in education, even in your education classes. Is she still alive? So just a simple question. Don't Google it. Just make a guess. Is she still alive? We have 61%, 62% no, 38, 39% yes. The votes are still coming in. All right. And I just love that Mentimeter and other polling tools, they automatically adjust. So as the poll results pour in, we get to see the graph adjust too. All right, so about 60-40. We'll come back to this later. Don't Google it. And one more question for you. So Dr. John Medina has this book called Brain Rules, and he talks about senses, but says that one sense really trumps the others when it comes to memory and understanding. Is that smell, hearing, touch, or vision? And notice I included emojis in the responses because I use a lot of emojis. So Kristen asked, does Mentimeter save responses? It does. So I can go back and see the responses. You are not logged in, so your responses are anonymous. So this is good for the teacher to get a general sense of the class, but for individual responses, you'll want something where they put their name in, like Google Forms or Nearpod. One thing I do like about Mentimeter is it gives you for free, you can have as many people answer as you'd like. So we can have 217 responses, and I can do all that all for free. The problem is for free, I can only have 3 questions in a row. I will have to start a new set of 3 questions in the free version if I wanted more than 3. But I'm using the free version, so this is your 3rd and final question through Mentimeter. And now I see that smell. Yeah, once you smell something, it's really hard to unsmell it, huh? All right, well, we'll examine some of the answers to these questions. Right here, let's talk about that brain rule. So we'll work backwards here. Brain rules. Well, first of all, and I did not give you this option, but Dr. Medina says that if we can stimulate more of the senses at the same time, then we really are onto something that when it comes to memory and understanding. But there is one sense that is above all others, and that one is vision. He says vision trumps all other senses. Our eyes send way more signals to the brain than from any other senses. Visual analysis is lots of steps. He talks a lot about this in the book. But when we can make something visual, it can really do a lot for stimulating the brain. That's why images are so powerful. So now you're kind of thinking about what you answered in Mentimeter and how everybody can see the results, that you just publicly kind of committed to an answer, even though they were anonymous, makes you maybe a little bit more invested in the answer. And maybe that also happened with Madeline Hunter. So I did some Google image searching for Madeline Hunter, and even on blogs and websites, I've seen this picture come up a lot. And she kind of has her head tilted. When you look up Madeline Hunter, this is who you find. But with a little more digging, I discovered that this is Madeline Hunter, the romance novelist, not Madeline Hunter, the educator. So it actually took some digging to find a picture of her. And here's Madeline Hunter when she was principal of University Elementary School. Madeline Hunter was born in 1916 and she died in 1994. So 60% of you that said she's no longer with us were correct. And her instructional model has 7 steps, and I still don't want you Googling. But I want to tell you about the first 2, and then we're going to make some guesses about the other steps. So at the beginning of her instructional model is the hook that she calls the anticipatory set. That's getting students excited for what's about to happen, getting them curious, getting them on board for your lesson. And then step 2 is sharing the objectives and the purpose. So without Googling, I'm wondering, what are the other components? And to get you really thinking, we're going to do an activity that I think you can do online or you can do in person. And it's a way to really prompt students to do some deep brainstorming. I prefer this to be with groups of 3 or 4, but it can be done individually too. So I'm guessing all of you are probably at different locations, so you'll just be your own group, a group of 1. But we are going to play Magic Word. All right, a little theme music for Magic Word, set the tone. All right, so Magic Word, here's how it works. You are going to get a Google form. A link to a Google form, and you're going to be able to fill out the first part, but you won't be able to continue until you have the passcode to go further. And all this came about, I started doing Magic Word years ago just on paper, but we're going to do it digitally because I think that is a great way to go. And so don't do your brainstorming in the chat, because that will give everybody else answers. We're going to do your brainstorming in a Google form. And here's what Magic Word is. And the reason it's magic, I'm reaching into my drawer here. I have sticky notes and paper. I am going to write down a word that has to do with one of those 7 steps. And if you have the same word in the list that you're about to brainstorm in Google Forms, you're a winner. So let me write down, all right, I wrote something down. You can't see it. I'm going to fold it. I'm just going to put it off to the side here. The only reason it's magic is it's the one I wrote. That's why it's magical. And so your job is to guess the magic word. The more that you brainstorm, the more words that you get, the more likely that you will have the magic word in your list. All right. So here's how you can get to the form. The short link is tonyv.me/MW for magic word. That's the short link that will take you there. And if you can't get to it, this is a short activity, so you'll be able to see the results in a moment. You won't have a passcode, but you can start putting in your first name and last initial. Your name might be shown on the screen. So if you're not comfortable with your name being shown, then just put your initials. All right. And I'll give you the passcode in just a moment, but you go to tonyv.me/MW and get the first part filled out. And I think I really like that. I'll show you how I did this, and I'll actually give you the magic word template. So you don't even have to start from scratch. You'll have the template, but that passcode is pretty important. Nobody can start until I give that passcode. So it makes it a little more fair. Also, doing this in a form instead of on paper is I've always had students that try to add to their list at the end. I'll announce the magic word and they scribble it on their list and say, Mr. Vincent, I got it. Well, you're going to submit your list when the timer is up. You'll get 90 seconds to brainstorm here in a second. And then you submit it. You're not able to add it to it again after it's submitted. So we don't get that kind of cheating. All right. So I'm going to tell you the passcode. Hopefully you've been able to get to tonyv.me/MW. And I'm going to set a timer for 90 seconds. And I'll give you the passcode. Once you're in, then there's just a box. You type in all the words that have to do with the components of Madeline Hunter's instructional model without Googling, in an effort to guess. You can't see through that, can you? To guess the word that is on this sticky note. All right. Hopefully we are clear on the directions, and the passcode is the year that Madeline Hunter was born. So 1916, 1916 is the passcode, and then you can begin brainstorming. You've got 90 seconds. All right, time is done. Please hit submit on the form now. Bethany, you're really zoned into this. When things have a timer and music and is kind of like a contest, you've got all those components for some concentration there, right? All right, so here's what's nice now with Magic Word. I kind of get a glimpse into your brain. Let me go to, in Google Forms, here's what it looks like for when you filled it in. But then for me, since I'm the owner, the editor, I can see I've never had this many responses with Magic Word. This is a huge, huge number. 322 responses. Now, I don't want to go through these individually. So Google Forms allows me to dump it into a spreadsheet, which is what I have here. And the spreadsheet is great because now I have all this data. And I can see, just skipping through, wow, what people put in here. To me, it sure would be nice to have some sort of visualization of what you guys as a group submitted. And I can do that. I'm going to copy this column, and I'm going to go to a website where I can make a word cloud. And wordsift.com is a good place for that. So let's go to WordSift. Actually, it's wordsift.org, not .com. And I can just paste, oops, that's what I just pasted into the chat. Select these again, copy this column, paste it into wordsift.org. 2,328 words. I don't think I've ever had that much. I got to go to the top and just delete the title. All right. And now I'm going to click the sift button, and we'll see the frequency of words. So this collectively doesn't have all the words in it, just the ones used most frequently. So the words practice, independent, closing, closure, instruction, assessment, anticipatory, objective, guided, understanding, group, and hook are all ones that are pretty large. So it's neat to be able to just through just a couple of clicks, copying and pasting, and being able to make a word cloud. Now, I know there are some add-ons that can do that too, but I'm pretty good at copying and pasting, so WordSift works really well for me. All right, so now you're wondering, what are those components? You guys are right on. Like, I can tell you've thought about this. You've had exposure to her instructional model before. And I just want to show you, here's a a graphic that Matt Miller at ditchthattextbook.com made. And he has little icons for each one, but you can see anticipatory set, modeling or showing, independent practice, objectives. You can see all the ideas on here and kind of compare it to what you had and what you didn't have. Are you ready for the unveiling of the magic word? Actually, this might make something go off in your own house too, but we do this all the time in my house. We have Amazon Echoes, and she'll conveniently do a drum roll. So Alexa, drum roll, please. Alexa, drum roll, please. Maybe she won't do it now. Oh, my kids changed her name. Echo, drum roll, please.
Okay.
All right, I don't know if you heard it, but she did do a drum roll. I chose a word that so many of you did. I chose closure. Closure is the magic word. So if you got that, raise your hand and then lower your hand behind your back and pat yourself. You got the magic word. That is awesome. Usually for the magic word, I give out stickers if I'm in person. So I'm so sorry that, and there'll be dozens of you who got this right, who got the magic word, who guessed it because you brainstormed so well. I would have given you a little custom sticker that I made. The cool thing is I can see how many times closure was mentioned. So I'm just going to do a Command or Control and F and type in closure. And we have 67 of those. And then I know closing, maybe I would accept that too. There are 66 of those. That's amazing. Usually not that many people get them, though we do have like a record number of people participating. But you can imagine that doing this, particularly in small groups and giving them a little bit more time, usually like I give my fifth graders like 5 minutes, it really gets them to dig deep into their brain for several reasons. And one of them is they just want to guess that magic word. But as a teacher now, this is great formative assessment. I know a lot about what you guys submitted and what you already know. So there is a way to, that passcode piece uses data validation or response validation. And I have a graphic like this at learninginhand.com/electrify. You turn on that response validation and then tell it the text has to contain exactly this word and then put a message in there saying incorrect. And you have to require that question. And then you add a section. So it's a little complicated, but like I said, you don't have to actually do that yourself if you don't want to, because you can get my magic word template. You can make a copy and put it into your Google Drive, tonyv.me/magic word, and you can have your very own template. You will want to go in and change what the directions are, but you can edit it super easily. You'll want to change probably what the passcode is. So there's that template for you at tonyv.me/magic word. Amy, thank you for the fireworks. And this works. Other teachers besides me have had success with it. After presenting at a conference, Jessica did it with her class and she posted it on Twitter. And I just love how she worded this. She says, using Tony Vincent's magic word to gain students prior knowledge on the sun's energy before we start our lesson. Little do they know that they'll never guess my magic word, but I'll know a lot more of what they know about the sun already. So it's like peeking into their brains. And I have to say, when I taught fifth grade, I didn't have a group guess the magic word until second semester. We were already halfway through and we did this activity probably once a week for something. So we done it several times, but my fifth graders came to expect that word is really hard and they're going to have to do some deep digging into their brains. So magic word, pretty fun. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Meredith. And if you guys have different ideas for how you can put your own spin on Magic Word or different topics for Magic Word, please share them with us in the chat. So another way to make electrifying lessons is to add a sense of randomness, of some spontaneity. And we've got lots of websites that do this, but I got to show you my favorite one for just picking something at random is wheelofnames.com. Wheelofnames.com is the simplest. You can just paste in anything. Paste in a list, paste in names, numbers, jobs, vocabulary words, and spin it, and it will land on one. And that can be a great way to practice vocabulary, just to add some fun. And if we wanted to, well, I guess I could. Should we do a prize drawing with Wheel of Names so you can see how it works? I'm going to assume that you're saying yes. So I'm going to just take the whole name column here and copy it. And then I'm going to open up wheelofnames.com. And let's take those pictures off. I'll show you later how you can add pictures. And I just paste. Now, there's so many names that you all don't fit on the wheel, but they're all there. They will all be picked into that random drawing. And well, I can sort them A to Z. I can move them around, but yeah, let's see. I'll do a little spin, and I'm trying to think of something digital that I could give away. And I think I have something if you go to learninginhand.com, the front page, this has been my pet project for the last year. I have a series of instructional videos and pictures for students to recreate using shapes in Google Drawings. And I do some green screen work. I put this as a gift because I think I could be an action movie. Like, look at that, moving away from that butter. This goes with the joke, why did the girl throw the butter out the window? She wanted to see the butterfly, and then it's a picture of a butterfly they do. But I show students how to make their own clip art and then use that in their different projects, diagrams. They can use it in Google Slides, save it as a PNG and put it anywhere. So I have a series of 36 of these. The first 4 at shapegrams.com, anybody can use. So what I'm thinking of as a prize is a lifetime membership to shapegrams.com for the person whose name I draw. You can't even buy a lifetime membership. I don't even sell them. This is very special just for this name drawing. So let's spin the wheel and see who wins the Shapegrams membership. All right, and it's SK. Hopefully there's just one SK in here. SK, learninginhand.com. Click that email and tell me that you are the winner. And I will reply with you with directions on how to get your prize. And isn't it fun watching that prize wheel, hoping that it lands on your name? Another thing, a nice thing about Wheel of Names is that there's this remove button. So if I was to do it a second time, I can either keep SK in there, so SK could be picked again, or I could remove and SK would no longer be in the list. So it depends on what you're using the wheel for, if you want to leave names in or take them out. So you can save these to your Google Drive, so you can have different wheels. So if you are a middle school, high school teacher with different classes, you can already have the names in there. And it's easy to delete the names. And then I have a folder here that's just full of screenshots of different emotions. And I can just, nope, can't drag and drop them. I tried to drag and drop two. That didn't work. I need to click Add Image and find the emotions folder, select all and open. And then I can spin, and we can then have a class discussion on what emotions could this girl be showing us. It's a little ambiguous, so now we can talk about, she's the winner. What emotion do we see? lots of possibilities when you can put words, pictures, or a combination of words or pictures. Or since you can type text, you can also put emojis on the wheel. So that opens up a whole host of things that you might be able to do. Well, let's talk some more ways of electrifying our lessons. Another technique that I found works so well with my fifth graders is reviewing or previewing content with blackout. So it's like there's some redacted text in here. So let's go through this one. I've already done that here. I instead of emojis like we saw earlier that gave a clue, the clues are maybe I don't cover the word up all the way, or you have to look at the context. So you can mark up text in a, part of that C is covered, in a document, or in a screenshot to obscure, and I'll just pause so you can think in your head. As a class, I would stop and I'd call on somebody, or I have students have marker boards and they all put up their answers. Or if you're maybe using something like Nearpod, then you can have students write it that way too. So however, you might have students record their own answers as you go through or discuss it with each other. All right, so obscure keywords. Do this by adding black highlighting or any color, shapes or scribbles. As students predict each word, remove the highlighting, shape or scribble to, and on purpose, I left that little piece there to help you figure out that that word is reveal the word. Now, this works best when you're mirroring with one screen or you're sharing your screen online so that students can all see the same thing. And here's it in action. I know you can't really see my screen. I did a lot of work with my iPad that I had mirrored up to the screen, and I could cross things off there. But I took screenshots of my teacher's manual. I would take pictures of what's in the students' books. Our literacy program is not the best. It's not super engaging. So this was one way that things that we were supposed to read, I could black it out and we could really talk about what was there and why they guessed those words. And sometimes they'd guess words that were better than what what the original authors had. And we get to talk about that. Just for adults, I like to do this. Dr. Amy Fast, she's at Fast Crayon on Twitter. She has a lot of great tweets with lots of insight. And I'll just show you how I might do this. Oh, there's she. Our emotion girl is still there. I'm going to open up. This is a Google Drawings document. I could have done this in Google Slides as well. And when I have a screenshot or anything, what I can do is go to the shapes. It can be a rectangle. You could do other shapes too, but a rectangle. So if we want students to blank the academic content, maybe I'll make this black and I can move it and adjust it. Then I can duplicate. I like Command or Control and D to duplicate. And just a lot of times I like the verbs, but you can black out any of the words that you might like to do. Maybe leave one letter there if you want to give a hint. And then if you want to type in it, like type in the responses, you can, I'm going to change the text color to white and say, if I want students to, and you say, remember, I can type remember. And then when we go to reveal it, I click that shape and hit delete on my keyboard. And then we can reveal the word that's underneath. So it's really this in combination with having a discussion about what words could be there and why, that's really powerful. Okay, I got to tell you a story about a field trip that we took. This will be an introduction to another activity. And here I am on the bus. We're going to the zoo in the middle of the winter in Iowa. It's really cold, but we had we were studying different animals and biomes, and so it just made sense. There's my crazy fifth grade class in the aquarium, where there's the desert dome, but it's really cold and snowy outside. But before we left, students came in and they had a picture Sometimes I'd put the picture on the screen as they came in for their morning message. Other times it might be, I use Google Classroom, but you could put a picture in Schoology in a message, and they saw this. What could this be? I'm going to just start this little timer, give you 30 seconds to look at it. What could this be? So I've taken a picture that is pixelated, and it has to do with something we're doing that day. In this case, going to the Omaha Zoo. And you can stare at it for a while. In online, my students would leave a reply to my posts with their guesses. And then sometimes I'd tell them right away what it was, or I would just let the picture come up naturally. All right, timer, I know you're done. And then I gave students this article a little bit later before we got on the bus about what does the Omaha Zoo do with all that poo? And I can see you guys have all sorts of different animal guesses. And you scroll down here in the article, and it was an interesting article and something they looked out for when we went to the zoo is, what do they do with all that poo? But you might have noticed the picture that accompanies the article is this guy who has this job that I would have a hard time doing myself. He's in the elephant habitat, scooping elephant poo. And this was the picture that you were staring at for 30 seconds. Let me refresh your memory. that is the picture, and there's the real version. Lisa, you guessed it. Yeah. Kind of gross, but it's another one of those tricks to hook students in where they see this pixelated picture and they wonder what it is. Here's another one. This was before math, and students made some guesses about what this was. And I actually had a couple of kids guess it. My next session is about how I set up my classroom and stuff. And one of the things I have is an iPad. And I had an extra iPad around, so I put a bunch of magnets and put it on my whiteboard. So this was on the iPad, and then I could reveal what it was. In this case, it's a mole. And for math that day, our lesson had us graphing mole holes and where it went through a yard. So this is my little taste into that lesson where we started talking about moles, and then do they have eyeballs? How do they move? Why are they bad for your yard? And then that led into our math lesson. So it's that hook. So Yara asked, how do you pixelate a picture? Well, here's how I do it. I use a website called lunapic.com. So if you go to lunapic.com, then you can click upload or maybe browse, I guess is what the button says, upload any picture, and then under the adjust menu is a pixelate option. And then you can decide how pixelated the picture will be. So for instance, I'll go to lunapic.com, click upload, and I have a picture of the Statue of Liberty. Maybe that's what we're studying in social studies. I go to the adjust menu, and there is an option to pixelate. And this is just 5. Let's go to 50. And you can go all the way to 100. And then at any time, you can save that image. So you could save it, put it into Schoology, put it into a slideshow. Or if you're teaching this live, prepare so that students can't see Lunapic, and then turn on your projector. And then you can talk about it. And if you want to, you can progressively enhance the picture, make it less pixelated, and continue having discussions about what you think that picture is and why. Pretty fun. So that's pixelated pictures. You know, this is a picture you saw earlier. You probably know who this is. This is a pixelated picture of Madeline Hunter. So why does this work? So here's a pixelated picture of the article here. And this is on Mindshift. It says how to create deeper student learning experiences through authentic questions. And I've just got to show you this quote, and it ties up what we've been talking about here so well. It says the fastest way to engage anyone's brain is to ask it a question, neuroscience says. Judy Willis is a neurologist and a middle school teacher, so great credentials there. Explains that inquiry is like caffeine for kids' brains. That's because questions kickstart a process inside their heads that work like a kind of prediction machine. Once a question enters the system, the brain begins trying to resolve the uncertainty by formulating answers. The tension that comes from wanting to know if they've guessed correctly is immediately and powerfully engaging. And then it goes on, but it's such a great article, like why this stuff works, why these hooks are so great. You ask a question, and once you start that question machine, you can't turn it off. There's another part of the article, and I love this word. Maybe we're electrifying our lessons because we're using what Judy Willis says is a neurological hack, taking advantage of that prediction machine. Once students make a guess, once you make a guess, you want to see it out. Was I right? Or wasn't I? And so if we can tie this into some of our lessons, I think that we can hook our students. We can get that anticipatory set working really well. So here is the slide for verifying your attendance. And I think that is already in the chat as well. So thanks for sharing that, Amy. And I know there's some questions I didn't get to as we went through. So if you go to my website, learninginhand.com, or find me on Twitter @TonyVincent, I will answer your questions there for sure. And then you can get to this stuff at learninginhand.com/electrify is the page where I've put some key slides and things that I think you might like to see at learninginhand.com/electrify. My next session is in this same room, and we are going to talk about learning spaces, physical and online. So thank you for joining me for Electrify Any Lesson.
All right, thanks, Tony. That was awesome. So many great ideas to definitely electrify your lesson. I know I learned a lot as well, and I can't wait to try some of those out. And your presentation was extremely interactive. Really, really loved that. I know I saw some comments about that, and you really kept everyone engaged. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. And I just want to thank everybody for participating in those things. That's why they work, is because people participate.
Absolutely. So we are going to have a commercial break to give Tony a little break, and then we'll be back. Yep, he needs one. And we will be back at 2 o'clock for stellar ideas for physical and digital learning spaces. So see you at 2 o'clock.
welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome to the 2 o'clock session for room 4. We have Tony Vincent joining us again. He was here for our 1 o'clock and now he's back. I'm so glad you're back. I'm glad you stayed with us, Tony, for our 2 o'clock session. You were really awesome for the 1 o'clock Electrify Your Lessons. 2 o'clock is physical and digital learning spaces. So we really cannot wait to hear what you have to share with us for this afternoon. So for those of you joining us, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Tony will get to them as he can. And then myself, Amy Kiner, and my colleague, Manny Curiel, are here manning the room. And we will also, yes, Manny will be manning the room. And the chat, he's on fire in the chat as well. So even though it might say Amy Kiner, we're both working through that chat. So without further ado, Tony, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's get my screen shared here. Welcome, everybody. I hope that you are having a great day. I sure am. I'm here in Council Bluffs, Iowa. But I'll pretend like I'm in outer space because I have ideas that I think are pretty stellar that I want to share with you this afternoon. So I have some key slides and a few links at learninginhand.com/spaces. So if you write down only one thing, maybe make it that. All right. So let's start off. I'll show you, in case you're not quite sure where Council Bluffs, Iowa is. It's right in the middle of the United States. And after years of being away from the classroom, 15 years away from classroom teaching, I had done some coaching and consulting. I went back to teach 5th grade for a year at College View Elementary School. It's an international baccalaureate school here in Council Bluffs, Iowa. It's a pre-K through 5 school. And I got to teach with some of the best teachers around. I made incredible friends. I taught 5th grade with Laura and Jordan, and they were awesome. I learned so much from them. I think they learned from me. It was awesome. Also awesome was my group of fifth graders. This is the day that I took my drone. My drone's name is Drone Rivers. I took her to school, and then here's toward the last day of school. Some of my kids were missing this day, but you can see them there. They're a class full of kids with lots of energy. They like to move. And so I would like to spend some time talking about really our two major learning spaces. That was our physical classroom, and then what we did online. In the Council Bluffs Community School District, every student has a Chromebook. So being one-to-one meant that we could have a lot of digital learning spaces. And then also, I think we will all have some thoughts about what school looks like when it takes place remotely. A lot of these things can be translated to that. And then admittedly, some of the things I'll show you are probably things we're going to have to wait until things get back to normal. As I went through all these pictures in my classroom, I'm realizing, that's not keeping social distance. Oh, what about that surface? Too many people are touching it. So I do know that some of those things I'll share, you might just have to keep in the back of your mind, and hopefully next school year, things can return and you can use some of those ideas too. If you go to learninginhand.com/spaces, you're going to see this. I decided to post this. This is a sketch note that a professional sketchnoter did when I presented a similar session at the Georgia Educational Technology Conference. And you can see there's a lot of ideas there. I've switched it up, so some of the things won't be in there, and you'll see some slides that I don't get to, but I left it in there because I thought you might like to see it. And if anybody would like to take sketch notes while I'm talking, you're welcome to. And then really, I know that we all have such great ideas. Some of the things I'm going to share are probably, you're like, Tony, I've been doing that for 20 years, nothing new to me, but it might be new to somebody. And then you have things that are new to somebody too. So if you have some great ideas, you do have great ideas. So let's share them. I'll check in on this Padlet toward the end, but padlet.com/TonyV/CF spaces. Sorry, I put that in the chat. You can copy that link, and then this allows you, because it's a Padlet, to add pictures or screenshots and explain. So share your great ideas, and you can leave comments on them too. So we can, not just my learning spaces, it can be your learning spaces too that we can find out a lot about. So check that out. And if somebody in the chat wants to periodically put that link in there to remind people it's there, I would appreciate that. So I got to teach fifth grade in room 219 at College View Elementary School. And I took some pictures when I got there. This is what it looked like. The building at the time was 7 or 8 years old, so fairly new. You know, the beginning of the school year, the floors are all polished, everything's nice and shiny and clean and, well, empty. You know, there's not that much stuff. The standard issue furniture was in there. And I actually had windows. When I taught before, I didn't have windows in my classroom. So that was something a little extra special for me. But I did know that I wanted my students to be comfortable. I wanted to add some flexible seating, which, again, now flexible seating is something that with COVID teaching, we might not be able to offer that. But tuck this in. So inexpensive furniture. I forgot to check to see if you have something. You've got to have something like this around you. We have the Habitat for Humanity Restore, where they take donations and they have a lot of furniture. I went there. It must have been on a good day. I got these black chairs, these black office chairs that looked like they were brand new, and they were so cushiony. So I bought, I think, enough for a fourth of my class to have them. We ended up using those chairs, and every table group got one, and they made a little system every week about who was going to get the chair when, and so that I didn't have to be involved in that. And it gave them a little something to look forward to. Just being able to sit in a cushiony chair, and so that hard surface really can change your day. You guys do have a Restore. Okay, that is so good to know. And then I bought this the sliding door. This door will come in handy a little bit later. I think I paid $10 for the door, and maybe each chair was about $10. I also got these rolly chairs, which were awesome. In a one-to-one classroom, rolling chairs is great because, well, students can move around into different configurations. But I also discovered that with fifth graders, when they're on their computers, I had to make them face the wall. Why? Well, not that I wanted them to look at the wall, but because I wanted to be able to walk around and see their screens. Our school district didn't have any software on the Chromebooks where I could see their screens from my computer. So I had to do it the old-fashioned way and walk around and see their screens. If I couldn't see their screens, shenanigans could happen. So having chairs and furniture that can move so that they can always make sure their screens are facing where I can see it was important to me. That door we took and sanded. My family painted it that summer, and we painted it bright yellow because I thought yellow could be a great color scheme in my classroom. And then I bought, these are called hairpin legs. And I think I spent $27 on them to add to that table. And that then made really a central point to our classroom. It was this huge, like, coffee table kind of thing that we could sit almost half the class around, and we double layered it, the whole class. Then, so you'll see that yellow table in a lot of the pictures. My son helped pick out some cushions that we got on sale that they could put around there as well. You know, having big spaces where students can lay out manipulatives. We're always making posters, something big. This table was a nice place in our classroom, and it was cheap. Other cheap furniture, I had this round table. The principal said I could paint. I painted it with magnetic paint, thinking I would use magnets on there, and then covered it with whiteboard paint. It made an excellent whiteboard, but unfortunately, and I don't know if it's because it's covered with the whiteboard paint, magnets never stuck to it. But it was where I pulled back my small groups. I could have students write with the erasable markers. At Meet the Teacher night, parents came in and I asked them to write positive messages of encouragement to the students on that table. And so having that around was really handy, and a place where I could just call students back and we could just write all around was really great, thanks to that whiteboard paint. Then I did have some extended furniture. I know I was really lucky in that out of the blue, a company contacted me through Twitter and asked if I would like to have one of their products, and I just had to put it on my blog. And normally I say no to that. That feels a little sleazy. But going back into the classroom and knowing that all the things I needed, I thought, all right, fine, I'll write a blog post about this so that you can give me something cool. And the cool thing they gave me was this exercise desk. And it had a nice desk on it where students could put their laptops, they could put paper, and the seat was adjustable so that 10 and 11-year-olds, they would actually fit, and so could I. And it was in the corner of the room. I had a ticket system where they could exchange tickets for time to sit there. And particularly my students who really needed to get their movement on, it was great. It was quiet enough where they could pedal, and it gave them a different spot to work. And you tried chalkboard fabric. I didn't know that. That's something I would have to look into. That looks cool. So, yeah. And then Manny's reminding you that before you bring in any furniture, always check with your administrators for sure. Make sure it's allowed. I liked this desk, though. Like I said, if you wanted your own, it's $300. So it's not cheap. But this, I showed you this because it got me thinking about if students are learning online, what role could movement have? And I think if I was teaching online this year, to encourage students to have some movement, maybe just standing, you know, there's value to standing up, having a standing desk for a part of the day. So maybe you say, all right, today's English lesson, we are all going to be standing. So put your computer into a cabinet, the kitchen counter, something so that you can stand. And for the next 10 minutes, we're all going to be standing, just to get some of that movement in online lessons. And I found something that students always want to layer their brain, they want to look at their computers or their books. And a librarian suggested this to me, and they're awesome. I had never heard of these. I didn't know they were a thing, but there are these prism glasses, and they're less than $15 each. And here's my daughter. She's enjoying some time with her iPad, laying flat on the floor, but not straining her neck. She can see that iPad because these prism glasses, you look straight up, and then the mirrors show you what's in front of you. So they're very weird to wear. Like if you wouldn't want to walk around with them because you're looking straight down, but it's handy. It's meant for people to read books like in bed comfortably, but it works great if students want to maybe lay around and read books or interact with technology. So prism glasses, let's see, I just looked up on Amazon. You can get it for $12. Oh, Manny, you got a pair of prism glasses? I bet you look stunning in them. Then I did this my very first year teaching in the 1990s, is that I always wanted to have a logo. I wanted to have something that we could have to represent our class, and this logo I could put everywhere. At the beginning of that school year, we were under construction. So I made this 5th grade under construction sign. And then what you see on my whiteboard there is yellow vinyl tablecloth. You can get a big roll of it. And I just used Sharpie markers and I traced. So up on the projector, I put the design up there. I traced it. I filled it in with lots of Sharpies. They even make extra thick Sharpies in case you need it for this. And it took me a little while to color it in, but then I had this pretty impressive banner that cost me pretty much nothing to make. Had I taken it somewhere, it would have cost a lot of money. I put mine up with fish wire, but fire code that probably wasn't right. So you can put it up in different ways, but it was cool to have that logo there. And I think that in as many ways as I could, I wanted to tie in our physical classroom with our online learning spaces and things that went home. So I wrote a weekly newsletter for parents, and the very first newsletter that we had in August that year had our Learning Under Construction logo. The same thing that's in the corner of our room was right there. This is on our class website and in the newsletter. So we have that consistency, that tie-in of what we do in our physical classroom versus online. Then these have become really popular, and that's just having some colorful LED lights. You can get these pretty cheap now, and I put them around my whiteboard, and it comes with a little remote so you can change the color. And my students and I came up with this over the first couple weeks of school. We decided that when the lights are blue, that means the classroom should be silent. We're working on something that requires quiet. When the lights are green, that means you get to choose where you're sitting. And then yellow, we had a snack time. Mid-morning, they'd be yellow. So instead of students saying, is it snack time? Is it snack time? Can we have snack? We say, oh, it's snack time. And I press the button to turn the lights yellow. Purple meant we were doing a brain break. So I don't think we had anything that meant red, but those are the colors. That's the chart that we came up with for those lights having different meanings. And if you look on Amazon, you can get 33 feet of these for $20. So that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, and easy, it could represent a transition. Color coding for voice levels, that's a really good idea too. Oh, yes, what is the decal next to it? Let me go back in my slides and see. Oh, that decal, that's that logo that I had traced. I also put it there in vinyl, and you can probably maybe see it behind me. My favorite piece of technology is my Cricut. And my Cricut's a vinyl cutter, so I can give the software that design. It will cut it out and make it so it can be a temporary wall decal. And so I have those all over my classroom. I love my Cricut. Maybe you've seen these in doctors' offices, but they are films that you can put inside of a fluorescent light, and they have different designs. There are some with space. But what I loved is it looked like we had skylights. I put 3 of these in our classroom. And so it was always like a sunny day. You could see the sky, maybe a few clouds. This is what they look like before they go up in there. And what I just love is that those fluorescent lights are so harsh that having 3 of my 9 lights in my classroom dimmed a little bit just made it such a more calm atmosphere. And so they're not cheap. I started with 1, but I loved it so much that I couldn't help myself, and I had to get 2 more. Other things, I'm just gonna keep going with these ideas. Throw them at you, see what sticks. I've always had a class logo. When I taught 5th grade way back when, I had a different logo every year, and I kept that tradition here lately. We went through a process, my students and I went through a process, and we named ourselves the Pixel Paws. We found out that we all love computers and games, and students really were into Fortnite, and we all loved animals. We all really cared about animals. So we worked up different logos, and this is the one that we finalized on. And this is a picture from the day that we all voted on it and decided unanimously, this is the finalized logo. I guess I have a little link here. I recently wrote a blog post about the process that we went through to make that logo, and we did it together. We got to know each other. And the advantage of having this logo is that you can put it everywhere. So it can be online. You can put it in Schoology. For me, I had a Facebook group for parents. So that was there. My class had an Instagram and Twitter accounts. And then that logo really was everywhere. We put it on t-shirts. I 3D printed necklaces. We put this logo everywhere. And my class, instead of calling them boys and girls, I would say everyone, good morning, Pixel Paws. They were the Pixel Paws. That was our identity. And that identity was everywhere. It was online, thanks to my Cricut. It was in the classroom. We had that logo everywhere. And digital displays, you probably have a projector in your classroom already, but one screen wasn't enough for me. I really wanted a second one. And I was able to get one through Donors Choose. I don't know if that's an option for you for where you are, but I put it in, and then 3 days later, it was all the way funded. And I got the stand with it as well. And I had an old Chromebook that was always connected. So it could show our logo, whichever logo that might be. It could have a rotating slideshow of, we came up with our own class rules and expectations. So it could have that on there. But my proposal for it in Donors Choose was really showcasing student work, because so much of what we were doing was digital. And so I have some details about the project, but my students often designed slides that they knew were going to be put up on that display. And if you don't have that display, you can, of course, just use your projector screen to use it as a bulletin board. When it's not in use for other things, put student work up there. The students loved looking at what each other had made, but they also knew when they were designing their projects, wow, this is going to go on our digital display board. I want it to be good. Megan, you brought in an old TV that you didn't use at home. Yeah, and as people are updating from HD displays to 4K, you know, there could be some old TVs around that will work great as a digital display. There you can see it in the corner of the room. Oh, there it is. There's our exercise bike and our whiteboard table and our display right there. My students even made some animated GIFs to show different things, particularly for math. And so I could show animated GIFs within those slideshows. It was really, really handy to have. Sometimes I could use it to display my objectives and success criteria. And being in Iowa, it gets cold. So it could also act as a fireplace. But if you have a display that you can show something on, again, it could be the projector at the front of your screen. I used mine in a way that really helped for group work. Being at an international baccalaureate school, fifth graders worked on something called exhibition, where they work in small groups on topics that they're really interested in, they research, and then based on their research, they take action. So it's this process that took us over 2 months. They work on this exhibition project. It is the best thing ever. I love teaching. One of the reasons I wanted to teach at this school was because that they were IB and they had exhibition. But other teachers, Laura and Jordan, they had charts that they could X out on. And well, I wanted to be digital. So here's what I did. I had this Google Drawings document, and each group, instead of giving them a name, they had an icon that I got from the Noun Project. And then I would fill in this chart. So this is just a table with each cell having its own fill color. And I could fill it in darker as each team progressed. And this was awesome. Now here's what's really cool about it is that I called it up on that Chromebook, and it's just sitting up there on the board, but I can walk around with my laptop and I visit each group. And as they show me that they've checked off, that they've determined their action, then on my laptop, I go in and I change the cell background color for their team for that step. And on my laptop, it is all of a sudden changed. And then on the display, it's changed as well. So it's instantly updated because it's the same document, right? So I just leave that displayed up there. The reason I used Google Drawings was so that I didn't have the slide sorter on the side, so it could just take up more of the screen. Then also, what's nice is I could embed this. So I embedded it on our class website, and parents could check it out. So parents every night, they're checking the website, they could check in on this document and see how their own kid was doing in their group compared to the other groups, because they could clearly see the progress. Yes, on my wall there is what I call the wall of knowledge, and all that is made from my Cricut. Yes. I went a little Cricut crazy because I love making that stuff. And let's see, I had another document too, where sometimes, like when they're working on this group work in Google Drawings, they all have access to it, and each group typed in what they are currently working on so that I could clearly see. I think this is a video clip. It's real short, but each group, before they got started, they typed in what they are working on. And then as I'm visiting each group, I can check in and say, hey, you said you're working on this, show me. So it helped keep them on track a little bit. And I mentioned this in the last session. I had an iPad. I got a new iPad during the school year, my own personal one. And my old one, I went to see what I could get to sell it, and it wasn't very much money at all. So I'm like, no, I'm hanging on to this thing. So I ended up putting magnets on the back of this iPad, and then there's a Google slideshow that I put there, and it's usually what I put my learning objectives. My school, our principal guided us to put our learning objectives, to phrase them as questions. So we have that question that sets the stage for our lessons. And I could put that right up there on that iPad. I didn't have to edit on the iPad. I did that on my laptop, but I could always scroll through, and for the next lesson, I'd have that as the slide. So our objective was always there. I didn't have to write it because it was typed, and it was always right there on the screen. Now, getting it to stick was interesting. I had a case for it, and I thought, all right, well, I got some magnets, and I hot glued like 4 magnets on the back. I put it on the whiteboard, and it slipped down. So, all right, well, I'll put 4 more magnets on there. And then I put it on the whiteboard, and it still slipped down. I'm like, how heavy is this thing? I put more on there, it still slipped down. So then I just used the whole package of magnets that I had. So the back of the case had all these magnets. It looks really ugly and gross, but you don't see that because that's the part that's touching the whiteboard. Magnetic tape. I'll have to look at that next time, because this iPad was just, I guess, really heavy. but I loved having it there. And I love puns too. So like when it was time to take standardized tests, I had different puns that would rotate up on the screen. Let's see, more ideas. You know, word wall, putting what vocabulary we're learning or will be learning that we're interested in up on the wall. You can kind of see it there. You can also see my Cricut handiwork. And because that design was from my computer, it's also on their digital word wall. So I had students keep a spreadsheet of the words they're learning during the school year, and then they can type the word, and the spreadsheet asks them to define it, give it an example, and then represent it as emojis. And that's harder, that's easier said than done. It's hard to represent words with emojis. It's surprisingly challenging, and it gets you really thinking about the words. And then they just put the date, enter it, and when they feel like they really know that word, they can check mark it. So they have this ongoing word wall. And with the school year so uncertain, where we might be in school and then out, having the word wall right there in their Google Drive, accessible anytime, anywhere, I think could be really helpful. All right, this is the part where I look to see what I'm going to skip and not skip. All right, let's talk about my online classroom. So I use Google Classroom, but Schoology can do all these same things. And my online classroom really was where we put everything. Students didn't ever have to wonder, where do I go to get that? We have the one place where they went to get the links, to see their assignments. It's all in one spot. That's the beauty of having a learning management system. And so again, mine was Google Classroom, but one of the things that I did that I just loved, that worked out so well, was to have a morning message. Now, as a fifth grade teacher, I had the same kids all day long. So they came in the morning, they'd get their Chromebooks, they'd unplug them and go to their desks. And then the first thing they would do every morning is go to our Google Classroom, to go to our online classroom. And I had a morning message for them every morning. And every morning I had a joke or a pun, because that's the kind of guy I am. And you can also see a key here, which you can do in Schoology as well, is put emojis. Having emojis in there makes everything much more visual. And I use emojis kind of like bullet points, little bullet points that illustrate what that item is. And the morning message would get them thinking about things for the day, have some activities for them to do, some links, but it was just our routine. They came in and the morning message was always something they worked on for like the first half hour of the day, while I checked in students, did the lunch count, met with small groups. Let's see, here's another morning message. Why are obtuse angles always sad? Because they are never right. So we must have been studying angles that day, because my joke always tied in with something that we were learning. And thanks to the internet, you can find a joke about anything. You're just like, a couple Google results away from finding a good joke. Or even if it's a bad joke, it's okay. My life mission was to get my fifth graders to roll their eyes at me. And I accomplished that every day. Here, more morning messages. Sometimes I had more to say than others. And then I also used it. We had another time where I called it group time, but it's where a lot of the students had left to go to different special classes, and they got some time to work on things of their choosing. And so I would put links there. But the key was being able to schedule this stuff was so nice. And I'm sure in Schoology, you can also schedule it so that I always worked on it the night before. And I had kids that would check this all the time from home. So that's why I scheduled to happen right as kids came in the door that morning for the morning message, or our group time was right after lunch. Let's see, just lots of emojis you can see in there. Oh, this was a tip I didn't get until probably a quarter through the school year. There are these random ways to make student groups, but that never worked because I had students who couldn't work with each other, and it was just random. Didn't work so well. The groups had to be chosen more precisely than that. And it was always kind of a pain until I realized that I could just have some slides ready with different groups at all times. And my students were obsessed with Fortnite, so I would just put a different background and call these groups different things. So here we have our snow duos, and I just had every student's name on a little rectangle that I could move around. And I just had a slideshow full of probably about a dozen different ways of my students that they could be grouped. So I could just choose one of these and show it up on the screen, and they'd immediately, oh, okay, we're a group, here we go. So having just these in a slideshow ready to go was so helpful for particularly working in pairs. And then sometimes the students would complain about, well, I'm with so-and-so. So then I said, all right, then you can submit your own groups and I'll look them over, but maybe that'll be one that I'll choose at some point. Just really having a list of your students, each in a rectangle in Google Slides is so handy. I can copy and paste the class, configure them in different ways. That's what I used for my seating chart. We did this book tasting and we had different tables that we sat at, but really this is just a duplicate of my master slide or the original slideshow that already had the names in there. Pamela, I'm glad that'll be useful. Yeah, just having those lists available was so useful to me. So there are, I didn't do this myself when I taught, but I just couldn't talk about learning spaces without talking about virtual classrooms. And this is, I see already some of you have made these yourself. I saw some in a chat earlier in a different session I was in, but taking a classroom and making it, usually it's like in Google Slides, but this is a way to show kids a familiar, safe, and inviting environment, even when you're online. And many teachers are using their Bitmojis to do that. So they already have a cartoon version of themselves, and then they do some searching for clip art and pictures and make their classroom look like their virtual classroom or a picture of their classroom online. But doing it in slides means that everything can be hyperlinked. So for this teacher, this is Kate C on Facebook from, I was going to send you this article, from this We Are Teachers article. And they just have lots of examples. Let me try copying again here for you. They have lots of examples you can check out. And this one by Kate, I thought was pretty cool. Usually they have a whiteboard or right there at the front, and then things are clickable. So it's hyperlinked. And the lesson can be packaged all in this virtual classroom. The first slide can be this classroom, or it can be one that's always for a research project. It's fun to see, and I know teachers are having a great time decorating their different classrooms. So here's another one. This one was posted to Instagram, and she has some of the same posters that she would have in her regular classroom right there on this slide. And then having students also, like when they're at school, what kind of things do they decorate? Well, maybe they're lockers. So Pamela Bradley on Twitter posted this, which is a picture, and I'm going to link to her tweet in the chat, that she has students make a copy of this blank locker and gives them some directions about what they can do to decorate their virtual locker. And this is what it looks like when it's empty. And then if students don't have lockers, but they have cubbies, the second slide in her slideshow is a virtual cubby. And you can search for images to put on there to decorate. Then I lead a class called Classy Graphics, and one of the teachers put this in there that was just so awesome, Lisa. She made this welcome back to kindergarten night. And I want to show you this live. So I'm going to leave my slideshow and open up hers. And so she's done a virtual back to school night. Check this out. So there's a title, so that she's going to send the link, the present mode link to the parents and the kids, and on their own computers, they go through, and there she is. There's her Bitmoji saying hi. She's right by the door, like she would be at back to school night in person. And the first thing she does is have them sign in. And she's made this clickable. It's a hyperlink. And when you click it, it takes it to the parents of the Google form, where they get to fill out some information that she would normally collect in person. And then she hasn't done it yet, but she doesn't have it yet, but she's going to put a video here. Lisa just did a great job with this. And then you go on to different parts of the classroom. And like she would at a regular back to school night, she has different stations set up. Now, I don't think she has she has some of these hyperlinked, not all hyperlinked yet, but sometimes teachers might take a picture of their real classroom. And how do you hyperlink something hyperlink just part of a picture? I want to show you this. If she wanted to hyperlink station 3, because it's text and it's the sticky note, one way she could do it, or this is the same way you can hyperlink anything in a picture, is just draw a rectangle over it. I know that looks messy. Doesn't look ideal, don't worry. But I'm going to insert and choose link. And let's just, we'll make this go to my website, learninginhand.com just for now, but this link can go anywhere, right? So that's hyperlinked, but the problem is you can't see what's underneath. So if you just go and give it a transparent fill and a transparent border, you can't see it, but if you click it, it's there, it's hyperlinked. And when in present mode, that's pretty handy too, because students and their parents can click anywhere on anything. I could use that same technique, and I could hyperlink each letter of the alphabet by placing a transparent shape over it and hyperlinking that transparent shape. All right. So that's Lisa's back to school night. I guess I'll show you some more here. She has a list of sight words that you can click. She's just different posters that she would have in her room. She has the version that you can click and go full screen. And then at the end, she asks parents and kids to just record a Flipgrid message to her. Since Flipgrid is so easy, you just click the record button and go. That's something that they should be able to do from their own computers. And I know a lot of teachers are doing the Bitmoji, but you might consider that instead of a Bitmoji, maybe really yourself. Esther Park posted this and it got so many tweets. So maybe you've seen it if you're on Twitter. She put an animated GIF of herself into her virtual classroom. So it's really her picture. And she says, especially her newcomer students, she had a Bitmoji there, but she wanted them to see her in real life, that she's a real person. So she used her real picture. She used a website called unscreen.com to cut out the background. If you're just doing a static picture, remove.bg is a website for removing the background too. But just Bitmojis are cool, but it might be better to have your real picture there. Yeah, if students have your picture, Brandy, there are things that they could do to your picture that you don't want them to. That is something there. All right. All right, looking at the time, what I want to show you next. Let's talk about whether your classroom is online or in person, giving students choice. And I like to give students choice, but there are also things they have to do things that they must do, and then things, maybe give them some choices, things that they may do. So in my classroom, I structured that and I called it mustard and mayo time. So I always change the background to something. We were reading a story about Mars, so that's why this slide background is Mars. But with mustard and mayo time, they must do the mustard during that time. They have to accomplish those 3 things on this particular day for the mustard. Once those 3 things are accomplished, then they may do the mayo and work from that choice that I have there. And then you see the list of names. Those are the students that were meeting with me during that time. So I put this up on our classroom screen so that everybody could see this. I kept it up there. They could always refer to mustard and mayo. Because it's a slide, I could put this into Schoology and have students that way. So just if you want to see some more mustard and mayo. Sometimes we called it group time because it's when I met with small groups. I played around with the slide configuration for mustard and mayo all school year long, kind of changing it up. Sometimes I had a timer on there because there were things they needed to do for a certain amount of time before they moved on to other things. Yeah, we had mustard and mayo, and then sometimes, there's a few students that they're kind of far behind and they just need some time to catch up. So we had ketchup and pickle time. So if you had many missing work, then it was your time to catch up. It was a gift to you. You get to catch up. But if you didn't have anything to catch up on, then it was pickle time. And so I had this choice menu for students that were things that were a little bit more fun than usual, I guess, that they could pick from if they were all done and they were not catching up. They were pickles. You got to love the condiment theme, right? All right. Then I want to take a look at just to see if we had anything submitted to this Padlet. Oops. If you have any great ideas to share, any pictures and comments, there may or may not be anything here. I guess we'll find out. Oh, there's lots of stuff. All right. Oh, yeah. So the TV filing cabinet, looks like that might be. Oh, so the TV's up high. That's a great idea, Megan. Classroomscreen.com is so useful. Oh, there you even included a link that you can just put right up on your projector. So thank you for sharing that. We have some ideas for seating for big kids. A pool noodle sensory chair. Oh, that's awesome. You guys are sharing really great stuff here. Like to read outside. Yeah, change that physical environment. Get outside if you can. Classroom hacks. You use colored duct tape and matching washi tape for the whiteboard for a student calendar. It's going to take me a while to read through all of these ideas. Bed risers. I love the out-of-the-box thinking that teachers do with their learning spaces because we have the limited time and resources, but we have things we want to accomplish. So here's a picture of my classroom there. It's kind of, I stare at it and like, oh, that was a really good year of my life. I miss those kids. I miss that space. Like it's a place I feel safe. Like I wish I could transport back to that room. So it was definitely a place we were happy, but it was also a place that we were pretty sad to leave. At my classroom there in Council Bluffs, Iowa. So I know that Manny has alerted you to verify your attendance with the link. Here's the bit.ly up on the screen. And then also learninginhand.com/spaces is where you can find key slides. That's my website. If there's something that you remember hearing about, but you can't find there, please email me. I answer all the emails I receive. So if you needed to know about something, please email me. And if you want to keep adding to that, to our Padlet, that would be awesome, because there's already great ideas there, and I'm going to be checking that out again a little bit later. My final session today is called Pixels to Paper, where I have lots of great templates that are made in Google Slides where you can make real life things like little books, door hangers, and bookmarks, and how about emoji cubes? Lots of great stuff. And I'm sorry that I didn't get to keep up on the chat room. You guys are on fire in there, sharing resources, asking and answering questions. So thank you for that. And I see lots of emojis in there, and those make me happy. So thank you for joining me for Stellar Ideas for Physical and Digital Learning Spaces. And maybe I'll see you in the next hour.
welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day. Welcome to the first ever virtual Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. We are so glad you're here. As you are going through your day today, remember that we have 7 different rooms running simultaneous sessions, so there should always be something great that you can watch. In order to earn professional development credit for attending these live sessions, you must complete an attendance verification form during each session. The presenter will show a slide with a unique link to that particular session. When that link is shown, make sure you take a picture or write down that link. And shortly after the session completes, make sure that you fill out that attendance verification form. These forms will be time-stamped, and the form will only be open for a certain amount of time. So make sure that you don't delay in completing that form. We will only be able to issue professional development credit for those that fill out the form during the allotted time. We are so glad that you have decided to spend your day with us today. And on behalf of the entire Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team, thank you, and we hope you enjoy your day.
All right, welcome back. We're ready for our last session of the day, the 3 o'clock session. Tony Vincent is going to be on again with us today for this afternoon, Pixels to Paper. So if you were with us for the last session, Tony is back again, and welcome back, Tony and participants. And if you are just coming into room 4, welcome. This is Tony Vincent joining us. He is a tech expert, a Google expert, a video expert, a graphics expert. I've taken some of your classes, Tony, so I know you just have so much knowledge and so many great things to share. And in the last sessions, the teachers were sharing their great ideas too. So it's going to be an awesome session, I know. I'm looking forward to what you have to say. And teachers and participants, remember to get the verification link, which will come towards the end of the session. And remember to click through all the screens until you get to the submit button. Be sure you click submit. Okay, so it is now time for Tony. Tony, you're on.
All right, thank you so much. And welcome everybody. I'm gonna get my screen sharing going here. I think that did the trick. And I am excited that you're here for what I'm calling Pixels to Paper, where we can take our designs that we do on a computer, that students do on a computer, and turn them into something tangible, something that they can touch, that they can see, that they can feel, because it's printed. I know printing sometimes feels old-fashioned, like a lot of people are trying to go paperless, but there are times where having something printed can add something extra to the learning artifact or to the learning material that students or teachers are making. welcome. And I put into the chat, I prepared a Wakelet with links to the templates and things I'm going to talk about. And that is at, a shortcut is tonyv.me/paper. That will take you to Wakelet. If you're a Wakelet user, you can make a copy of it, and that way you can make it your own. If you're not a Wakelet user, you just want to bookmark it, it'll serve as a great springboard for links and templates. So Melissa asked me if I'm tearing down and putting up a new banner each time. I did not. This is my first banner of the day. I should have done it for my other sessions, but I didn't. But making a banner like that takes up multiple papers, I'll show you how I made that toward the end of our time together today. I'm glad that you noticed it, Melissa. And I've always loved banners. A lot of you are coming from my other sessions. You were already here. So what I shared before is I do like banners. The bigger, the better. And that one's not as big as I would like it to be, but it gets the job done. In the classroom, I would take vinyl tablecloths and take my designs from the computer and trace them. I didn't have a big format printer, so I would trace them with Sharpies and color them in. I mean, looking at this, I'm remembering the Sharpie high that I had from all that coloring. And then that can go up in the classroom. It can look great. A lot of my classroom, I guess I should back up for those of you that are new. I started teaching in the late 90s. And then after years of teaching, I became my school's tech coach for a couple of years. And then I became self-employed as a consultant, working with teachers and students in almost every state, a few different countries. Then I went back to the classroom for the 2018-2019 school year. And this is what my room looked like a little bit. I'll take you inside. I guess there's a bulletin board. I love it when I could print things out, when I could design it. And that's probably because I'm not a fan of my own handwriting. I can perfect things when they're in the computer. They're not so perfect when it's my own handwriting. I think that's probably my perfectionist coming out that way. You can also see some of my designs thanks to my handy Cricut machine. I cut out a lot of vinyl. So if I have pictures in my classroom, you're going to see a lot of things that are perfectly cut out because that's what my Cricut does. All right, so I want to show you different things that you can make. You don't need a Cricut for these things. And I just got done saying I'm not a fan of my handwriting, but I drew little icons for each thing. We're going to start out with something terrible, and then we'll move on to table tents, bookmarks, scratch cards, door hangers, brochures, dice, mini books, and banners. And what I like to design all these things in is Google Slides. Google Slides is probably the app I use more than anything else. And some of the things I might have used Google Drawings for, which is essentially Google Slides just minus the slides. You get one slide in Google Drawings. So Google Slides is something I already know how to use. Your students probably already know how to use, and it's actually a really good publishing platform. You can bring in images, you can have text and word art and draw things with shapes. You can do a lot. You can set up the page size. So I want to show you all that. And then maybe you'll consider being a designer within Google Slides. You use that to make things that you might print. And I see some of you are learning about Wakelet right there. Manny's telling you all about it. Wakelet it's very similar to Pinterest, but you get more control over it. It's better for education because of that control. Wakelet is pretty awesome. But I'm going to be sharing with you lots of templates that are made already, so you don't have to start from scratch. But in case this is something you're not familiar with, in Google Slides, you can go to the File menu, choose Make a Copy, and then you can copy the entire presentation. That will then it'll separate from the original, and you'll have your very own. That way, you're not trying to edit the person's original, right? They put it there, but they don't want you to edit it. because I know it's tempting. A lot of times, instead of file, make a copy, you see something says view only, and then you go down and you are like, oh, I'll request edit access. I want access to this. Give it to me. File, make a copy is the way to do it. If you request edit access, well, that's going to email the person, the owner. And if this person has a lot online, they might receive a lot of those. In fact, I don't know if I've ever admitted this to anybody, but all those requests, I have a mail filter that they just go to my junk mail because I get so many of them. And the truth is, I don't want you editing my original. I'm not going to give you edit access to my original, but you can go to file and make a copy. So I know that there are other ways that you can change the /edit to /copy and all that, but you're not guaranteed that's what the link will be. So know about file, make a copy. You can probably tell this is something I feel so strongly about. And did you guys hear that meow? Dewey feels very strongly about file, make a copy. Probably, do you feel as strongly as I do? Oh, you're going to be quiet now? You were so loud on the floor. All right, you can sit on my lap if you're quiet. So Dewey and I both feel strongly about file, make a copy, so strongly that I even designed a t-shirt that has file, make a copy on the front and a please don't request access on the back. Also know that if you're more of a PowerPoint user, you can, instead of file, make a copy, you can, inside of any of these documents, go to File and choose PowerPoint. And then you download the PowerPoint version that you can then open in PowerPoint. All right, so I told you we're going to start with something that is terrible. So terrible slips are our first item. And you've seen these, right? You have these posters and then they're usually pre-cut for you. So you just tear it off. You can take a name, an email address, a Facebook page, and put it in your pocket and forget about it usually. But you can take it with you. And this actually can be used for a lot of different activities, particularly for vocabulary. Students can come in and in this example, I had students take a word that's an acquaintance or a stranger. And in those terms, meaning that you kind of know the word or you've never heard of it. So that they're looking up a word and finding out about this word so they can be ready to teach the rest of the class what it means. And for this, I found that when I'm designing these terribles, instead of being along the bottom, going off of each side works better because if I want a whole class set of terrible items, it's going to have to be set up like that. So here's what the original document looks like. And the cool thing is that you can take my original and make it your own. So let's create some terrible slips. I'm going to leave my slides here and open up this template. So here's what it looks like. I happen to be the owner, but I'm going to file, make a copy, just so that I don't mess with my own original. And then maybe you don't want to call it terrible vocabulary. You can do this and you can call it, a word that starts with V. Very, I don't know, thinking on the fly. You could call this very good vocabulary. That's a word art text that I had there, so I can change that up. You can change the words here. That's the nice thing about starting with a template is now you've made a copy of the original, but you can certainly make it your own. And then you can go in and change the words. And there's 3 versions of each, so it's not too hard to copy and paste. But if there was more, I could do Command or Control and F and find anticipation, and then go up here and do the replace. Maybe the word, instead of anticipation, I want all of those to be the word gracious. And I just say replace all. So that's another way you could make a template your own if it has repeated words in it. Do that find and replace. So Cynthia, a copy of this document is on the Wakelet at tonyv.me/paper. And you'll scroll down, you'll be able to click and make a copy. tonyv.me/paper. Then maybe you don't need so many words. So you could either just delete the strips, or maybe you need more words. One thing you can do is shrink these down. So I just learned a new word for this, by the way. When you drag your mouse and you select multiple things, some people call that rubber banding. So I guess I'm rubber banding. I never heard of that, but it makes sense. I just rubber band to select by dragging. And then Google Slides does a really good job of this. If you select a whole bunch of things, they're all resized uniformly. So now I can fit more. Maybe I want to fit like almost twice as many. And then I'm a big keyboard shortcut guy. So Command or Control and D, and I can duplicate and move that new set down. And wow, I can't believe I got it to be exactly the right size. But now I've added more slips. So yeah, to make a copy of this document, go to tonyv.me/paper. You'll see the terrible vocabulary, and then it's File and Make a Copy. And since it's one slide, it doesn't matter if you choose entire presentation or selected slides. Tech is fun, Vincent. Then maybe these words, maybe I want them to be a little bigger. Here's a little tip for changing size, and these are all text boxes. I can hold down Shift and click to select the text boxes, but in Google Slides, you can use Control and I got to look at my keyboard because I have muscle memory for this. Control and Shift and greater than symbol. Maybe I'll just do one since it's grouped. And each time I do that keyboard shortcut, it grows by one pixel, or Control and Shift or Command instead of Control if you're on a Mac. Control or Command, Shift and less than, and you just keep hitting that to shrink the text size. So that's a lot easier than going over to the menu. I guess now that they've added the pluses and minuses, that's not so bad, but that plus and minus wasn't there a couple months ago. That's a new addition. So in the chat, I would love to see each one of these kinds of principles. I'd love to see your ideas. What could you do with terrible slips? I mean, my idea is students come into the room and they can take a vocabulary word, but there are lots of other ways and things that you could do with this idea of tearing vocabulary off of papers. And while you're coming up with ideas, the Wakelet has this graphic that I made about increasing and decreasing the text size. This is the keyboard shortcuts I use probably more than anything else because I'm always trying to get that perfect text size in my documents. So using project topics, yeah, you have a certain amount of topics. Artist studies, choosing a genre, voting for something. Oh, they vote by taking the slip. Yeah. Student jobs. They can practice synonyms, where they're sitting for the day. Oh, kind of an exit ticket. Math fact practice. Complete sentences with subject-verb agreement, conjugating verbs in Spanish. Yeah, you got such great ideas. Differentiated math problems. While I keep reading your great ideas, I'll just show you, after it's printed. So I printed it on paper. Then, of course, you got some folding to do. And I highly recommend getting a really good crease. Push it real hard. Flip it over, and then crease it the other way and give it a really good crease. That way it'll be easier to tear off because sometimes students could do some major damage if it's not easily tearable. So I do that to both sides, give it a good crease back and forth. And then of course, the step is to take your scissors and cut along there. The template that I have for you, I've put dotted lines between each one. And we still have more ideas. Cooking terminology, locating parts of an essay. Nice. I have a few more ideas. There you go, tearing it off. Suspicious. How about complimenting yourself? It's a reminder for positive self-talk. Have students come in the room and they have to pick one of these and keep it in front of them, remind themselves to do some positive self-talk. Or I love puns. So Diane Clausen was in a class of mine and she made this for a project where there are puns and she put the answers upside down, just, kind of like a Laffy Taffy, but you don't have to have the taffy or you don't get the taffy. You just get the laugh. Let's see one. What is the musical part of a snake? The answer, the scales. Then this regional service unit wanted teachers to know about their new website, allthingsmaking.com. So what they did in the teachers lounge is they put this in the teachers lounge so that students could take this web address and go to it later. They also put a QR code on the main poster part so you could just scan it, but you could take that web address with you as a reminder. Or here, some librarians put this in the teacher's lounge where it has their cute Bitmojis coming in from the sides, and they have a little QR code that has their weekly newsletter. So you can scan that code when you get back to your classroom or later on. So you have a little artifact to remind you to visit. And the ideas keep coming. So I get distracted by the chat reading all the cool ideas just for something terrible, just for those terrible slips. And so the chat, you've definitely already answered my question here of what might you put on there? Well, let's talk about our next kind of principle, and that is table tents. So we know these, you go to restaurants and different places and the tents are set up. Usually they're in the way when you're at a table, but they can be used in schools. This school in Florida, they were giving away $25 gift cards if you took this survey that they put in the middle of the tables in the teacher's lounge. That's a great use for it. For table tents, I want to show you a use that I discovered that was so valuable in my classroom, but I got to back up and just show you a picture from my room. In my room, I have posters and anchor charts, and you can kind of see them up in the top right. There are a lot of things that our math program would say, all right, put this into a poster so that kids can see it. And even though I put it on the largest chart paper I have, when you're sitting from across the room, I mean, looking in the corner there, you're not going to be able to see it. And, living in times of social distancing, we may not be able to let students get up out of their seat to go look at posters very easily. So it's going to be hard to see. So then I started thinking, well, why don't I just put a poster on every table? And that's what I did. In my teacher's manual, they had these posters that they expected me to copy. And that's what I did the first few chapters in the math book. When they said copy a poster, I actually put this PDF up on my projector screen, and like that banner that I showed you, I traced it because that's better for my handwriting than not tracing it, so I could get it exactly as they show, and put it up on the wall. And that was so time consuming, but then it's so small, kids couldn't see it. So what I did is I just took a screenshot of these posters that they expected me to make from the curriculum manual, and I turned them into table tents so that each table had their own version. And they didn't have to look across the room. They just have to look across the table. And so you can see it there. Here's what it looks like. And when I designed this, I went into Google Slides and gave it a custom page setup. With any of these, if you're starting from scratch, you'll want to go to page setup and change it from being a slide, because a slide isn't the same proportions as a piece of paper, and change it to 8.5 inches by 11 or 11 by 8.5 inches. This one's 11 by 8.5 because it's wider. That's the 11. And then I divided it in half. I put the screenshots there. I added some word art. And then the top part, I designed it right side up. And then I just selected everything and rotated it 180 degrees so that when folded, both sides had content that was showing in the right direction. Yeah, Sasha, laminating this so that they last longer would be good. Lindsay, those screenshots saved me so much time. Now, the problem is the way I designed this one, I'll show you a picture, it gets a little droopy. I printed it on cardstock, but over time, if you don't have a base to it, it just droops and droops and droops. So there's a little bit better way to construct these. And that is, I did this for a conference a few years ago where the different tables of the conference, just for fun, there was some tech vocabulary and a QR code. And so here's how I folded this one and how I designed it. This one has a base. I fold it in half, and I don't think you can see the line, but each side has a little base on the side. And then right there is where I can staple it. Staple there and staple there. And now when it's done, it stands up, it doesn't get droopy, and this is printed on cardstock. Cutting a rubber band in half and taping it should help from pulling so much. Ah, interesting. These binder rings. You guys are you guys are like MacGyver in the chat room coming up with all these things. So this stands pretty well. That I could do a trifold, but then that reduces the surface area that I have where I can write, and I didn't want to make things too small. But if you want something that's sturdiest, yeah, then a trifold, actually folding it into fourths and having that bottom piece even sturdier will work. So I had others. Let's make a table tent because I just want to show you some cool things about Google Slides that lets you design something like this. So I had described this earlier, but I'm going to try it myself now. I'm going to start a new Google Slides presentation document. I don't want the themes and I don't want this stuff on there. So I rubber band it and delete it. All right. Now to make the table tent, I go to File and Page Setup. There you are. Instead of widescreen, I go to Custom, and it's in inches already. I'm going to choose, this one is actually going to be up and down. So it's going to be 8.5 by 11 inches. There we go. And then what I found is I can just take these shapes and I just want two. I want two rectangles. So there's one rectangle and I duplicate, so both are the same size. And then I rubber band both of them and drag them to take up the whole page. Now each is half and half. And then I can duplicate again. And if I want to include a base in my design, there's one base, I duplicate this. And the duplicating is key, so they're both the same size. So now here's my area. This one will need to be upside down. This one can be right side up, and here's where the base will be. And I probably want them to be white, so I rubber band them, getting my use out of that term. And let's give them a white fill. So now I've got my template here, right there. I could, if I wanted to, maybe I should even name this template so I could replace this later. Oh yeah, you should look up, Wendy, the first Apple logo is very interesting. It would be weird if it was their logo. Much more intricate than a simple apple when you get a chance to look that up. So let's see, I think I had something I was going to make here. Get that called up. All right, I'm moving that. So now I have something I want to call tag feedback. And that's some word art that I put there. I can go to, I copied and pasted from another document, like a cooking show. I already had something prepared, but to insert that, it's insert and word art. and then you can type your message and then put it there. What I like about word art is you can stretch it, right? And that's also what I don't like about it. So many people, when they start using word art, you get to see a lot of things like this that are hard to read. So try not to stretch. In fact, if you're making something bigger, drag a corner and hold down Shift when you're working with word art. That will keep the same proportions. Hold down Shift. And then here's a power tip for you here. When I do that, let me undo. When I hold down Shift and drag, see how it moves from the side? Like now I have to recenter it. That's such a pain. Well, here's what you can do. I'm going to hold down Shift, but I'm also going to hold down, if you're on a Windows computer or Chromebook, hold down Control. On a Mac, it's Option, and then it resizes from the center. So I don't have to recenter it. So holding down Control and Shift so that it's the same proportion, it resizes from the center. So Control and dragging, unless you're on a Mac, and then it's Option and dragging. It's changed my life. Like it's saved me so much time from resizing something and then moving it back so it's in the same spot when you can resize from the center. And then I have a design here. I use some word art and some other things to create some feedback. I'm gonna, hold on. I didn't copy everything that I wanted to paste in there. Let's try that again. All right, one more time. Nope. It's like I've never copied and pasted before. All right, there we go. And let's get this more of where I want it to. Holding down Option. The arrow keys can move things around, and then this is the power of Shift. If you hold down Shift and arrow keys, you can move things one pixel at a time. So a little bit by little bit, if you hold down Shift and use the arrow keys, you can get things just the way you want them. All right, and then if I have this and I want the other side to be the same thing because I want students looking at it, I can rubber band, I can select this. I can, I'm gonna delete the box there since I don't need it. I'm gonna rubber band this. Sorry, I'm gonna delete the whole top part because I'm gonna duplicate that. So I take this, I duplicate it, I move it up to the top, and then there's a couple of ways to accomplish the next piece. I can rotate it or I can do some flipping. Now you might notice my rotator is missing, like I can't see it there. So there's two ways to do that. I can either move this down and rotate it and move it back up, or I can zoom out. If I zoom out, it gets real tiny, but now I can drag this. I hold down Shift when I rotate so that things rotate it in 15-degree increments. All right, I'm doing a bad job of rotating here. There we go. And then I can fit it again. So now this is ready to print. It'll print two sides and I can have that bottom piece. And I hope by showing you this, you got a few tricks to use with Google Slides. Yeah, that duplicate shortcut of Control D is one I use all the time. I'm always duplicating things. And there are other ways to orient your table tents. I had these that stand up tall that I had on some of my tables in the classroom. And what I put on here are some math reminders. And this is a design by Madeline, one of my students. They all got some templates, and then one of their morning message jobs was to give it a color scheme and make it a little more interesting. So Madeline added the bird and she added the scroll to kind of spice it up. Here's what her work looks like in Google Slides. And in Google Slides, she got a template where everything was a square. So it was a square page setup. Then I was able to save hers as a series of images and put it into my template. So that table tent looks like this. I just have 4 boxes that were vertical, or 4 rectangles, spread them out, and then I placed Madeline's designs on there. I left the very last one blank on purpose because that's the one that folds under the other one. And then I can tape or glue or staple it together. I love the conversation about copying and pasting happening in the chat. That's awesome. So this is what it looks like when it prints. Now your printer might leave a margin, and so that it actually matches up, you may need to use a paper cutter and cut off that margin. I'm lucky in that I have a printer here that can do borderless printing. It can actually print all the way to the edge if I want it to, but I know most printers don't work that way. So I'd love to hear some of your ideas about table tents. For instance, Janet Wisenhut, she designed these for her library for Black History Month. They're two-sided and they have a QR code to learn more. There's pictures, there's information on both sides. Why is this person important? And so she can set that around her library. But what about you? Do you have some ideas of how you might put to use some table tents? Now, my number one idea away was anchor charts and posters, shrinking them down and putting them closer to students so they can see them. Bridget says author studies. Each student could make a table tent and to put in the library. These could be student-made projects, and this is a way to display them. For stations, having the directions on how to log in, having it sitting right there on their by the computer. Artist studies, put the ABCs right at their table. Classroom rules, scanning a QR code to take them to websites with resources. Reading strategies, open house. They can walk around the room if they have trouble seeing the charts. Yes. A sign that says, please wear your mask, please wash your hands, all those health reminders that we're going to have to give students. Oh, having an AR or Flipgrid link to classroom instruction. So they're right there. Mini anchor charts. Poetry cafe, that sounds intriguing. I know, I had the door closed in my office earlier and it was too hot in here, so I had to open it up. But that means Dewey comes in and yells at me periodically. Well, another thing that we can look at, and that's bookmarks. Bookmarks, nothing too special, but I do want to share with you one bookmark I made. I took a page and I divide it into fourths, into quadrants. And this was my students' reading log. So my fifth graders would get a new one of these every Monday, and it had a place for them to write their book title, the pages read, and adult initials that they read it. This was completely optional. I know there's opinions and research on reading logs on whether they're good or not, but I had some parents specifically wanting them, so the students who they didn't have to fill them out, but if they brought them back, they were in a prize drawing is how I worked it. But they could also use this as a bookmark. So they put this in their book, and then it was real easy for them to mark it up and then turn it in the next week. And this same bookmark is on the Wakelet handout. So you can make a copy and make it your own if you'd like. Then, of course, bookmarks should have puns, right? Sandy Arnold loves the Chiefs, so she made this set of bookmarks for her students with a Chiefs theme. But I think one of the best tools for no matter what you're printing, but they work really well for bookmarks, is using icons. And my favorite place to get icons is thenounproject.com. It does require an account to use, so this would be a teacher tool, not a student tool. You can use it for free if you give credit for the icon that you find, and they truly do have like over 2 million icons. So if you can't find the icon you're looking for here, there just might not be any pleasing you because they have so many things. But if you would like to get a pro account where you can change the color of the icons, they don't just have to be black. And if you would like to have the option to not give credit, and you might want to consider Noun Pro. And for educators, you can apply for that discount, and it's $20 a year. And I just bring that up knowing that I do pay for Noun Pro. And so when you see icons that I use, I don't give credit because I've paid for that luxury. The credit looks a little ugly with the icons, but the Noun project does say you can crop them and put the credit elsewhere if you'd like. But let's use a Noun project and create some bookmarks. And I think maybe I'm going for this. I want my bookmarks, I want several on a page. So I think I want this kind of layout. So it's going to be 11 by 8.5 inches. And then I'm going to have some rectangles and lots of duplicating and then stretch them to take up the whole page. So let's do that. Start a new Google Slides document. Delete this stuff, close it. Every time I start a new one, they always put all that junk on there. I don't want that junk. And now I go to page setup, and page setup really should be the first thing you do if you know you're going to be printing. Do that before you start designing or put anything on the slide, because when you do change this page setup, things can get smushed or out of whack. So it's best to do this as your very first step. And I could even call this 11 by 8.5 template in my Google Drive and just make a copy of this every time. Maybe that would save me time from having to go to file page setup. Maybe not. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Now, I go to this rectangle. I want it to look like this. 2 different rows, and I'm just duplicating. So I'm rubber banding, duplicating, and I look for those red lines that's showing me that things are lined up. And I'm just making a bunch. I know they don't take up the whole paper yet, but they don't have to. I can stretch them out a little bit later. All right, now I'll rubber band, I'll drag them to this corner and then the other corner to the other side of the page. Aha. Now I've created that array. They take up the whole page. Now I will rubber band them again and give them all a white fill. And then let's go to the nounproject.com. And I think, how about a shark? And there's only 808 different shark icons. Let's see. There's some. I get a little lost in picking out icons. It's kind of like when you go through fonts, like you just find, all right, how about this one? And then I'm going to download as a PNG. This goes to my desktop. I'm going to go to this document, and I like to drag and drop, but I could use the insert menu. Can make my first one there. So the noun project, real easy to incorporate there. And then I can use a text box. Actually, and I'm going to use all capitals. Reading is Jawsome. And then I can center this. Change the fonts, make it bold maybe. I could even put it at an angle if I wanted to. You get the idea of how I could do that. So I had another example I won't show you, but I could find a picture of a book and then I could say, reading, what a novel idea. And Mrs. Parker is singing Baby Shark in the chat. Nice. You're all getting a little punchy here after a day of awesome learning. So those are kind of how you set up bookmarks. What I want you to see is how easy you can just take one rectangle, duplicate it, and then stretch it out to meet your needs, the number, size that you might want on the page. So you can have lots of different things that you might put on a bookmark. You could even maybe put yourself. Have you seen this website, remove.bg.com, for remove background? I have a picture of me that I'll just drag and drop here. That is a green background, but it can be any background, and remove.bg instantly. Like, I didn't have to do anything. After I drag and drop, it automatically took away the background. If it didn't do it perfectly, I can edit and draw things back in or erase. But this just works so well. And now I can download it. And if I wanted to, let's see, my Zoom controls are in the way here. If I wanted to, I could bring that picture onto my bookmark. Now, I didn't prepare a pun ahead of time, but if you've got a pun that would have Tony on a bookmark, I would love to read them, I think, in the chat. But you can easily cut yourself off and put it right there. Reading, stick with it, with a cactus. Elizabeth, that is gold. That is gold. Okay. Oh my goodness. Time flies when you are having fun here. Now, I bring up this remove.bg because in March, when we had to abruptly end in-person schooling, my daughter's first grade teacher, Mrs. Hargrave, made a flat Mrs. Hargrave, and she cut herself out. And I think she used a Bitmoji body, and she was on a stick. And my daughter, Ellie, carried her around for 2 days. And it just was just that bond. She missed her teacher, and having a flat Mrs. Hargrave just made her day. They did everything together. And then Ellie even put her to bed at night in one of her slippers next to her bed. So cutting yourself out, making a flat version of you, maybe that's not what you do, but having the ability to cut out with remove.bg is pretty handy. Sharon, why not read, which is Tony backwards. That is brilliant. I love it. Let's see, we can make scratch cards. So you can design these, and then this is what I had in my classroom. They could win scratch cards, and there were different prizes in the middle. And the prize is covered up with one of these stickers, and you can get 100 of them for $5. So it's pretty economical to be able to do. You just peel the sticker off, and then you can take a coin and reveal what's underneath. So I had things like I have an exercise desk in my room, so they could win that for the whole afternoon. We had wall decals and necklaces. You could sit in a fancy gray chair. We had all sorts of things that we could do with these scratch offs. Then there are door hangers. You go to a hotel and you see these door hangers. I didn't know until I started doing some Google searching that you can buy sets of these on eBay. Like, I guess people have been taking them from hotels and then they sell them as sets. Like, weird. But you can make your own. And this way is pretty easy because it's just a piece of paper folded in half, and you can put QR codes on there. You can put graphics. You can put messages. You can flip it. You can reverse it. Oh, here's one I had. I made one with a reminder about washing your hands, which I'll show you here. How did I get, when you make one, the key piece is the circle. You could cut a circle out, but I found this device, if you're ever going to make a lot of these or have students make door hangers, then this circle punch, and I got the 1.75 inch, and that seems to work really well for most doorknobs, all doorknobs that I've tried it on. And it's just one punch, you just push it through. So when I was making my Did You Remember to Wash Your Hands door hanger, you just first fold it in half after it's printed. So you know how you design that in Google Slides, just do a half. Both sides could be the same or they can be different. Then you do some gluing. Got my glue stick going on there. Fold it over. And then here's the punch. This puncher. Oh, first I tried one of these. I ordered this from Amazon, and it's supposed to be like a compass and cut that way. That didn't work out great. This puncher works super well. And maybe you have a different method for getting a nice circle there. Gloria, the site for ordering the scratch offs were from Amazon, and a link to that is on tonyv.me/paper. Right? And then you saw that I used scissors to cut to the circle to make a door hanger. So teachers are designing these. You can put your very own designs, maybe laminate them. If you're a librarian, maybe you need to do like come back later. I'm guessing you might have some ideas for door hangers. And while you might be talking about those, I just got to share with you this idea. For teacher appreciation, this school did this. They called it room service for the teachers. And they put one of these on every teacher's door to fill out. And then they put it back the next day with the check mark. And then that's what they got for their little sweet treat for teacher appreciation. So you'll see on tonyv.me/paper, there's a template for brochures. And the last thing I want to show you, and other things are on there, including how I made my banner back there. But I got to show you a mini book. Mini books are awesome. And here's a blank one. It's just, there's a front cover. This is all made from one page. Makers might call these zines with a Z. A zine, you fold one piece of paper, you do one cut, and you're able to make a little mini book like this. So in my template, the page order is a little weird. So if you get my template, it'll tell you what you replace where it says front cover with your front cover and the pages. Note that pages 1, 2, 3, and 4 have to be each rotated so they're upside down. So when completed, here's one that a teacher made about tips about Seesaw. And you can see she designed each page, the front and the back, and the pages that are at the top actually have been rotated so that they are upside down. So Linda Hummer designed this one. Or I love this one, Matt Meyer, a 4th grade teacher, they do student-led conferences. So he had a mini book that students would work through with their parents during their student-led conferences. And these books look so cool. So here's how you fold one of those books. I have a tutorial on YouTube that's linked in the notes part of the template. And it takes students through if you want them to fold. Jessica Carlton, she flipped it so that...
so here's my cover.
She has a cover, and she made this for teachers. She's a techie, and she was helping them with Microsoft Outlook. And look how cool her book is. Look how sparkly her nails are. She's got it going on.
And 5th.
But her design is fantastic.
And then.
So there is a template with the mini book, and instructions are right there. It says how to cut and fold. Video on YouTube is all right there. Students love making mini books. Teachers can make mini books. So there are a lot more of these tangible products that you can make, including paper cubes and banners, in case you want to get a closer look of the banner that's behind me. Right there, it was made with separate pieces of paper. And I used Adobe Acrobat Reader to print a PDF from Google Slides across multiple pages. And I've got directions for that at tonyv.me/paper. Whew, all right. Well, thank you so much for joining me. And I hope that you've seen now that Google Slides can be a really great designing app. And what you can design can be functional, useful, and pretty cool looking as well. And I didn't get to see everything in the chat room as I kept yammering on, but if you have a question specific for me, please email me. My website is learninginhand.com. You can find my email on there or tweet me, and I'm happy to answer questions that I wasn't able to get to in the chat. Make sure that you have verified your attendance with the link here. And I know Manny has been putting that link into the chat. All right. Well, after pretty much 3 solid hours of talking, I get to give my voice a little bit of a rest. And maybe you guys are off to tonyv.me/paper and trying some of these things out. Thanks so much for joining me. And a big special thanks to those of you that came to all 3 of my sessions this afternoon. That is a lot of Tony Vincent in one afternoon. Thank you so much.
All right, please remember to do your attendance and to go through all the screens until you submit. Be sure that you click submit. Also, if you go into the glide tab, there are 3 more sessions at the end of the day at 4 o'clock. So you can check those out if you are needing any additional hours. You can get up to 8 hours. Not have 8 yet, and still would like to stay on for a session, check those out, and they are posted in the. Thank you for joining us for the Digital Learning Conference.